Are we live? Chad, if you're saying anything, I can't see you just yet. I don't have this Twitch. I got to pull up on my phone. Actually, I could just do this. Hang on one second. Twitch.tv/Philo. And then mute the tab. Hey, Tristan. Jay just accidentally leaked a hero. That's crazy. Couldn't be me. Your category is rivals? Frick. How do I change that? How do I change that, chat? Do I have to log in? Are you joking me? I don't know how to change it. Do I have to log in? Wait. I bet I can do it on mobile. Hang on. This is a little scuffed. So wait a second. Creator dashboard. I think I can do this. Stream manager. Skip tutorial. That's a wise decision, right? Activity feed, quick actions, automod queue. Edit stream info. There we go. OverWatch spotlight discussion live at Blizzard. Done. Yeah, we got it. And I'll just change the category. OverWatch 2. Done. How's it look? All good? Jay's legit leaking everything. Okay. All good? Twitch.tv/Spillo. Wait, I gotta. Frick, LinkedIn. There you go. And then I'll have chat pulled up on my phone just because it's going to be easier to read, I think. How's the audio? Is it too loud? Anything? There should be faint Overwatch audio in the back. Sounds good. You hear no Overwatch? No menu music? It's good. Audio's kind of quiet. Okay. Yeah, the game audio will be a little quiet. J-Rex, thank you for the sub. I might not respond as much to notifications because obviously I don't really have Streamlabs or anything set up here. So I guess we can pivot over. You got your office unlike the other streamers? Yeah. Shill diff. And hopefully the other mic works. I had some issues figuring it out. I tested it out with flats and I think we got it to work okay. So we'll see how it goes. Yes, I'm at Blizzard. What's the vibe there? It's fine. It's chill. Yeah, this is Aaron Keller's mansion. This is where they created the world's first loot box. Am we getting my honest thoughts as they come, or do they have to be watered down a bit? Honest thoughts as they come. I have play tested some stuff in the past, but a lot of the details, including I think what we're gonna... Ah! My ears! Oh no! Ah! Okay, how's that, guys? Is that okay? Is this okay? How's the audio level? Oh my gosh. Holy crap. I need a change of underpants. Oh. Frick, man. I'll turn off captions. Can the quality go higher? Yeah. Is that all right? Does that look okay? Drops are active now, by the way. Yeah, I guess I can update the stream title then. We got a drop max, guys. I need my dollars and cents. Stream manager. No, that's not what I freaking want. Go to the freaking frick. Like what? Go. Scroll down. Phone. Oh my gosh. Why is it not working? Can't scroll down. Sorry, chat. How do I? Okay, I'm just gonna restart the app because it's being weird. So if any of you guys say anything, I'm not gonna see it for a second. And I know that's crucial here. Profile, scroll X out of that. Dude, that's crazy. The Twitch app is just not working. Only the stream manager button is working. I mean, I don't care if I don't put drops in the title that much. You guys know. Wait, there, now it's working. Weird. Stream manager. Wait, no. Creator dashboard. Yeah. Edit stream. There you go. Finally. Drops, guys. Soy Max. And then we relaunch, and then hopefully all is well. And I will be able to see chat in just a second. Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Two times the video. Am I a little bit behind? Whatever. You and the match is about to start. Yeah, I don't know what exactly is going to be shown here, so this will be new to me. So I'm excited. You guys ready for 9v9? I didn't even read it. Dude, I can't read everything. Like, this is what my chat looks like. Like, this is what I see. I have like 4 messages total. So yeah. Calix, thank you for the sub. Doing well. Don't post any J3 leaks, please. Oh, dude. I can't believe that. That's crazy. But yeah, we got some stuff prepped for the day, potentially, so we'll see how it goes. I'm going to get my notebook. And we'll talk about it. How's everyone doing? Everyone's week good? They gave you one screen only? No, I have a second screen, but like, I guess I could do that. It's just still hard to see. Like, I don't know how to like full screen on a side window my chat because I'm not logged into Twitch here. So like I can like squeeze it on down, but then the Twitch chat disappears. So I don't know what the frick I'm doing, guys. I mean, you know me, guys. I'm completely incompetent when it comes to this stuff. Theater mode? I guess it's a little better. Yeah, I can see a little bit more here. How do I dismiss the hype train? Go away, fricker. I want to see you. Dude, some of the streaming stuff is cornball. Okay, let's take a look. 20 seconds, chat. Let's cook. Okay, we're good. Holy frick, hold on to your cheeks. Grasp firmly. Violence and mild use of tobacco. Click the settings wheel at the bottom. Oh, you're right.
Initiating boosters in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
Game on.
You're right, I can pop out chat. This is great.
Welcome to orbit. I'm on to you.
Is that better?
Let's go on then.
Is that better?
Avatar.
Okay. Is that good? All right, boys. Let's hold on to our cheeks. We're going. Hey, I'm in this. This is pretty surreal when I saw it for the first time.
I have goosebumps.
Holy! The glorious hunt of the Falcons finally comes to an end. 2024 World Champion. No more eclipse!
Overwatch 2 Classic!
We got the finals!
You should try my meatballs.
Famous. There's somebody new there. All right, boys. Braxing with the sub.
Welcome to the Overwatch 2
Oh, look how cool he looks.
Spotlight. We've always strived to be the best competitive, team-based hero shooter. This past year alone, we made huge updates to our competitive systems, including matchmaking, balance updates, roll queue
Volume still
times,
good?
and new features, all in
Should you
service
up or
of
down? Good?
constantly improving and evolving this game. To continue in that goal, we aim to innovate
Okay.
by creating new experiences for the more than 100 million players that have joined us since we launched in 2016.
Nice.
New experiences, new metas, new modes, new events, new heroes, just
Dookie
new
fans, so.
ways to have fun. And 2025 is going to be another big year for us.
Banger.
Not only are we expanding this brilliant global community with a return to China in Season 15, but the overall key focus for us this year is how we can evolve what it means to play an Overwatch game.
There.
There's so many things coming to Overwatch 2 this year that we can't even fit it all into this spotlight. So, over the next 30 to 40 minutes,
Holy
we're
frick, guys.
really excited to
Holy
show you
frick.
many of the things, but definitely not all, that we are planning for the first half of this year. First up, the biggest change since Overwatch launched, your favorite heroes are about to get a whole lot more heroic with perks. Perks are here to completely redefine your strategy and how you play your favorite heroes. Think of them as hero-specific bonuses that level up your gameplay and not just your hero. This means you can customize how you play in a match like never before. It's like giving your favorite heroes a little extra oomph. Overwatch 2 is about to evolve in a way you've never seen before. After that, we'll go into how we're starting the 2025 competitive year with the full reset and new competitive rewards, including the new competitive weapon when Season 15 launches. We will also showcase
I don't know what the
some new
weapon is.
mythic skins, game modes, and of
I
course,
know basically nothing about the cosmetics.
upcoming heroes. Plus, some improvements to how you are rewarded for your playtime, including the return of a system from Overwatch 1 that we've received a ton of requests for.
Don't worry, we're gonna break all this down in a little
keep
bit.
that feedback coming.
Hang tight.
We'll also share what's going on with esports, including how it's expanding with the reintroduction of Overwatch into China. Of course, some info on Overwatch Classic, as well as 6v6, and hopefully a few surprises mixed in as well. We know what this universe means to all of you, and our team is driven by the idea of working together with all of you in this wonderful community. Developing
Tay.
the best version of this universe for years and years to come is what truly matters. We're so thankful that you are all on this journey with us. And there's
I'm not. I'm
so
ashamed of you
much
guys.
to tell you about that you're gonna want to stick around.
It is time to celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! What a shot! Again! Finally, a worthy title!
Forget how soon that season starts. It's like right on the corner. They're doing the rank reset to shift things more towards, I think they talked about it in GM being a little bit more accessible because it's way too hard right now.
It is the climb!
Yo, star weapons. That's pretty cool. That's gonna be more globally useful and more globally attractive on more characters, which is cool. I still hope they do stuff like silver weapons or diamond or whatever, which I'm sure they will at some point.
How could you not win?
We'll talk more about this in a little bit. Don't worry. Pretty much everything here we'll talk more in detail in. But for now, we'll just kind of enjoy.
My armored fingers are crossed. Yes!
I did not know this. What?
Continue.
What is it? The way loot boxes return? Gambling. Yes. Degenerate is back. Oh, classic goats meta. That's crazy. That's wild. Ooh, is that a Zen mythic? Didn't know this was either.
Energy flows through me.
That's actually sick. That's a beautiful one.
Warrior's greatest weapon.
Huge fan. You guys know me. Zen's probably my favorite or second favorite hero. So.
Be present in the
Ooh.
moment.
Ooh, nice. Love it. Good one.
I will achieve my
Cool
vision.
skins.
My arrows fly true.
That's a really cool skin. Because, you know, Kiriko.
To win is great. To win in
Interesting
style
Moira skin.
is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again. I will rewatch this one a few more times.
Nice. Looks fun. The cosmetic stuff, the loot box, and goats. That's cool. I didn't know that stuff. All right, hold on to your cheeks, yo. I've seen this is gonna, yeah, it's gonna talk more in depth about it.
Time to talk about something big.
Alec?
Introducing Perks. This is the most significant innovation to core gameplay since Overwatch launched in 2016. This is more than just an update. It's a radical shift in how you experience gameplay. Perks are upgrades to your hero's kit that unlock during the game. They provide an additional strategic layer, allowing you to alter your playstyle and adapt to situations. Throughout the match, you'll level up your hero 2 times, unlocking 1 minor perk and 1 major perk. The first time you level up, you'll get a choice between 2 minor perks. We positioned minor perks as lighter upgrades. They're like a little boost to warm you up, from cooldown reductions to small passives that keep things balanced but exciting. Once you hit your major perk level, you'll get to choose between 2 powerful upgrades, letting you
Don't worry, again, we'll
fine-tune your
talk about this.
playstyle for the rest of the match. Major perks are gameplay-shifting additions to your hero's kit, changing your core loop and redefining what your hero is capable of. Let's look at an example now with Orisa. When you level
Of all
up
the
Orisa to
heroes to
level 2,
choose.
your minor perk choice will be between heat reduction on your primary fire or the ability to briefly tank burst damage with Fortify. Are you facing down a Junkrat and want to be able to survive his tire? The upgrade to Fortify might be a great choice. The fun really gets going when you get to your major perk at level 3, though. Here, Orisa gets the choice between a higher impact energy javelin or swapping out her javelin spin for a protective barrier. Here's another example of what you can expect
I can't
with
believe they
major
used
perks
Orisa.
with
Like-
Torbjorn. For Torb's major
That
perk
is pretty
options,
gutsy.
you get to choose between 2 wild upgrades for your turret. The first perk option is allowing you to upgrade your turret to level 3 when activating Overload, drastically shifting your turret's threat level as it rips through enemies. The second perk option is if you're feeling a little cheeky, upgrading your turret to now stick on walls.
I freaking love that
With this
so much.
added
I
flexibility,
actually love that so much.
Torbjorn can take different angles and even surprise opponents with sneaky turret placement. Finally, let's round
do
it
like
out
that.
with Ana. Ana's first major perk choice upgrades her sharpshooting capabilities, allowing her to headshot enemies. Be careful, Widowmaker. You might lose this sniper duel. Then, if you're playing Ana and having a hard time getting dove on, you might want Ana's second major perk option,
Give yourself Nano Boost when it's activated on an ally. Now that's a way to turn a fight. When designing perks, we wanted to expand and elevate what your heroes are capable of. We were looking for a system
Hang tight, we'll
that we
talk
could
about
layer
it, don't
on
worry.
top of your normal Overwatch gameplay and offer choice from match to match.
Trust, we'll talk about it.
We plan on adjusting perks on a regular cadence with bigger system refreshes happening in the middle of the year. Every choice you make with perks will impact the battlefield, offering new opportunities to outplay enemies and support your team. You'll get to experience the next era of Overwatch 2 when Season 15 launches.
So there's a lot to break down there about how the system works and power creep and choices and
It's awesome
but trust
to
me,
see the
we'll talk about it in a
passion and
little bit.
dedication this community
We'll
brings
talk
to the
about it.
game every day. Honestly, it's what keeps us hyped to bring you more. Today, we're so happy to share some exciting new features when
dressed
the
up.
2025 competitive year begins during Season 15, a season that will shake things up by making the game more strategic and further improving our competitive systems. Last year during Season 9, we introduced a major rework to our competitive system, as well as the addition of new hero passives that refresh the core gameplay of Overwatch. As we enter the first season of 2025, this is the perfect chance for the team to shake things up once again. For such a big season, it just feels logical to start with a big bang, our galactic weapons. In response to your feedback about competitive rewards, we worked hard to make this year's weapon variant out of this world. We developed new tech to support applying this type of complex material to weapons. We want you to feel like you have the power of the stars in the palm of your hand.
Chilling with Gavin recently.
Hey, we're also making climbing the ladder even more charming.
Literally talking about
At
nothing but
Platinum and
board
above,
games.
you'll now get exclusive weapon charms alongside the existing titles.
Nice.
We'll start tracking your rank for this during Season 15 and hand out these
Let's
rewards
go.
for
I
the
didn't know
first
about this.
time
This
in
is
Season
sick.
16. Now you'll be flexing your rank in any
Sick.
mode by rocking these battle-ready cosmetics with pride.
They need this
We're
stuff.
also
This is
excited
perfect.
to report that we're bringing
Well
rank
done.
icons
Actually good use of the
back
terms.
to the hero portraits while you're in competitive play.
Rank icons
We'd like to
are
do
back!
more of this sort of thing in the future, but for now, this will give players that want to show off their
Let's
skill
go!
by sharing their gameplay an easier way to do that. Now,
Look at that,
Season 15's
boys.
rank reset.
Look at
We've
that.
tuned our
That's so
ranks
cool.
again,
It's
and
back.
we're confident you can reach new heights that show off your true
Yes.
skill, whether you've been away for a while or you've been grinding up until the last minute in some questionable end-of-season matches. Most importantly, we think these soft
That's
resets
sick,
work best
man.
when we're introducing big new features that change what it means to be skilled at the game. I'm happy to announce that hero bands are officially coming to the game. We know you've been asking for this feature, and we're looking forward to building our take on it.
Get fricked.
Don't worry, no pools or cats in pools are involved. We want a system that punches up at the strong or frustrating
I'll
heroes
talk about this, don't
without
worry.
punching down at weaker niche picks. We also want a system that's very fast, that gives you nuanced control over outcomes, and that we can tweak based on your feedback. As you've seen, we're building a lot of new features. And speaking of buildings, what if you had more control over which of our buildings you spend your time in? We're happy to announce that map voting will be coming to the game after hero bans.
Cool
Both
stuff.
hero bans and map voting are exclusive to competitive play. One of the other changes I'm particularly excited about is a quality of life update I've wanted to build since my first day on the job. When I joined the team, I was challenged to list the top 10 things I wanted to work on. Back then, we chose the ping system from that list, but today we're building my number
system's
one,
great.
and that's improved hero information. In a game about mastery like ours, equipping players with the knowledge they need to improve is one of the most useful services we can provide as developers. That's why we're adding detailed stats to the hero information screen that show damage, cooldowns, ranges,
more wiki.
and perks. Of course,
Very
Season
important
15
with
isn't
perks,
just
I
about
think.
competitive cosmetic updates. We're also tweaking stuff behind the scenes, think shop bundles and better ways to snag those jaw-dropping cosmetics. Season 15
I told
the
you
return
guys,
of loot
they're gonna
boxes.
cook.
You heard that right. Loot boxes are making a comeback. We're keeping it fun while being transparent about what's inside and the rate of various drops from opening each box. Oh, and guess what? They'll be available in the free
Somebody's
track and
screaming.
battle pass.
You guys
And of
hear that?
course, they'll also be in the weekly rewards where you can get loot boxes
Weekly
for just
rewards.
playing.
Throwback,
There are plenty
boys.
of ways
Back to the
earn
arcade
them.
wins. You guys remember?
We're really excited for the changes we've made in bringing these back, and hope you are too.
All right, hold tight. It keeps coming. We're
I'm
still
really
going.
excited to join you today to speak about what you can expect from events this year. One of the biggest ways the team has been exploring new ways to play Overwatch 2 is through 6v6 tests. This is something players have been asking about since we launched Overwatch 2 with 5v5, and Aaron has written a few extensive blogs on why the team made this switch. Things like pick rates, tank queue times, match stalemates, matches going on too long, sometimes made Overwatch feel like more of a slog than the fun it should have been. We want to find the absolute best way to make 6v6 with those concerns in mind. These limited time events are our way to really test how 6v6 in Overwatch 2 could work in the most fun, compelling ways possible when trying to address the various issues it used to face. This was a really great experiment for us, and we thank everyone that took part, jumped into the matches, and shared your feedback. We're still sifting through all of the in-game data, along with the mountain of feedback the team received across social media, forums, emails, and carrier pigeons. So look for an update on some key learnings in the coming weeks. Moving forward, we're going to be doing more of these, and in Season 15, we're pleased to announce 6v6 is getting its own competitive queue. This will be an open queue, but with a max of 2 tanks per team. Not all of our events are just purely to experiment and to try and test out new features. We're also running events because, let's be honest, they're simply fun. Obviously, we have to bring back the modes and events that everyone loves. In addition to the current return of Lunar New Year, we're bringing back April Fools. You'll hit the beach in Summer Games, and of course, face the horrors of Dr. Junkenstein this Halloween. Outside of those annual events, one of the most fun limited time modes we've worked on in a while has to be Overwatch Classic. This was a labor of love for those of us who have been immersed in this universe for almost 10 years. We started in November with the Overwatch 1 launch day patch. 21 heroes, original abilities, no hero limits or role locks. Then in January, we rolled out with the September 2017 Moth meta patch, introducing the original versions of Ana, Sombra,
This was more
Orisa,
fun
and
than the
Doomfist.
first one. As
But
broken
you
as
can't do
Doomfist
Overwatch
was.
Classic without the most notorious of Overwatch 1 periods. So coming in Season 15, we are bringing you Overwatch Classic GOATs. This was a ridiculously glorious time to play. You had 3 tanks and 3 supports dominating lineups. These won't be matches you'll go into thinking the key
Shut up,
headshot or
Tetris.
flanking play will make a difference. GOATs meta is a head-to-head battle, testing which team can be the most thoughtful and strategic in setting up the best combination of plays, the best use of dual
It's like
keys,
glorious, like
and of
World War
course,
I trench
dual ults.
warfare.
Communication will be key when jumping back to 2019
Nothing like
to see if you
gonorrhea
have
in
it
a
in you
hole
to
to make
be
you feel
the
good
GOAT.
about it. Love it. Dirt, sweat, sickness.
Today, we introduce an exciting new hero to our lineup. Meet Freya. Codenamed Windasher, she's the latest addition to Overwatch's roster, poised to help you elevate your game.
I think you
Freya
guys are gonna
hails
like
from
Freya.
the land of Denmark, where the winters are cold and apparently the bounty hunters are even colder. Freya was once Overwatch's most renowned
this what
search and
Jay
rescue
leaked?
operative, dedicated to saving lives. But when Overwatch disbanded, she put her skills towards a new purpose, bounty hunting. Now, she'll hunt down any target for the right price. Freya is a hero with a unique arsenal at her fingertips. Armed with an explosive crossbow and a cape that gives her serious airtime, Freya doesn't play by the rules. We think you'll love the new dynamic she brings to Overwatch. Whether you're the type to strategize, hit the ground running, or hover above it, she's got something for everyone. Test your foes with her explosive flare, or wrap them up like a gift with her bola. And if someone tries to flee, well, as Freya says, run or hide, it won't matter in the end. Freya's kit doesn't just aim to control the battlefield, it aims to own it. Unload a flurry of rapid-fire bolts with her rev-draw crossbow to keep the pressure on your enemies. Slow it down with Take Aim to line up the perfect shot and fire a high-speed, explosive bolt that will turn your targets into fireworks.
It's really fun.
Quick dash in any direction to reload your explosive bolt and leave your enemies in the dust. Launch yourself sky high with an updraft of wind and catch those rooftop campers or get a bird's eye view before you strike. And finally, snag an enemy with a bola shot. Wrap them up and pull in their unlucky teammates for the ultimate combo play. For those of you who love a challenge, Freya is going to test your
Some
skills
weapon
like never
synergy
before.
there.
Recognized internally as being one of the highest skill heroes in the game, Freya's kit demands precision and a steady, long-range
She's
aim.
hard.
Whether you want to dominate the battlefield or just float on the breeze, she's going to be the right bounty hunter
And she's
to
pretty
hire.
dynamic.
Now that we've shown you Freya, you probably want to know who the Season 18 hero will be. I think it's fitting
Yeah,
to
no-
give you
no
a sneak
low-skill
peek
DPS
at Hero
heroes.
44. Codenamed Aqua, this Chinese water wielder has one of the most
Also
unique
really
ability
fun.
sets that we have ever developed. You'll learn more about him later this year. And before then, get ready for the Freya Hero
No
Trial
leaks.
coming later in Season 15.
No
Keep
leaks.
following the Overwatch 2 team on social media and our website. We'll release more hero comics and continue to share regular updates on balance changes for all of your favorite heroes.
Very unique as well. Very unique.
Season 16 is launching in April and is going to be another massive season. In addition to a new hero, theme, and some fun events, we have something extra special that has been in the works for a long time. Welcome to Stadium, the ultimate battleground for
You
strategy,
guys get ready for cooking
teamwork,
here. Get ready
and
for cooking.
hero evolution.
You're being warned.
Stadium is the biggest game mode we've made since Overwatch 1 was first released in 2016. TLDR, this mode is awesome. It's Overwatch gameplay like you've never seen before. Fast-paced rounds, nail-biting 5v5 matches, and a best-of-7 system designed to push every player's limits. This is the arena where you don't just outplay the enemy, you outthink and outbuild them too. Here's the twist. Mods. Each round, you'll earn coins based on how you and your team perform. Use these to unlock and customize abilities for
Check
your
that out,
hero.
boys.
Choose from mods that boost survivability, like extra armor, amplify attacks with shorter cooldowns, or even add game-changing abilities.
Just straight up deadlock.
Stadium is packed with transformative powers and strategic encounters that enhance the hero fantasy well beyond anything we've released. This also includes the option to choose how you play in either a first-person or an entirely new third-person perspective from which to see more of the battlefield and your modifications in action. To go into detail and really showcase what Stadium is all about, I'm thrilled to introduce Dylan Snyder and, of course, the one and only Dion Rogers.
What's up, Aaron?
Thank you so much, Aaron. Wow, this is crazy.
Can you believe we're in Watch Point Gibraltar?
Yes, let's talk strategy. Reaper flying, like literally flying, I'm serious, through the air to take down a pesky demon. Or Mercy enchanting a teammate to auto-res on death. The choice is totally yours, so build wisely.
That was
what works
so
as
well
an edge
done.
in one round might be the difference maker in the next. You'll be upgrading your hero until they're so powerful that Aaron has no choice but to make you the game director. You become a walking fortress by going all in on armor, or roast your enemy's shields faster and more mercilessly than Dion roasts me every day for not knowing anything about obscure 1970s jazz. Because why not?
And visually, we've revamped everything from the ground up, creating a new user
Basically,
experience
think
layout to make
Junkenstein's
navigating
Revenge
your mods simple and fun.
on crack.
The fresh layout and intuitive icons transform strategy into art, giving you the arsenal to power up your hero as you progress through intense matches. Incorporating an intricate mod system, each choice you make is a step towards strategic dominance. Early in the game, you'll invest in affordable mods that lay a solid foundation for your team, giving you an immediate but modest boost. As the match heats up, you'll unlock access to more expensive and oh-so-satisfying mods that pack a serious punch, turning the tide in your favor. Each power-up is complemented by incredible visual effects, dynamically interacting with your actions to maximize the awesome feel of impact and intensity.
It's not Rip Deadlock. It's different. We'll talk about it.
Your currency. So how and when you spend could be the key to victory. It's all about crafting the best version of your hero at the right moment.
In addition to mods you can buy, you'll also unlock even more powerful traits that won't cost you anything. Traits are meant to be defining aspects of your play expression, so we're making sure that they feel appropriately transformative.
I encourage you to pause and look at these later.
You may remember us teasing some of these in events like Trials of Sanctuary or Junkenstein's Laboratory. As Reinhardt, you can focus on improving your barrier, taking away the movement penalty while it's raised, and allowing him to activate it while charging. As Soldier 76, become a utility healer for your team while improving your biotic field by increasing its range, attaching it to yourself, and buffing the attack speed of allies that stand in its radius. Or as Kiriko, embrace your true nature as a dive DPS by improving your health and damage resistance while gaining the ability to teleport to allies and enemies.
With 7 rounds, Stadium features a variety of maps and game modes. There will be a mix of modified versions of existing maps, such as a quicker Hanaoka Clash round, as well as new push maps with final artwork to be unveiled in the coming months.
Stadium launches in Season 16.
Still seeing Deadlock at home?
We see it as more than just a new mode. It's a long-term evolution. Each season will bring updates, new heroes, and possibly even alternate modes, like Payload Race or Paintball. And hey, while this mode is already big, it's just the beginning of empowering you to build the best hero you can.
We'll be keeping a close eye on your feedback and continue to find ways to involve this
Notice
mode
there's a limited
into
cast
the
here
biggest and
at the
best
start.
it could be.
We're planning to kick things off with 14 core heroes, carefully selected to ensure balance and competitive play, with more heroes being regularly added over time, which will allow you to keep working each season on what is the best hero build to help you win.
There will also be additional maps, modes, and features regularly added over time, keeping things fresh and competitive.
Stay tuned as we reveal more details in the coming months. Stadium isn't just a new way to play, it's a new way to dominate. Get ready to strategize, customize, and rise. Season 16 is just around the corner. See you there.
See you there.
So that's season after next. Yeah, it's very similar to like the MOBA-esque kind of thing, but there's a big emphasis on silly and fun.
And I'm thrilled to brag about
It's
my
just
team's hard
crazy.
work.
Big
Earlier
crazy
today, you saw a brief
foolishness.
glimpse of Season 15, but let's dive a bit deeper.
So
Our
if you like
Season 15
Deadlock,
Mythic skin
you'll
is
probably
for
still play
Zenyatta.
Deadlock. but
Zenyatta will have heavenly
yeah.
visual effects and sound effects to
It's
complement
pretty
his
intense.
godly ascension.
Honestly,
Our concept
that
artist
skin is
jumped
great.
on this one. She
I
was
really
really
love this
inspired
skin.
by the
This skin
Golden
is
Dragon
gorgeous.
Kishu, and the team rallied to make sure that we brought her vision to life in a way that felt specific and authentic. Our fifth mythic weapon is for Widowmaker, coming out at Season 15 mid-cycle. We wanted something that truly embodied Widowmaker's hero fantasy, and our concept artist took that literally.
No!
I don't have favorites, but if I did, the theme for our Season 16 mythics is
We're
very
complaining
near
that
and dear to
we
my
don't want to
heart.
encourage Widowmaker
The team has been
players
waiting
anymore than we
forever
already
to
are.
put our spin
Yeah,
on
usually,
the
yeah.
beloved
So we might have to
Maho Shodown
cancel the
genre.
mythic weapon.
I'm
Sorry.
so excited to introduce
Yeah, sorry.
Doki Watch, which pits the heroes of Heart against the Hollow Hearts. Doki Watch retains core elements of the magical girl aesthetic and blends them with the sleek technology of Overwatch. Our heroes' Magitech weapons
Megan's
are
gonna get out
empowered
right
by
on
their
that.
animal familiars to fight
are
against
sick.
the Hollow
These are
Hearts
sick
and their
weapons.
looming threat of woe. Tiny sharks, a fox, a cat, and even mischievous bunnies are ready to fight by your side. They're cute, they're fierce, and they'll make your heart doki doki. When it was time to pick the leader
My
of the
hates.
Heroes of Heart,
They're
the
gonna make
choice
bank
was
on that.
obvious. Mars's favorite daughter gets a splash of pink in her mythic skin.
Oh my
Yuna's
gosh.
radiance spreads hope wherever she goes,
This is-
making her extremely powerful in
This
the
is
fight
funding.
against woe. Her skin features her magical shark companions, Deimos and Phobos, named for the moons of Mars. Personally, I'm partial to the pastel yellow Doki Princess, but villain enthusiasts will love her
No, we
crafty
cannot
look
get
too.
Doki Doki.
But
guys.
don't worry, Mercy Mains. I've got you covered. She's getting the Season 16 mythic weapon.
Oh
At
my
mid-season, the
gosh.
ridiculously cute Elios joins the fight. I'm not going to say much because I think the concept really speaks for itself. He's just a little guy.
Holy crap.
Since Overwatch 2 was
holy
released,
crap.
players have been asking for a mythic for this hero. She's a little bit of extra work for my team specifically, but it was time to make it happen.
just
Our
an
Season
infinite money
17 mythic
generator.
skin is for Diva. We hope she lives up to
Oh
your
no,
expectations.
another infinite money
For her
generator.
mythic, Diva will take on the spiritual
Oh my
aura of South
gosh.
Korea's national animal, the Siberian tiger. She'll have customizable hairstyles on the pilot, as well as a pink and an
Holy
Empire Red
crap,
colorway,
guys.
so you can style her however you want. Season
It's
17 will
just
also
infinite
feature
money.
Reaper's mythic weapon, designed to capture the allure of corruption. We asked our concept artist to make something edgy, and he really did deliver. With distinct
Malga
weapons
nipple
for each
tassels,
hand,
the
they
mythic
reflect
weapon.
Reaper's duality, his descent from beloved Overwatch commander
Ooh.
to feared talent agent. Oh, and one last thing. While we aren't quite ready to reveal them yet, throughout the upcoming year, we have some very exciting collaborations. But there's one coming in
Ooh.
Season 15 that me and my girlies can give a slight reveal to.
Hello, we are the Seraphim. We're so excited to announce our second collaboration with Overwatch 2. Woo!
Oh,
There will be brand new in-game skins and cosmetics coming this March. We can't wait to reveal all the details, so stay tuned for more information. See you all in-game soon. Bye!
I give up. You can. I give up. I know I'm beat. It's over. It's fine.
Hi gamers, this is Bailey from the Overwatch
I give
Esports
up.
team. Something new is
I
always
give
coming to
up.
Overwatch, and Overwatch Esports is no different.
Y'all
We've tweaked
win.
our competitive formats a bit to provide you all the things that you actually care about. More things to play in, more matches to watch, more coverage of your favorite players, drops to earn, and some awesome dynamic gameplay.
I talked with
through the
Bailey
addition
last night
of hero
actually
bands, which we've
about
never done
some
before. We just
implementation
wrapped
of
up
some
our
stuff.
inaugural 2024 season at DreamHack Stockholm this November, where Team
We talked more
Falcons
about
from
like the
OWCS
evolution of
Korea
where things are
took home the
going.
win.
So
We're
we'll see how it goes.
really excited for the future of OWCS to provide the most accessible competitive environment that we have ever had. Want to know though how the OWCS is getting even better in 2025? We're going from 2 to 3 stages and live events bringing you 3 events across the world to even more players. We're doubling the gameplay that we're
Oh, shit,
providing
where it's me,
and
so-
the number of broadcasts.
Yeah.
We're introducing
Inflate
Face
my
It links to our
pectorals just a little
ecosystem and integrating it directly into OWCS, making it easier to follow and providing more chances to compete and have some fun with your friends. Additionally, we're adding a new tournament phase to the competition through a promotion relegation tournament, allowing more chances to qualify and new exciting stakes to
How
your
the heck do I
matches.
do a poll?
On top of that, we're introducing a
slash
team
poll.
partner program, bringing some iconic esports
No, I'm not
brands
back to coaching.
OWCS across
It's more
our different
consulting on
regions.
how they're doing bans.
We'll be supporting a
I gave
bunch of
initial
in-game
feedback for the
items
current round
that
of
you can
bans they have in
purchase
OWCS.
so you can rep your favorite
and
team,
we're still trying to
and
find out
the
how they
proceeds
can
go directly
evolve.
to support those teams and players.
Nice.
This year,
how
we are
we can like
also
evolve
welcoming
bans to
a
be a
few
better
new
viewer
regions to
experience and
OWCS.
also better for the teams
We know
as well,
how
because I think there's some
incredibly
room for
passionate
growth and
our players
experimentation with the way
in
they're doing
China
it right now.
and Australia are for esports. With the return of Overwatch 2 to China, we're excited to welcome those players to OWCS with their own dedicated region to compete in. And our players in Australia are going to be joining the Pacific sub-region in OWCS Asia. We've introduced rank-based divisions to Face It and calling out heroes that just make matches more fair, competitive, and fun. The OWCS
Bans have been great in
2025
OWCS
season
though
is
right
kicking
now.
off
It's been
right
so much
now.
fun to watch.
Head to our channels or
It's a shame
website
that
to find the schedule
esports
so
is
you
like
don't miss
not
a
as
single
big
match.
in the community right
Then
now because
you
it's
can
actually
tune in
so
to
much
earn
more fun to
awesome
watch.
viewership rewards, sharing your
If you
favorite
guys haven't
players and
watched how
teams,
bans have been
or
like the matches,
learn a thing or
it's
two about
really
your favorite
fun.
hero. We hope to see you there.
Sick, y'all. Man, this was so freaking much to talk about.
Getting to be a part of this amazing team of brilliant developers, artists, engineers, and more, as we've evolved Overwatch together with all of you, has been one of the highlights of my career. We are so excited about all that has been shown today, but we didn't even touch on so many more great updates coming your way. Throughout the rest of this year, we are going to roll out numerous quality of life changes, such as map voting, and as Gavin mentioned, hero bans. We also didn't even touch on what is one of the most impactful changes coming later this year, more map reworks. There will be reworks of both original Flashpoint maps, Suravasa, and New Junk City.
That's crazy,
We
actually.
also are working on major
definitely think
reworks
there's
to
some room for
another
growth there.
batch of classic maps, so you have to stay tuned as we share those details. And
I think
that's
all the
not
map
even
reworks have been
all
good.
for maps. A new Atlantic Arcology map is
Oh.
also coming to the game.
Whoa.
And a new Tokyo map. We have so much planned to share with you throughout the year.
There's a
More
couple of things in
details,
Suravasa I'd change.
more
I'll
content,
talk about it later.
more ways to experience Overwatch. It is our goal to keep exploring and delivering new fun ways to play Overwatch than we've ever done before. I cannot wait to show you what this team has been working on. Thank you for the hours and hours of dedication you all give to this game. We are thrilled to keep working with you through feedback and engagement on growing what we do to improve Overwatch 2. I hope you all have a fantastic time when these changes start rolling out in just a few weeks with Season 15. Now let's go make a great game.
There's so much to talk about. Like, I can't even break it down. Like, we're gonna try to go through each detail and share with you what I can share. I believe we're gonna be showing some of the stuff in a little bit here. But in the meantime, I guess we can kind of go back and talk about it. I guess we can kind of just go down the list and I can share what I can here. Perk system, I think we're gonna be able to show that a little bit later. We'll go more in detail on that. There's definitely a set of parameters that I'm expecting from perks. I mean, it's the big one, right? My question, like, they've talked a lot about how they want to implement systems that increase the depth and skill ceiling of a lot of characters. And the question is what is the implementation of going to be like that? Like, is there going to be interesting skill choices? Is it going to be free value without really changing how you play the character? I think on the more cynical side, there's going to be a lot of like tweaks necessary for that, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's put it that way. And I don't think it's going to change like the competitive integrity of the game. We're just going to have to see how it's implemented. They're taking risks, and we've known that that's going to be the case. And it's certainly, if nothing else, no matter how you feel about perks from like a competitive standpoint, they're going to be a lot of fun. Like I was able to play test some of the perk stuff and give some feedback early on. And some of them were really good. Some of them were really like, I know, like I know people are like, oh, Torbjorn turret, right? But the wall turrets, like stuff like this actually opens up so many things that you can do with turret, like thoughtful, like mid-fight placement stuff, which is like really, really cool. And those are the kind of perks that I want to emphasize on. What I'm planning to do is, if we end up having it on stream today, I assume we will, but I'm not sure. I'll go through each perk. We'll talk about what I like, what I don't like. We'll obviously play test, but I really want to give you guys like the full picture of like what we're like. You guys are here for a reason. You're not here just to see gameplay. We're gonna break down the theory, what is good, what is bad, what should be on paper good, what should be on paper bad, and then obviously like you guys are gonna have to play test it and tell me what you think, really. But in terms of depth, like this is gonna add a little bit more ceiling, a little bit more depth, and a little bit more counterplay in more situations, right? Like a different perks for different situations, right? And in terms of the execution and the details of the perks, I don't really want to go into detail of that. I think you guys will see that in a little bit, so we'll kind of see how it is. But honestly, like it's a really high risk, high reward choice, and I think it's going to come down to the execution, like it was with everything, like it is with every new system in this game. It just comes down to the execution. Yuzno, thank you for the sub, and Juju as well. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. Have I played Freya yet? Yes, I have played Freya. I'm not gonna talk as much because I don't know if Freya is gonna be available for the test today, but Freya is really fun. There's been a couple of tweaks since I play tested Freya, but she's pretty challenging. There's no real, I mean, as it is with all new heroes, she might just be overtuned, but like the actual like ceiling and floor of the character is like not easy. Like so. And I can tell you that Aqua has like a pretty creative kit. Like I think like, I mean, there's just more good characters, guys. Like the hero design team is like, they're cooking. Like they're really cooking. It's obviously not ever going to be Rivals release schedule, but like there's some really unique ideas. Midweaver, think of the subscription, and that's all I can really say about that. So that's awesome. I think the perks are going to be like the big high risk, high reward thing. That's something that I'm going to probably analyze the crap out of moving forward, especially because it is going to be in the base game. So we're going to have to really take a careful look at how it's implemented. You know, to what scale, what's good, what's bad, what heroes work, what heroes don't work. My suspicion is that it's going to feel really good for characters that are well designed and going to feel really bad for characters that are kind of clunky, right? So we're really going to have to kind of see how that goes. Slim Shaders, think of the subscription. I know there's going to be a lot of skepticism around perks because it is a new flashy thing, but it is like one of those things where it's like it's new content and it's a new idea and they're trying out new things. So I'm always more open to that idea if there's a good reason for it, and I think there is a good reason for it. I'm going to be the first guy that's going to call it out if I think something is not implemented well, or if I think certain perks are really lazy or really not lazy, but like not well implemented, imbalanced, provide free value to the player, or lazy to the player, and we'll talk about that. Like you guys are gonna know I'm gonna call a strike, I'm gonna call a ball when I see it, and so I think it's gonna be on a perk by perk basis. 6v6 ranked mode is really good. That's gonna be really good for the quality of the test. We do know that 6v6, the more time I've been spending around here and play testing and talking to people, there are a lot of 6v6ers on the team, as Aaron has said. So it's going to continue to be tested. It's going to continue to be, I mean, that's something that they're keeping a careful eye on. And I don't know what the plan is. I don't think anybody in the team right now knows like what the plan is moving forward, but they do know that they're going to continue to test and be open to the idea. I don't want to talk about the perks, how the perks are implemented. I think you'll just have to see it in game. But there's a bit of a progression system, but it's not like mobile game progression system. It's really simple, like really easy, really fast. Really doesn't like it's not disruptive in any way, shape, or form, because that was really important to me. It doesn't feel like that different. It's just Overwatch. Can I show it to us? I will in a bit. Yeah. Skin's fine. Okay, so I guess we can talk about like the rewards are sick. The rank things are sick. Like this is just a lot of this is like new stuff, but also going back to stuff that was good before, and now we're kind of going back. So it's like both a progression and a regression back to things that were good about the original game. I'm still partial to the original rank designs. I don't know if it's just associative or not, but I think they looked a lot more attractive and a lot more unique. But it's still awesome to see like having the little borders is also really cool as well. What was the question here? How do you level up over time? It's not, I think you just play the game. We'll talk about it in a little bit though. Is there a full complete MMR reset? I don't believe so. I think what was talked about in the director's take is that there were way too few people in GM as opposed to back in Overwatch 1. there's like I think 3 or 4 times harder. And so they're trying to shift the bell curve back to be a little bit more accessible. Like all the GM players on like season 9, season 10, season 8, they're all like Masters 4 now, Masters 3. Like it went from too easy to being like too hard. So that's why they're kind of doing the rank reset plus with the new changes to perks. So I'm fine with rank resets like that, as long as there's like a reason for shifting the bell curve or competitive system shift. So bans, they didn't talk about how the bans are implemented, so I'm not going to talk about that. But some of you guys are going to hate me because I did give a lot of feedback about the implementation of bans, and I was very much so in support of bans. I'm not going to say any more than that because they didn't say any more in the premiere, but I was on consultation for the implementation of the ban system. So either you're welcome or I'm sorry, depending on which side of the fence that you're on. But I can tell you that they are very sensitive to the concept of like making sure that you have control over your lobby, what's being played. And I think that's obviously like really important to the team there. So yeah. All set? I'm not sure. I can pull up BattleNet if you want me to. Here. Yeah, give me 1 second, chat. Hang on. All right, we're back. Got it? Okay, we're good. Yeah, they were trying to figure out which account I have on because we're on a playtesting account for the public test, so they were trying to find out which account I'm on. So yeah, I don't want to talk about the implementation of bans right now. I think it's going to be well done. Big thing for me with bans was like the feeling of control in your lobby and being able to feel like you can have impact in your games, not just in terms of like a balanced state, because that's not that important, but being able to highlight and deal with problems as selective. And I also think there's a huge opportunity to know which characters are being targeted with bans, and they're going to be able to collect those stats and be able to use that information here. I don't want to talk about the implementation of bans. I really don't want to talk about the implementation of bans if it's not public knowledge, but I can tell you that every question that you have concerned about bans, about like, are they going to see your names? Are they going to see maps? Am I going to be targeted? Are they going to target me as a streamer? Are they going to know I'm a one trick and they target me? All those concerns, they are aware of them. So like, I can promise you that the system, when they announce it, will be factoring in those. So yeah, that's all I can tell you right there. So I guess we can keep going here. Cosmetic stuff, I didn't really know a lot of this, so that's really cool. It's really exciting. Very cool stuff. Freya's really fun. It's really hard. I can't talk as much about Aqua, but I think you guys will like Aqua as well. Do you know if Perks will go into comp and date? I assume so, yeah. I assume so. Yeah. Perks are in the game. Like, they're in the freaking game. She's in the game. Yeah, okay, I'll tell you this, guys. I will say this. Freya's not a one-shot character. I'll tell you this. So, like, don't worry. She's not Widow, basically. So you're not going to, like, oh, no, another sniper AFK. Like, I mean, she obviously has range to her kit, but I can tell you that much. Yeah, beyond that, I think we're gonna be play tested today. So let's talk a little bit about Stadium. So this is basically, I assume, I don't really know this, but where a lot of like the PvE assets and ideas kind of went to into like a productive state. And obviously, like, I think that with the popularity of like things like Junkenstein's Revenge and so on, like they have all these cool things that people really like playing for fun. And they're using it here, and along with, I think, lessons about the value of third person in terms of flexing your skins and stuff from rivals. It's going to be used here. And I think, like, as somebody that is a very competitive player, I mean, you guys know I was a huge fan of Junkenstein. Junkenstein's Lab. I played a lot more of it than I thought I would, just because there's so much variety and so many silly, fun things that you could do. It felt like the same thing that I enjoyed initially with Rivals and still do enjoy. A lot of people enjoy with Rivals. So people are making like the Deadlock comparison here, and I think that's kind of fair with the way it's structured. But in a lot of ways, it's kind of similar to Rivals, where it's going to be just like it's going to be a priority on fun, right? Just very fun, very silly, like crazy builds that you can do. I'm hoping it's not too much of a slog fest here. I haven't actually play tested this, but like looking at like the health pools, like damage is going to go crazy. You guys remember how it was with Junkenstein's Lab, but I mean, there's going to be so much more, but there's just going to be a lot of really crazy, really weird things that you could do, I think. So I'm really looking forward to that. Gavin, are you here to talk to me?
Yeah.
All right, so you tell me, we're just going through the list of things here.
Does this work?
You should. I think you have to pop it down.
Yeah. Test. Check.
Test. Yeah. Chat. Can you hear clearly? Hang on. Let me pull up.
Should I
Chat.
actually be on camera?
Yeah.
Sure.
You showed up on stream and everybody just started swooning on the video earlier. So, so everyone was freaking out.
Hello.
So I think a crash list of what topics are available for discussion would be awesome.
I mean, the stuff I worked on is obviously where my expertise is.
Sure.
So I didn't work on Stadium. I'll say that.
Okay.
So like I can speak to it having play tested it, but like
Sure.
not as like a designer on it.
Right. Okay. So no Stadium. Bans.
Yeah, we can talk about bans.
How the implementation of bans, how it's done?
Sure, yeah. So we're building it now.
Okay.
We have been building it for quite a while, actually. But like the basics are that it's a ranked choice system. So a lot of ban systems have a turn order. So your team would take a turn, then the other enemy team would take a turn. That's how most games work.
Right.
This isn't like that. So this is you're making 3 choices. You're saying this is the hero I want to ban the most, the second most, and the third most.
Okay. So you're choosing 3 characters. Each person chooses 3 characters on a tier list of like, this is the character I really don't want to game.
I hate Somber the most, et cetera, et cetera.
But if the first one is like, I guess, prioritized.
Exactly. It's a prioritized ranked choice system.
Okay.
So what that means is it gives us extreme speed because there is no turns. There is no taking turns. Everybody does this within a period of like 20 to 30 seconds, and then we just fire it off. And then basically all the choices are made based on the votes of each team.
Right.
And the bans happen. And so we're currently thinking 4 bans in total, so 2 for each team.
Okay.
And we don't expect there to be many ties. We do have some tiebreaker conditions in the event that they happen.
Sure.
But so then we're working on a favorite hero phase 2. We're trying to make that happen.
Ooh. Okay. So like protected hero kind of.
Not a protect. Sorry.
Not protect.
Basically you're just choreographing to your team. Like,
so
hey,
telling please don't ban this.
You
I'm
can
really
say
good
that,
at this
although
character.
that is not actually protect. To be clear. So
it is not a protect, but it's like a camaraderie or collaboration potentially.
Yeah, it is
like,
an
hey,
opportunity to talk. Obviously, some people, if you tell your team you're going to play a hero that is considered very weak, then maybe they'll ban your hero to prevent you from playing it.
I get it.
But like, so that's the basics.
So the concept here is that when you say 2 per team, it means that each player is choosing 3, and then you combine all of the voting from that one team.
That's right.
And you pick the top 2 from that team.
That's right, exactly.
And then the enemy team does the same thing. And what if there is a common selection? Like what if both teams ban Widowmaker?
Yeah, that's good to bring up. So let's say, okay, so there's actually technically behind the scenes, it's going to happen instantly for the player, but there is an order of operations.
Right.
And the order of operations is whichever team voted for a hero the most. So let's say one team picks Widowmaker for all their first choices.
Right. So it gets like 25 points.
It's like
whatever.
a lot of points toward the they hate that hero the most. And then the other team has not as much of a hive mind. They disagree on that. So we would, in that case, we would say the team that all did that with Widowmaker, they're actually first technically. So they fire off first, and their 2 bans happen.
Right.
Well, actually, that's not true. It's actually more like some board game stuff you've
seen
before.
Of course.
It goes that they become the first team, and then they ban Widowmaker, and then the other team becomes the second team, and then their 2 bans happen, and then you go back to the first team.
Okay, so it's like a wrap. It's like 1, 2, 3. Then back to 4. So you'd say, okay, you guys ban Widowmaker. We go to you. Oh, you guys also ban Widowmaker. So what's your second choice?
What's your second choice? Exactly.
What's your second choice? Okay, we'll ban that. Okay, what's your third choice? Okay, we'll go back to you. Your fourth. Wait, your 4th choice is the same as their
and
third.
We could
so
get
we'll
all the way
to
down to 10th choice or something potentially.
Right.
Because if there's high, a big disagreement between like.
Can you talk to each other in voice? Like,
yes.
Okay, so you can collaborate with your
voice
team during the
text.
ban phase.
Yes, you can.
Okay, that's great to know. Yeah, so basically, all the numbers aside, the 4 most disliked characters are going to be banned, essentially. 2 for each team. There's like all the fancy systems are basically there just to make it work.
To make the most votes count.
To make it consistent.
Yeah, to make it respect the most total votes.
So
and
there's not really a gimmick to the system. There's no way to game it. You vote for who you don't want to play.
We don't think there's a way to game it. We've thought about that a lot, and it is
You'll
a concern.
have to test it.
Yeah,
we'll have to play it.
We've done paper play tests already, actually, but but the system is still in progress.
Okay, in terms of the map, you do see the map first before you choose the man.
That's right.
But you don't see who's on the enemy team.
That's correct.
So you can't like target one trick.
We are avoiding targeted bans. That's right.
Okay, so you can't go, oh, we're playing versus so-and-so. They're a Lucio one trick. We're going to ban Lucio.
Yeah.
Because I know that's a big problem in some other games.
Yeah. I mean, so some people like that. Some people don't like that. This is like a divisive topic. My take on it is, I don't know if you've ever seen this. I'm a pretty big George Carlin fan. He had this interview with Larry King where he was talking about comedy and the way that he really likes comedy that punches up at the powerful.
Yeah.
And that's the way I feel about hero bans too.
Sure.
I think that hero bans should punch up at the strong things and they should not punch down.
Right.
And a lot of targeted bans would punch down. They would be like, I'm going to ban your hero just because you play it, not because it's strong. Or
it becomes more a personal thing rather than a competitive thing.
Exactly. And so I want people to ban the strong or annoying heroes, basically. And so that's why it's this way.
So when you're punching up, you're basically saying, okay, Hazard's OP, let's ban Hazard, or Widow's OP on this map, let's ban Widowmaker, or even just a personal preference. It's something that's more, I guess, for lack of a better term, objective in that regard. You got a question here?
Yeah, there's a question. What if you only choose one to ban? Then you just don't. You can do that.
So in fact, you don't have to choose.
You don't have to choose anything. You could just choose nothing.
Okay.
You can just lock in, and then your team is going to choose.
Sure.
And that means it's technically possible to ban fewer than 4 heroes because if no one votes, if everyone were to just lock in,
there's a strategy here. Because what if you go into a game and you're like, I'm an Ana player most of the time on a map. There's not a lot of things that quote unquote counter me. I'm good at dealing with everything.
Sure.
You could use the strategy, be like, hey, I'm gonna let you guys play what you don't want to what I want, because I'm Mr. Flexible. I can deal with any threat.
If you're
and so
flexible.
you prioritize maybe the more weaker players in your team, like you got a Widow one trick,
right?
Or you didn't know that, but you like let them prioritize the bans.
And you could have asked them that, but a lot of people are just going to not say anything.
Of course.
Or maybe they don't even know. Yeah.
Right. So if you don't have to, you can actually let your teammates handle the banning if you want. If you want to let them optimize things.
Yep. That's right.
awesome. Or if you're a one trick, obviously, like your banning matters more. So,
right. Exactly. Yeah.
That's fascinating. Now, I guess the question is why. Now, I've always been a proponent of hero bans, at least in the last several months, seeing it implemented in other games and just seeing how it adds competitive complexity at the pro level. But obviously, maybe in bronze, it's not as competitively complex because, you can play anything to get out of bronze. Okay. So then why are we implementing it? Are we implementing it at every rank?
We are.
Every rank. Okay.
Yeah, we're giving it to everybody in competitive.
So why? What's the psychology behind this?
Basically, we think that if you want to play the game competitively, we want to trust you with this ability to make decisions. We don't want... So, like, I guess my counter question is, like, what is the advantage to taking it away from the bronze player? Is would you say that they haven't earned it? Because, like... I think there's this sort of there's this fallacy in argument where people are like, well, they don't know what to ban. Okay,
right.
It's funny to say that to me because like a lot of the time our highest ranked players also don't know what to ban.
Right.
They think the strongest thing is one thing when in reality it's another.
Right.
And so like a lot of ranks are wrong about what's best. So if the highest ranked players are going to be wrong, then why not let the bronze players be wrong and make their choices? You know? Because here's the thing. I've said this on your stream before, but like there are many versions of the truth. Like the bronze truth is not the same as the grandmaster truth.
True.
You know, like here's an example. On console, D.Va has a much higher win rate. And so like if you're a console player, banning D.Va is a lot more logical than it is on PC, and that's your shard, your version of the truth, and it's correct to ban D.Va in some situations on console. So like
it's a regional problem too.
It's a region. There's a region. Yeah, exactly. So that's why, by the way, we're gonna have telemetry for which heroes are banned, which region they're banned in, which platform they're banned in, which rank they're banned in. So like looking at like there are so many versions of the truth, right?
It's not just competitive balance either. It's also kind of like if you are a Genji player and you really don't want to play versus Moira in your game,
Right.
You have that potential.
You have
impact.
that potential, and maybe it's like the 4th choice or something, but it can still totally happen.
It's still
4.
Yeah, I mean, you could reduce your chances of playing versus that character by a significant amount. If you're a Reinhardt player, and obviously Orisa we know is not really that strong, but still playing Reinhardt into Orisa is probably not the most enjoyable experience. So it's not just about competitive integrity so much as like competitive quality, enjoying what you're doing.
And it's a strategic option, right? Like it's like making the game deeper on that layer.
Sure.
Which does mean that ultimately, you know, it's we're saying it does affect MMR, right? Because like I think we'll see situations where people ban bad heroes that are annoying. You know, there will be people that choose to do that, and I think those people will probably drop in rank in some cases.
That's
interesting. If they like consistently don't ban the strong things, and then they also don't play the strong things, but they just ban things they didn't like. You know,
but would you prefer to be lower rank and enjoy that experience?
That's a great question. That's like a high level philosophical question, right? It's like, would it be better to be lower rank? Yeah. Maybe it would. I think it offers a lot of options. It also offers novelty. This is one thing that I really personally didn't see when I was thinking about ban systems early on, was like the fact that it does have the potential to make games pretty different. And in a ranked choice system where there will be 4, I don't think, I mean, obviously one of the worries you have as a designer is like the same things are banned every game, and that you just create like this second order meta where it's like, okay, these 4 heroes don't exist, you know? But I don't think that will happen in a world where, well, again, different versions of reality, you know, different platforms.
Well, what happens is if you prioritize the second order meta kind of becomes meta.
Right.
Well, then the problem is then people also get tired of that second order meta, and eventually
then
it balances
the first order
it
bounces
back.
Right. Yeah,
so
exactly.
we end up, it's kind of forced variety, whether you want it or not.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think there are, I mean, from my conversations with competitive players, I really feel like that additional variety, that novelty within the context of the match is pretty valuable. So obviously, you know, we're going to be listening to player feedback, right? So like one of the great things, and another great thing about ranked choice other than speed, is the fact that we can change things behind the scenes without having to rebuild the UI. So it's like, you know, you can make those choices and it's like, did the first choice count for too much? Ooh, did we not like the tiebreaker condition? Ooh, you know, like all that stuff can be changed without like rebuilding the visuals.
It's the same system visually, but behind the scenes you can make tweaks
change those
to
rules.
Fix it.
Yeah. So, you know, it'll be our, I'm excited for the rules I've written, but like, I'm sure I'll be wrong about something.
Yeah, I think you just have to test it. But I'm excited. I mean, I don't know how many of chats, I was talking about this earlier, have watched OWCS, and even though we pretty much consistently see at least one hazard ban pretty much every single map, there's still a lot of competitive variety. There's been a lot of forced innovation, is what I like to call it, where players are forced to innovate and go, oh, wow, this is actually pretty good. Like we've been seeing some Symmetra Torbjorn at the highest level of play, right? Which is really creative. I think people are also learning that Juno Lucio works really well with Hazard as opposed to just Kiriko. So there's a lot of variety, which I think is really good. Chat, do you have any major questions that haven't been addressed here?
There's a good point here. Some characters are going to be banned based on map alone, and that's a reason why we're showing the map, right? Like it's just a fact of Overwatch that hero win rates are basically plus or minus 10% based on the map, which is massive. It's a massive swing. It's like picking the right hero in the right location is a really, really big deal.
I think people are going to learn that, and I actually think that's really good for the community, because I think a lot of our perceptions about counterpicking, even the tank problem of counterpicking, were heavily swayed by a lack of understanding of map priority and how you can't play Winston or Roadhog, but it's Gibraltar. Yes, you can, right? And so people are going to realize, wow, every time I ban this character in this map, like if I think about we were to ban Widow, whatever, on Junkertown, Ashe on Junkertown, I think about the number of DPS characters that all of a sudden become viable. Like you're quadrupling the amount of characters that you can play on that map. So not that Widow would get banned on that map every time, but if she does, now all of a sudden you can run the entire cast, right? Which is, I mean, that's such a nice breath of fresh air, I think.
I should mention another thing. Sorry,
please.
I forgot to mention. We're currently thinking we're only banning 2 of a role per phase.
So max 2. You can't ban
4 tanks is not an option. Even though I think that would happen if we didn't have that special rule. But that's again one of those rules that could change over time. Maybe players tell us we do want to be able to ban 4 tanks, but the thing we worry about with that is banning out someone completely. Like you know, we don't want a situation, and that's my biggest worry about it in like the lower ranks, is like the lower the rank, generally the fewer the heroes are played, you know, by an individual player. So you know, as rank increases, the number of heroes that they play goes up quite a lot, because swapping is so powerful, you know. So
you don't want to have like Roadhog is banned, Orisa's banned, Wrecking Ball's banned, Zarya's banned, and this guy's like, what do I play?
Yeah, and
like,
it's, well, I mean, you look at our support and tank cast. If you ban 4 of them, you've taken a major chunk out of both of those lineups. You know,
right?
So that's why we're currently thinking 2 max per role.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, so basically, most ban tank, second most ban tank, and then if the next is tank, then we're going to skip to the next DPS or support essentially.
Right. Yes.
Okay, so there's some limitations.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any other questions in here with bans that we haven't discussed about. Are
bans selected per sub-level or control of the map overall? So like in control, it would be just for the map.
Just for the entire map.
There's not like a separate ban phase.
Makes sense. That would be tedious, I feel.
Yeah. I'm going to stay banning Sombra. I'm sure you will not be alone.
Yes. What if every single player picks a different hero to ban? That would be like astronomically unlikely. But
then we'd have to go to the tiebreakers. Yeah, this person asked if only tanks are banned, then would the other team get no bans? So what would happen is if only tanks are banned, the first team with the most tank bans would get their ban, and then the second team would get their ban.
So it'd be total
There would be 2, and then no other bans would occur. That's
but again,
right. So
very
you would
unlikely.
have banned 2 in that case.
That would be a coordination of what, 30 bans essentially.
Yeah, it'd be a weird.
That would be impressive.
It would be a weird outlier, but it will happen. I'm sure.
Yes.
I'm going to be super interested to see how many no ban games we get.
Yeah.
Because everybody would have to choose nothing.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I feel like that's going to be incredibly unlikely.
I doubt it'll ever happen, but it is funny to imagine.
Yeah, the other stuff I think we've already answered before here. Yeah, so you will not see the enemy team. You will know the map.
How many total hero bans for? Can both teams
4
ban
for
the same
total,
heroes?
3
No,
per
they can't
person.
because we would skip the ban on the team that banned it the last times, and so they would fall back to their next most ban.
I guess we could talk a little bit about competitive rewards because that was one of the ones that surprised me.
Yeah.
Not just the rewards, but also the visuals as well. Like we're bringing back in part the Overwatch 1 UI. Having the rank logos, had to rebuild it, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those things where like people were like, man, why did this go? But hey, we're glad to have it back.
Yeah. And the answer why it went is because we had to rebuild it because when we moved to the new engine.
Makes sense. Okay, so
it all had to be remade.
What is your motivation for doing something like this? Maybe I feel like I'm milking the question here. What feels like it's good, why not? But like,
yeah, I mean, this is like for people that want to show off. You know, it's for our streamers, people that are like, you know, they've had to use these scuffed rank overlay things for so long. I feel so bad about that. It's just that there were so many things to build, and this one was not at the top of the list. So, but no, I think we're excited to bring them back. You know, obviously you can see the divisions are kind of called out here as well through the wings. You know, for a top 500, it'll show their actual top 500 number. So if they're like number 34, then it'll show 34 there. Yeah, it's mostly about sharing gameplay. It's mostly because, like, you know, we live in a world where things are clipped and things are shared, and it's like, you know. Also there will. I don't know if it's like working immediately. We've been trying to make sure, but there will be a streamer mode setting to turn it off if you want. But,
so you don't have to have it.
You
on
don't have to. You don't have to have it
cool.
on if you're trying to stay incognito. But I'm not sure that comes out the moment it comes out. It might be like slightly after.
Love the charms, by the way, as well. Charms are sick.
Yeah, the charms are something I've wanted to do for so long, and our rewards pillar really helped us out with this because this is the sort of thing we generally don't build on core gameplay. So they really saved our. Saved our butts here.
Now, this is an interesting one for me. I'm trying to find the little logo here. So I feel like part of this may have coincided with perks just because there's going to be so much more information available. But I'm super thankful for this one. And you said this was your number 1.
This was the thing. So it was about 4 years ago now that I was hired. And I got to the team and I was like, can I build this? And they were like, maybe someday. You know? And to be clear, I am still building it. It's not done yet.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stats to be accrued.
Oh, God, you're telling me.
I can imagine. I can imagine.
Yeah.
How is this going to, do you have any plans about how this is going to be available? Is this going to be an in-game menu?
Yeah. So you open the F1 screen, you press middle mouse just like you do to activate the interactive scoreboard.
Yes.
And then you hover charge in this case, and then this thing pops. Okay. So like you just basically, it's like an advanced version of the hero information screen we already have.
Awesome. So just more in detail information. Is there like an ETA about when you think that will probably start to be implemented?
The guy working on it keeps like appearing on creator streams, so he is.
If he stops showing up in Twitch chats, maybe he could actually get it done.
Yeah. So I don't want to say it because I'm afraid I'll be wrong.
All right.
But I mean, it'll definitely
is
be
it a
this
year starting in 2020?
It'll definitely be this year.
Okay, this year.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it happen this year. I'm gonna fight. I mean, even if it means I have to stay up late a lot. But,
yeah. That's okay.
I want to do this. It's just that, you know, there's so many things.
Sure. You know, I believe it. I don't know how much you had to do with loot boxes.
I didn't actually have anything to do with loot boxes, although I did say it, didn't I?
Yeah.
So the systems team that I work on, my teammates on the rewards pillar, built this system, and so I know a little bit about it.
Sure.
They rebuilt the system, obviously.
Yeah, of course, of course.
But I can speak to it a little if they have questions.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. I mean, my question was just like, why? I mean, just because people wanted it?
Yeah, basically because the internet asked for it like a million times.
Sure. Well, there you go, Jack.
You notice it's not.
If you cry loud enough, stuff happens.
You notice it's not being sold in America at this time.
Yeah,
like it's purely just a reward system to just feel good, and it's like it's like everything in the shop except the current shop season.
Right.
So it's like there are so many cool things in it because we've made a ton of cool shop skins. So it's probably got stuff everyone doesn't have. Also, it doesn't do dupes anymore, which is pretty neat.
Oh, nice. So just not new stuff or currency, I assume, or whatever else.
Actually, not even currency. The way my understanding, and like this, I assume this could change, but like my understanding is that if you would get a dupe, it just re-rolls it and it's just something else.
Okay, cool.
And then if you for some reason owned everything in the pool, if you're a true whale, then then it would just give you coins for another loot box. You can just buy. You can just
I see. So you could save it for future when you don't
loot
own
boxes
everything.
all the way down. So basically you should stop opening them when you've exhausted the pool.
Right.
But that's
you're not going to waste it necessarily.
No, it's not really wasted.
Okay, sick. Any other system that you were part of or any other topic you want to talk about? Because I'm all excited for this. Obviously, you talked about, I don't know how much you know about the bell curve reset. So we talked about the rank reset.
Yep.
I'm Mr. Rank Reset hater, but this time around, it seems like it's to
we're doing the thing you were doing the thing that you accept it for, which is
there's
actually changing.
Not enough GM players, basically.
So what we're doing is more players in Masters, Grandmaster, and Champion. So it's like a retuning, which I don't know if I've said this on this stream before, but these resets are the only time from a technical standpoint that we can change that. We cannot just like rebalance the curve.
Yeah,
it's like actually technically not possible behind the scenes.
Makes sense.
So that's one thing we're doing here. And then of course perks, and this is like part of my reasoning is like that if we make a really big gameplay change, then that does kind of redefine skill. It redefines MMR. So like I just watch playtests and like there are people on the team that sometimes people forget to even unlock the perk. And we're trying to make it obvious. It like dings at you, it clicks, it flashes,
but electrocutes you through your mouse.
But I mean, Overwatch is there could be some stuff happening on your screen, So like it is possible that you being shot by a lot of people is distracting you. From
bronze players don't even press Q, so I think that using a perk might even be a little bit lower priority.
Yeah, so maybe we should just get bigger and bigger until you
can't see anything. Hey, idiot, use the perk, please.
You actually can't do anything but click the perk.
Oh my gosh, that's wild. Well, it's going to be
see other people's perks. Yes, you can. That is a thing
so you can see other people's perks. Now, how is that?
It's part of the scoreboard, basically.
The scoreboard,
yeah,
essentially.
If I remember correctly, I haven't worked on that myself, but like there's like a new place for icons there along the scoreboard.
Okay, I know I talked with Megan about this, but I'm gonna try and get like a full perk list when the play testing actually goes live here, or I guess maybe it is live, but so that we can actually like not just demonstrate, but actually like just my chat, like we're gonna go through a freaking Excel spreadsheet and talk about each one. So.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to your rankings because I've given some of my own rankings internally. So,
we talked about. We'll talk maybe a bit more of our criteria of like what I'll look for.
List is on Twitter. I think somebody like Everson or somebody made
perk
like
list is on Twitter. Okay, great.
Somewhere.
Well, then there you go. We'll do that. I'll try and find it on here.
Yeah.
We're looking forward to it. Now, I guess the last thing with the rank reset in terms of like that bell curve discrepancy, Morgan shared bar graph a while back, and it was GM was minute, like it was tiny compared to even Overwatch 1.
Yes.
How much of a shift? Like I guess in terms of approximation, are we looking at here? Kind of a ballpark.
Maybe double.
Maybe. So basically, right now you could be Masters 3, and you're going to be Grandmaster now.
Maybe, yeah.
Something
because like
that.
the top ranks are, I don't know the exact math. I'm sorry, I'm not going to try to quote that. But like the fact is just that the top ranks are an incredibly small percentage, and that was initially on purpose. But then we realized that like
I think it's 4 times harder to reach Grandmaster now than it was in Overwatch 1.
Yeah.
Somebody did like they measured out the bar graph and they did the breakdown, and I was like 0.25 or 0.3 or something like that. I was like, oh my gosh.
The one I personally don't predict will change very much is Champion, even though we made it easier.
Yeah.
Basically, the problem with Champion is queue time. So like people run into the few people that are that high rank for real, they get so far. They're such an outlier on the bell curve that like basically what's happening when the matchmaker starts looking for them is it starts expanding outward from their position.
Right.
But there's nobody in either direction.
Ceiling,
like because like over here is the bell curve, right? But like it's like
there's still nobody there.
They're still searching, right? And so like because that search is so long, they often just have an alt or something. Like they don't put up with it.
I was talking with Rack about that
exactly,
earlier. And it's like at a certain point, it's like min-maxing isn't worth it for me.
Yep, and that is a problem we definitely need to solve. I don't have a timeline on that, but like it's, there are a lot of
It's a small minority of players, but those players are also the ones with, I mean, Chad, if you're going to watch somebody play, you're going to watch Rack Attack, right? You're not going to watch me play Lucio. So if the top players can't get into a game because it gets to an extreme amount, then it's not as enjoyable.
They're literally too good.
They're literally too good, right, basically.
Yeah, so anyway, that's a problem that still needs to be solved. And that's why I predict that even though we made Champion easier, I don't know if we will even have that many more champions.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if it will change that much.
It's tough.
I do think it'll change Master and Grandmaster.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
But we'll see. I mean, it's obviously, these are things, we can run simulations, but those simulations don't account for playtime very well, like because they have to make big assumptions about how many matches are actually played.
Just have bots in competitive, Gavin.
Just have bots in competitive.
Just have bots. I mean, it's really worked well in other games, I hear. So I think this is just such an easy solution.
I don't think even they have a big competitive. But yeah. So.
Oh my gosh! Are you saying that I can get Grandmaster this season finally?
Maybe, yeah. Definitely, actually.
Right. You could just baby my
because
my
you said
cues.
Can get Grandmaster. I could nod along with that. You can, yeah.
Oh my gosh! Any other questions, chat, for systems or any of that fun stuff here? Jacob has been asking: is 6v6 later in OWCS?
I'm trying to get Dev to say perks are in ranked. Yes, they are.
Perks are in ranked. Yes. I don't know about 6v6 in OWCS.
I don't know a lot about that either. So.
Yeah, that question's been asked like 50 times, so I think at some point, you cry enough, I have to...
Am I hydrated? I have something that someone handed me. It was funny. They came in, they're like, "Ooh, have a drink." And I opened it, and it just exploded on the floor out there.
Oh, gosh.
I was like, I was set up.
Dang it, dude. How are perks with swapping? I don't know if that's going to be demonstrated
that's a good
later.
question. Yeah, so perks with swapping. This is actually a better question for Alec, but I medium understand how this works.
Okay,
which is
medium understand.
Yeah. So basically when you swap, you keep the levels on the hero you swapped from. So like they don't go away. So if you have Sojourn at level 3, you can go back to Sojourn at level 3.
Oh, so once you've swapped off of Sojourn, anytime you go back to the original character, you've maintained your progress.
You maintain the level, if I remember correctly. And then you start at like half or level 1 or something. Like basically you start with the minor if you were maxed.
Yeah, okay.
So there's like some percentage of carryover.
It's like a 50% carryover.
Right, yeah, it's something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry,
Makes
I don't
sense.
know the exact
No, that's
mechanic.
fine. That's totally fine.
And then you can max that character out and swap off of it too, theoretically. So like there will be acceleration. Also, I don't think they've said this, but basically like the rate that perk XP is gained increases over the course of the match. So if you swapping becomes more and more viable to get to the higher ranks of it.
It probably feels more like a catch-up mechanic where if you had a really bad start, you're not like, I think that was one of our initial concerns with feedback, where if you get to a perk first because you're dominating the match, it just snowballs the rest of the match and gets really ugly. But with that catch-up mechanic, not only are you potentially allowing for more swaps later, but also if you had a really bad start, eventually everyone's going to be kind of playing at the same level.
Right. They asked, wait, what was this? Can you change perks after you select them? As far as I know, no. I don't think so.
Okay, so you're locked in.
That's locked in. Now, there is the competitive thing, which they're kind of hinting at in the chat here as well, which is like if you're in competitive, you play that first round and you level up your perks, then you swap and then you can level them again. But then on the third round, if you make it to round 3 in an asymmetric mode, then you are just maxed on everything. So on that third round, any hero you pick is at max.
In King of the Hill?
Oh, sorry. I was talking about like hybrid and like, so, you know, when you're playing competitive play and you're like, you push all the way into the map and then they push all the way into the map.
So
now,
OT.
Yeah, when you get to that, it's not exactly OT, right? It's like round 3 essentially of a competitive match.
Right.
Like, sorry, I wasn't talking about control. I actually I think in control, I don't know how control, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
This is hero design stuff.
That's
they decided this, but like it might just keep going up in control.
So it gets to a point to where like you can swap and you can just perk up.
Right. Yeah. But anyway, in that round 3 of hybrid or round 3 of escort, you're maxed on everything.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Any other big questions, chat? I'll try to keep things focused on the stuff that you worked with or won't be addressed later.
Does it encourage round 3 cheese comps? I don't know. I mean, it certainly changes the texture of round 3 because now everything is like in overdrive. You know, maybe you didn't even, let's say you didn't even play Diva.
Map bans. We'll talk about that in a second.
Sure. Well, it's not really bans, it's voting, but yeah.
Map voting. Sure.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Yeah.
I know that's like still a little bit
that
of ways.
One is further out, so I'll talk about it in the context of this is probably what we're going to do. But,
sure.
Because we're still, we've been building this one for a long time, actually. But the basic idea is that we will show you 3 maps. Those 3 maps are selected from the following logic. So today, when you play a map in Overwatch, we look at all 10 players in the match, and we say, what is their least played map right now? and then.
Oh wow.
Yeah, basically.
Wait, so you're not? There's no roll of the dice now. You're basically.
Well,
going,
that's how Overwatch has worked for many years. Actually, is it's
I
always,
did not know that.
Yeah, it's looking for everybody's least played map.
It's forced probability, basically.
It's forced probability. It's forced variety.
Ah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So some other games do true random, and I think that doesn't work as well.
Yeah. Five maps, same map 5 times in a row.
Nobody knows what game I'm talking about.
Yeah,
but
it's a mystery.
Yeah. Anyway, so that forced probability. So we're going to show you 3 maps, and 2 of them will be from that bottom 2 for everybody, and then the third one will be true random.
Okay.
And so the third one means that there would be, and we're not planning to like call those out visually. It'll just so we keep the system of like offering you things you haven't played recently.
Wow.
But then we also inject a little bit of opportunity for those maps that are really popular. So when Kings Row is the random third, there's a pretty good chance it'll be Kings Row, I think. And so like what that does is it means that we get to see from data, and this is one of the biggest reasons to do back voting, by the way, is to like see which maps people actually like.
Yeah.
Like
same thing with the bands, really.
Yeah, because up until now with maps, we've really just relied entirely on community feedback about like trying to listen.
Like people screaming and ranting about glass and stuff like that.
Yeah. There's this crazy people that hate glass way more than you'd think. No, I agree, the glass sucked. But so anyway, we'll see based on the pick rates there. And so basically you're just voting for it. Then the next thing we're considering, which is not locked in, but we really like the idea of, is so let's say the 3 maps are Kings Row, Ilios, and Havana, right? Okay, so then the votes happen. The 10 players vote, and so let's say 7 players vote for Kings Row, 2 players vote for Ilios, and 1 player votes for Havana, right? So that's the distribution. Now we basically roll a D10, and each of those results is the one that, when we land on a result there, we pick one of those votes. So we're not doing it in the hero bands way. There is a little bit of randomness here.
Okay.
So that means if one person picked Havana, there is a 10% chance in that case.
So with bands, it's like what you get what you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly what you want.
Exactly
with
what you
maps,
want.
it's like, you've increased the probability. So why the difference between the 2?
Yeah, because we don't want maps to never be played.
Okay.
If anybody wants to play them. Now, obviously, if literally nobody ever wants to play Havana, they will never play it again. Because it's not even rolled on the die. Right? So, but if anybody wants to play it, we want to keep that small chance that it can still happen, because we think players will sort of choke themselves to death with a lack of variety sometimes. Basically, they'll make choices that like remove that map forever.
Right, and because there's probably a little less map variety than there is hero variety as well, in terms of just quantity, I believe.
And also, it affects balance too, right? Because like, if Ivana's never played, Widowmaker is a weaker character.
Yeah.
Right. So like that is a thing that is going to happen. Like it is going to affect balance because because the map pick rates will not be static like they were in the past.
That makes sense.
It's
just going to be done, I assume, like prior to even queuing in, prior to hero bands as well. Like, will that be the first thing done?
Yes, that's correct. So that map has you queue, the match loads, you hit map voting. Then you hit hero band. Oh yeah, sorry. This
is the map.
Yeah, this is the map.
Hero bands.
This is and sorry to be clear about hero bands. One of the reasons we wanted it to be so fast, one of the reasons we went with ranked choice, is because we knew we were going to build map voting as well.
Right.
And so this could become a lot, right? Like it could become unwieldy.
Well, I wonder how much of it, like if you talk about like the hero select screen in Overwatch, there is, I don't know the exact timer for each map, but it's a long time. It's like 45 seconds.
Yeah, and you could
probably
cut some of that
subtract a little bit, because it's going to be like, hey, you're in the queue, like it gives you a fair warning, but that starts now
and you've
with
known
a map
what the map
choice.
was going to be for a while.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're right. That's a great point. Anyway, so the map's selected by a vote of all the players. We're not going to call out which specific player voted. We are going to call out that players voted.
Sure.
And then on the hello.
Hey,
we
interrupt in the middle of stuff. So
we're almost done.
Yeah.
jump out when you're done. But like,
Okay.
3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, and so then the hero bands, and obviously you'll make the choice. You'll be with your team. You'll communicate with them, and we'll fire that off, and then we'll load into the map. Well, versus screen. Sorry. Well, actually, the versus screen kind of like shows the hero bands first. It's like these are the heroes band. Then we were showing both teams, and then now we're in the match.
And the rank logos too.
Yes.
In theory.
In theory. We didn't actually announce that in versus yet.
Okay, because I mean it makes sense because we know they're there. So I'm hoping that happens, because that was the original part of the hype. Is you go, oh my gosh, there's a top 500 player on the other team, and the level of excitement there.
And you noticed in the video I said we'd like to do more of that sort of thing in the future, which is about as far as I can say on that.
Okay. I'm predicting. You guys will have to wait and see. There's no confirmation yet. For me, selfishly, the reason why I'm excited about this is I'm just fascinated by like ban rates. I would love to know which maps are picked the most.
We'll be looking
I mean,
at
I try to do little statistics and little polls within my community, but it's like obviously it's such a tiny subset. So I know I've talked with you about this, but I am going to beg and plead for public stats with hero pick rates, ban rates, map pick rates. It's going to be fascinating to me. I'm going to make like 7 million videos discussing it, discussing the merits.
I love those ideas.
I think that would be so much fun to talk about and just to see for us nerds out there. Can
you rebound the perk choice key? I know they were working on that. I think you can.
Surely.
Yeah,
surely.
I think you can.
Yeah. Just bind it to Q so you accidentally keep pressing at the worst possible time. A chance to not have first and ranked, you guys. So
that is definitely Alex's choice, but I believe that is currently the plan.
Yeah. Okay. Netflix show win, Gavin. This is your category.
Man.
You're the content leader, you work.
A content leader. That's an interesting title. I
hear it's going to be a 50-part mini-series.
It's really funny to imagine me knowing anything about television. It's like you know somebody that works on a submarine, and you're like, hey, have you ever been to space? It's kind of like it's like similar to water, right? Like it's pretty much the same thing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
How does the level up system work? Do players get reward for stat farming? That's a really good question for perks specifically. Like, how are perks?
Oh, so sorry. Yeah, basically it's damage and healing, just like ult charge.
Damage and healing for ult charge.
But there are some little nuanced things that I would have to have Alec explain. But like for example, the rate that you gain it has a multiplier on time. So like early in the match, it's like a very like 1-to-1, I believe.
Right.
But like as time passes, the passive rate goes up.
That would be one where you would probably just have to adjust the multiplier on an individual hero basis. And I can see the concern there where it's like, okay, it's a similar reason why I hate performance-based MMR.
Sure.
Performance-based perk system, you got characters like, I don't know, Tracer or Doomfist. High deaths, high reward, not necessarily the highest damage. And so, we want to make sure that those players are scaling appropriately.
Yep.
And I think that would reflect in win rates even.
Probably.
And so you'd have to be really careful with that. And we'll talk about that, I think, when we break down
I'm pretty
perks.
sure they have the ability to tune heroes individually.
Okay.
On the rate of game.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
because that's going to be a big one.
Not totally sure on that, but.
Yeah, for me, it's always going to be with perks. It's just going to be about the execution. And I have like a trillion. I was sitting in the plane, writing all my thoughts, all my notes. What are some questions? And so we'll talk with Alec about that, hopefully at some point.
PvE questions, I know nothing about that, Chad. I'm sorry. I've always been a PvP designer, really, and apologies.
Yeah, it's fine. Healing received stat? I don't know why that question's highlighted, but that's weird.
I mean, we've thought about it. The problem is the scoreboard is already, with
super
perks on
toxic.
it too. It's toxic, but it's already overflowing with data.
Yeah.
It's already like hard to read. I'm not against it really.
Yeah.
But we'd have to find time to rework the scoreboard.
I'm actually I'm super for public stats for pick rates and win rates, but I'm actually so on the fence with like
scoreboard in general.
Yeah,
the scoreboard.
Because it's definitely one of those weapons that not every player is responsible with wielding, and it's really used for. It's just not used strategically almost ever.
Yeah.
So.
And it leads. It's such a trap for people.
It is.
A lot of the time.
It is.
Yeah.
It encourages. It can compromise even your enjoyment of the game.
Yep.
In a lot of ways.
Can. And I'll admit I don't really know what to do about that.
I don't either.
It's kind of a Pandora's box, and we kind of opened it, And
take it away, and people are not
right. Exactly.
Happy.
We can't really close it. We could not open it further. So I'm not really sure what the right choice is there exactly.
Yeah. Gavin, can we have an option to hide our scoreboard?
Hide your scoreboard?
That would be interesting.
That is.
That's like you know what? Remember I don't remember if you've heard the thing where people were like asking to hide their rank.
Yeah.
But that seems like a more in depth.
Yeah, I think that like is if you could, then you would always, because you would be able to hide like people. You wouldn't be able to track as easily.
Yeah.
I don't think we could
card system, the old Overwatch 1 card system.
I think it's super cool.
Yeah, people talk about it a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's. I look at like the rank icons and I'm like, I think that's just objectively awesome.
Yeah.
Cards is situationally awesome, because I think like you even see this in Rivals. Like people just skip.
There's somebody's asking about FOV on console. I don't know about that, but I've asked about it before, and I believe it's a technical problem, and I don't know why that is the case. Sorry.
That's fine. Totally fine.
I would love to. Yeah. So the cards, like we definitely saw people interact with those a lot less frequently over time as time passed. But it was a beloved feature, and we are not working on it right now. But I think it would be a cool thing to do again someday in a reframing,
I think if you guys put more emphasis on weird stats,
sure,
like 40% sleep dart accuracy, or like 15 sleeps, or like Reinhardt, how many pins did you land? Like, is it an extraordinary amount of pins compared to the level? Like, you'd have to get in the weeds with it, but like not just most damage, most objective time. Like just something a little bit more fun, because those are the cards that people are going to screenshot and share with their friends.
Quaked on profile hovering. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what favorite heroes for in the bans phase a little bit. Yeah, like to be able to show. Yeah, profile hovering. I agree. That was pretty cool too. I mean, I'd want people to be able to opt into it because I don't want. But with the cards, I think the way that the cards kind of failed in the past was that they didn't try to show for everyone. I would like to try to show people something they did well at the end of the match.
Sure.
I would like to say, hey, you did this one thing.
Yeah.
I mean, assuming you weren't throwing. Obviously.
Under 25 deaths. Congratulations.
Yeah, that'd be a great April Fool's one, wouldn't it? Just, But I would like to frame it in such a way that it's like trying to show you something positive about how the game went. But I don't know. That's not.
Jol of Red's talking about basically like end of game conversations as well.
True.
I think the key thing with cards is if it is skippable quickly, then there's no harm done. No harm done. But if you want to use it, it doesn't. Right. Knock yourself out. So
as soon as we do a little bit more.
It's free real estate as long as I'm not the one developing it. That's the idea.
Sure, I got you.
I don't have to put the work in, so you should just do it.
Yeah,
Easy.
that's a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like
head out then.
All right, Gavin.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Chat.
Good talking
Say
to you.
thank you to Gavin. As always, appreciate it. It's a pleasure. Can't monopolize you too much. You got to go spill your water on yourself somewhere else.
Yeah. This water isn't going to spill itself.
Cheers. Have a good one, mate. All right, chat, that was Gavin, the systems designer for Overwatch. So anything that you hate, he's definitely responsible. So I think Megan was here somewhere, and I think she wanted something. I don't know if she wanted me or she wanted Gavin or anything. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I have to pee so bad, but I'm standing strong for you guys. So Perk Season 15. I have to ask somebody about workshop support. Yeah, so workshop is on my list of prio projects, like long-term projects for the game, questions to ask, feedback to go. I think it's like one of the more underutilized things, and like you can really weaponize your community. And I agree. I think public stats. I think workshop, any social systems that we can get, any like quality of life stuff like that. I don't know how many people will use the workshop, but if it was expanded more, I think it's like if you plant the seeds, it will grow. And it's like one of those long-term investments that I think is definitely worth putting time into. So I've definitely been, even in the past several months, I've been pushing on that. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I don't mind the highlighted message. I don't know how you did it, though. That's my question. How do you do it? Map maker, yeah, stuff like that. Like I'm always down for that. Like to me, it's like I think if you make investments into that, like community mode stuff, like bro, like I'm not a wizard when it comes to that, but like Mischief and Magic is a great example. Like that could have been a mode that somebody in the community could have made up, right? Like if they had the tools to do it. And it's like imagine like using your community and being able to like, because like if you open up your development to the community when and where possible, I think like it's infinitely better, So projectile with stadium features could be insane, right? Exactly. So as these things are expanded, imagine if you could make your own perks and like could program your own perks, stuff like that. Like, super interesting. Would I prefer perks or major hero reworks? I mean, you guys know me. I'm always for reworks. Perks is definitely a growth in my wheelhouse. But I'm more open to the idea because I did enjoy the more aggressive implementation of perks. I do think the game can try to stay within its lane of the best competitive first-person shooter, and if perks are done well. So, what are the overall chances of it getting removed? I mean, if it's overwhelmingly negative, I think probably pretty high, yeah. But again, I think it's going to be how it's implemented. There's a lot of unfamiliarity, and it's really scary. But this is the exact same perception with Season 9, which I wasn't a huge fan of everything they did with Season 9. And like in hindsight, like I think some of those things could have been and should have been undone. But also it was like not near as bad as people thought. You know what I'm saying? So like even if it is not good for the long-term health of the game, it's not going to be something that like completely explodes. I doubt, but we'll see. I don't know. I'm not smart enough, guys. I haven't played it enough, so it's okay to be scared, but it's also okay to be excited as well. I would be surprised if it's overwhelmingly negative. It's going to be implementation. The concept is fine. I'm fine with the concept. It's going to be implementation. And as I said, we'll need to go over all the perks. Saying it feels anti-competitive is, I mean, I guess I understand where you're coming from if you're talking about like the concerns with stat farming or is it going to be scaling up, but I don't think adding more, I don't think by definition it is anti-competitive. Because it's, if anything, you just have more skill expression. Like I'm not gonna, I think, so chat, did they post, let me give you guys a good example. Did they post the Hanzo perks? Have you guys seen are they public now? Can I talk about them? Okay, so the big thing is I believe one of the Hanzo perks was something about how you can use Sonic Arrow to hack a health pack, right? That to me is like an example of a perk that I'm like really intrigued by because you just change what you do. Like you have to selectively choose how to use Sonic differently, right? So you lose the scouting information, but you gain a health pack. So like that's a, like, I'm thinking about coaching the game here and the conversations that I'm going to have coaching the game and how much more there's going to be to talk about. Like, okay, so you already have scouting information. You're being actively dove. So this Sonic should be used on this health pack. You get what I'm saying? It's like, these are conversations that you don't have. And all of a sudden it changes how you play completely, right? Now, not all the perks I think are going to be like that. So that's going to be like the implementation. Are they all done with thought? Did they change your things? So there's a lot of new possibilities, I think, that I'm more excited about. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not a fan of percentage buff-based perks. I hate a lot of the team-ups and rivals that are like that. I think they're really lazily done. And I'm hoping that Overwatch doesn't. I don't know the full list. I play-tested this stuff, but I did not play-test much. They really were still in early phases. So, but yeah. Is it on Twitter, guys? My wife just sent me a cowboy emote, so I don't really know here. Okay, DOT, Esports, Overwatch, news, all hero perks in Overwatch 2. Bless you, my son. Thank you. Are Hazard coaching VODs coming? I have not had a lot of Hazard VODs, frankly. Not really sure why. I think, but yeah. Okay, so let's break this down. So I want to talk, to be honest with you guys, I have not talked with Alec about their implementation of how these perks. So I have written a full list of questions, and I encourage you guys to kind of keep these in the back of your head. These are things that I'm looking for, okay? So with perks, okay? Let me read this through here. Does it change or compromise the gameplay loop? In other words, do these things change completely how the character is played? Fundamentally, does it allow you to choose different things than how so in other words, you can make small adjustments with how you play? Or does it completely ruin the character's gameplay loop that is enjoyed and accepted right now? How novel and how exciting is it? Because let's be honest, a large part of the upside is because it is new and it is exciting. And if it is easily, completely solved instantly, then that's no fun. Now, this is going to be solved. It is, I think, almost impossible not to have a competitive system that isn't eventually solved. But does it take time? Are there still exceptions to the rule? Are there not always super clear options in the same manner of like you should always play Winston on Watchpoint Gibraltar unless, well, then you can play Doomfist, or I guess you could play Reinhardt. You get what I'm saying? Like there's exceptions, and I want to make sure that those are in there. How long does that novelty and excitement last? That's where competitive depth is really important. So if it's just free, funny, silly, that's fine, but that's not going to keep people invested like me for a long period of time. And I think that's the kind of side of things that Overwatch needs to keep leaving into. Does it cheat the game theory? So you guys know angles, you guys know map control, you guys know cover, you guys know spreading and crossfire, you guys know resource management, passive advantage, all those things, all those trite garbage phrases, the clock, all that kind of crap that I talk about in all my sessions. That's competitive integrity right there. Following the rules rewards you and playing the game. But there were times where balance cheated the game theory. A great example would be things like Moira sustain on her launch, Junker Queen shout, where basically you cheated map control, but because the sustain and the systems of things allowed you to do that. Another great example in like Rivals is how sometimes a character like Storm, because her mobility doesn't function the way that it quote unquote should, she actually functions in a way that doesn't really make sense in comparison to the rest of the duelist cast. And we want to avoid that. We want to avoid that. Moving on from there, is it locked for good? Could it be expanded, the system, or could it be shrunk? Like, we don't have to operate in absolutes here. Like, maybe minor perks, maybe major perks. Maybe the major perks are really fun, but end up being like a competitive nightmare. Maybe the minor perks are a competitive nightmare. Maybe it takes too long. Like, I think a lot of these things are up for change, but that is a question that we have to ask. Are we sensitive of power creep? Now, the reason why power creep is bad is a lot of people throw that phrase around without really a whole lot of thought, but the bad part of power creep is the fact that there's always a system that gets trashed. Good example would be how if you power creep certain characters, certain damage, all of a sudden breakpoints change, or things like the heal passive, the out of combat heal passive doesn't function in the way that it's supposed to. So power creep is not globally bad if it's done perfectly, right? Because then everything is broken. But the problem is there's always one thing or one hero or one system that unintentionally gets left behind. A good example would be like a heal passive. Like if you look at, if you buff the heal passive to apply in combat, then you would be kind of ruining the value of a certain support that has a lower HPS output. If you buffed all the tanks, all the damage versus armor, well, all of a sudden tanks that don't have armor don't really care about it, right? There's always somebody gets forgotten. What's up, Overwatch? What's up, Overwatch? We're going in deep. We're breaking down the questions for perks. Do the choices change gameplay loops? Now, I actually think this one is a good thing. We want gameplay loops to change at least a little bit. In terms of what the character's good at, I still think we want strengths and weaknesses within the character. But if we can change the character's strengths and weaknesses slightly, and specifically make you use cooldowns in different ways, that's optimal, right? We don't want to be like, oh, Reinhardt has 400 more shield. Well, you're going to do the same thing, right? But if you give Reinhardt a fire strike that travels a little bit faster, it sounds like power creep. But what does a faster fire strike mean, chat? Think about it. What is if you increase fire strike projectile speed by 10 meters per second? How would that change how you use fire strike? Think of it. It's still the same ability. Right, it becomes, there's more situations in which you would use it differently because you can hit targets. You don't just spam it at the tank or down main. You actually can go for targets and squishies and control angles and stuff. And it rewards aim more. So it changes how you use the ability. It doesn't completely change what Reinhardt is good and bad at, but it changes how you use the ability. And that, to me, is the best version of perks that there is. Still skill-based. You still have to choose to use it in that way, but it changes what you do. And I think that is what I want these perks to do. Like, I want the heroes to be changed in slight ways with different choices. I don't want value just kind of thrown to you. Significant balance patch for Season 15? I would hope so, because the significant, like, here's the thing. I know I have not looked at all these perks. I promise you, and this is me, like, mask off, right? 40% of these perks I'm probably not going to like. Maybe more, maybe less. I'm hoping less, but I'm going to tell you 40% I'm not going to like. So I'm hoping that they're going to go, oh, I don't like this, or this doesn't work, or this is free value. I mean, I've got an ego, right? I hope they follow my idea or my vision. I'm trying to be balanced with things. I've got my own biases, but I would hope that would be the case, right? So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I just hope that it changes gameplay loops. Do the choices require player participation? This is super, 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 super important. Again, we talked about this. We don't just want it just does things. It has to be like, I'm going to use my perk now. Sonic Arrow, great example. The Torbjorn turret one, right? That completely changes when and how you use turret, right? And you have to selectively use it. The one you use on the wall, right? I love that. I love that, right? I want that to be done like that. What philosophy did the developer team adhere to when creating the perks? How gameplay variety is expected from these choices? Are talent/pick win rates and fun/effort stats being factored? In other words, are talents that are really hard to use but really rewarding, is that factored in? Let's see here. How many talents have unintended or broken consequences? Have the talents been buggy? How much of this is considered an improvement versus a new finish for the game? Just a new thing versus an improvement of what we already have. Does this mean a shift or enhancement from the vision of best competitive first-person shooter versus Marvel Rivals as more casual? Has this resulted in team-up-like synergies, guys? Think about this. With all these new things, we're going to have to think about like, oh, wow, you could use this in this way. That's going to synergize with somebody else, right? That's another thing we got to consider as well. There's going to be inherent synergies in there. Does this sharpen counters anywhere versus giving you more play around the options? And obviously, like the balance side of things, right? Like there's going to be, like, let's be honest, guys, nobody's perfect. So there's going to be a question of, do some of these perks really buff some characters and just not as much impact other characters, right? I mean, you guys play Junkenstein's Revenge or Junkenstein's Lab, which was a huge, I guess, caricature of this. It's not going to be anywhere like that, where there were some characters, I think, like Zenyatta, who were unbelievably broken, and some characters like Reaper that just were not that good. So, yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out. Okay, so let's actually look at these here. And again, I'm going to be kind of giving a brief standpoint here. So I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't trust my initial judgment more than like 70%, okay? So I'm going to be like, good, bad, you know. There's too many perks for me to break down all of these, especially because I haven't play tested many of them. So I'm going to give you my initial thoughts, my initial feedback. Don't go crazy with it. I might be wrong that something is good that's bad, bad that's good. This is just an initial gut instinct. A lot of these will probably have more depth once you actually play them, or less depth once you actually play them. So, yeah. We can test these, but I really want to look at them from here just because it's so much more. Can you guys see this easily? Is that better? That's about as big as I can get here. Okay, let's see here. Bunny Stomp. Call max damage radius is increased by 50%. I mean, sure, it doesn't really change too much how you do. Eject grants 75% temporary overhealth. I actually think this one is pretty interesting. So this one is going to change how you use Diva Bomb. You can use Diva Bomb in more aggressive situations. So this is kind of a good example of one that feels like, oh, it doesn't. But wait, think about it. Think about when is Diva under the most vulnerability? And it is during her Diva Bomb. So all of a sudden you can actually use Diva Bomb in a lot more aggressive situations. So I think this one is probably the one I like the most. I don't know if it's the best, but I like the one. Convert 150 health to shields. Defense matrix restores shields based on 25% of damage absorbed. So it's only 150 shields, but I like this. So this is very powerful, potentially, but now you're more self-sufficient. So Diva can be a bit more on her own. It changes the gameplay loop slightly. You're not on as much of a leash, okay? We're going to completely ignore balance right now. Power creep or who's strong and who's weak. I completely could not care less right now. We can deal with those things. We'll cross that road when we get there. We're talking about the ideas themselves. That's the most important thing here. Micro missiles are swapped for heavy rockets, which fire fewer projectiles and increase damage explosion size. Again, that's a change that I like. That's going to change how you use micro missiles. It's going to be bad in some situations. It's going to be good in some situations. It's going to change how you use the cooldown. So far, we'll give this one with no context or comparison. We'll give it a B. We'll give it a B. We'll give it a B. Seems good. This is a good start, I think, overall. Hitting an enemy with Rocket Punch reloads all hand cannon ammo. Sure. Definitely changes how you would use Rocket Punch in some situation. Yes, you can get it like free value, but there's also situations where that's going to change your combinations. You're going to have to pay attention to it, but it will change how you use it, sure. The best defense grants 25 overhealth from eliminations, and its maximum overhealth is increased by 50. Sure, it could change you to be more AoE focused, I guess. So you're more AoE pressure focused rather than single target. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. This one feels like a little bit unsure about where it wants to lean. Jericho, thank you for the subscription. Seismic improvement, hitting 3 or more enemies. So there's your AoE with Seismic Slam and Powers Rocket Punch. Okay, so this one is going to be, you're going to have to pursue AoE Seismic Slam. Okay, it's all right. Power Block absorbs projectiles for the first second of its duration. You guys probably already know how I feel about this. This is the parry that we've been asking for. Now, it might be broken. 1 second is a pretty darn long time. I'm not going to lie with you guys. But again, we can tweak the duration of that. That's going to change everything with Doomfist. This is going to change everything. It's going to be unbelievably powerful, yes. But yeah, now I think it's also worth pointing out that this means that you're not absorbing the damage. I think Maybe it does count towards charging towards your punch. I'm not sure. I would like it not to. I would like it so that you actually have to use it for your parry and less so for charging up your punch. I hope that's how it's implemented. But regardless, like they can always tweak that. This is good. This is good. You have to time things properly, right? It does charge punch. Okay, so I don't like that as much, but we'll cross that when we get there. I think this is like a B-. I like the majors. This one's okay. That's okay. Yeah, this is so far okay. Again, we're not worried. I'm not even worried about the perfect implementation. Like it's the spirit. It's the spirit. You get what I'm saying? The spirit of this I like. Yeah, I agree with you, Quick. I agree with you, Quick. Empowered punch is way too much as well. I think that's more of an individual hero thing, but I agree with you. Slams does an astonishingly offensive low amount of damage. Violent Leap Slash deals 30% more damage to enemies above 250 health. Sure. Basically allows you to kind of put more frontline pressure or more brawl pressure and doesn't impact your one-shots on lower HP targets. So it gives you more frontline presence in terms of your burst, but doesn't affect your backline pressure one-shot. Jagged Wall hits charge Spike Guard with 25 energy, up to 50 extra. So getting hits with wall allows you to basically mitigate more damage. Sure. Sure. So basically you can use your wall, not just to block damage or to block CC, but to recharge your Spike Guard. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. It's interesting, but I'd have to see it implemented to see how much it changes the gameplay loop for him. I'm honestly not too sure. Because I don't know how many Jagged Wall hits are guaranteed. Like you can't necessarily force Jagged Wall hits as often. So, and it is leaning more into the mitigation. I'm honestly not too sure. It feels like a lot of the minors are like decent and then not so decent. Spike Guard spikes gain 25% lifesteal. Does it change how you use it? Does it change how you use it? Does it change how you use it? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Very small amount. Violent Leap's range is increased by 20%. This is good. This definitely changes how and when you can use it. I'd say C. C. Not as good. I'm not as big of a fan of this one. I'd say C. Yeah, C or C minus for sure. Doesn't change as much. Recalling Jagged Blade. You know what we should do, Chad, is we probably don't have time today, but I would love to go through the ones that got lower grades, and I would love to talk about like what could we like brainstorm replacements. So don't just be a critic, but like actually be a solution and suggest like changes. Maybe we could do that at some point. Let's do that. Let's do that. That would be fun. I'll need y'all's help though, as always. Recalling Jagged Blade from a stuck target refreshes its wound. Not that meaningful, to be honest with you. Doesn't really change loop. Commanding Shout fully reloads Scatter Gun and increases allied reload speed by 50%. Yeah, that one definitely changes. I mean, it's pretty strong, but again, changes like your cycle of cooldowns and rewards people you to be more around your team. So it changes that in some regard. Content farm, absolutely. Scatter Gun hits extend your wound duration on those enemies by 0.25 seconds. I don't know. I don't see that really changing how you do things because you're shooting who you're axing and knifing anyway. I don't see a change here. Carnage impact damage gains 100% lifesteal. I mean that one's actually, so this one's definitely really strong, but it definitely is a perk that you would use when you're focusing more on the frontline trade. Because Carnage is a situational cooldown, for sure, more so than most tank cooldowns. So it's not something that you're going to be using when you're like permanently hard flanking. Like if you're playing like hard poke or more open map, it's going to be like frontline presence, right? Which is probably okay. But I actually don't like this one. I like Junker Queen a lot as a whole, but I don't think these perks are that good. Better than Hazard, probably, but like C+, to be honest with you guys. It just, there's not a lot of, it's not as like thoughtful or changing in that regard. So we'll have to wait and see. Hey.
Hey, would you like to talk sound design?
Absolutely, let's do it. Chat, we're gonna talk sound design. Let me get this.
Brian does amazing work with our sound.
Brian, nice to meet you. Spilo, yes, absolutely.
I've seen your videos, man.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So do you want to quickly introduce yourself here to what you do, and you can put that on. I think this should be okay. Testing. Okay, we're good.
Hey everyone, my name is Brian Weirs. I'm an associate sound designer here at Blizzard, working on Overwatch.
Okay, so sound design. Is it just the crunchy stuff? So everything that we do, all the dopamine, it's your fault, basically.
Yes, absolutely. Every satisfying sound that gives you that dopamine hit, that is our fault.
Okay. So specifically, what kind of sounds do you work on? I guess even just in the last like 6 months to a year.
Yeah, so I've mainly been on the Cosmetics train. So I've been working on a lot of mythic weapons, the mythic skin, stuff like that.
Okay. I'm gonna have to keep pushing though. What specific details? Which specific mythics? What
Absolutely. So I've worked on the Widowmaker mythic weapon that'll be coming out. I worked on the Ash mythic weapon, the Soldier mythic weapon. I worked on the Reaper mythic skin, the Ash mythic skin as well.
Nice. That's incredible.
Those are like the big ones, yeah.
Okay, cool. So if for anybody that's sound team carries Overwatch, I said somebody in chat, which is really true. In terms of sound design, obviously there's a lot of visual clarity, and it's also just very satisfying with what you do. How did you get started with this job?
Yeah, so I'll keep it short, but because it was kind of like over years of just being really interested in game dev, playing music with friends in a band and recording music and stuff like that.
Awesome.
Learning the bit of the audio, the ropes of audio, just messing with it in software. And then just kind of combining those two, finding a community on Discord who gave really good feedback for like sound redesigns and stuff. Learning more of like the game dev technical side of things. And then eventually landing an internship here. Which was amazing.
So then you go from there, and obviously you guys kind of scale up. Do you guys have a philosophy in how you implement sound design in Overwatch? Because I'm a moron when it comes to sound design, but it's like even a layman like me, a complete Gentile, can appreciate like, wow, when I play other games, everything sounds so much juicier. There's so much more clarity in Overwatch. But I don't know why, and I don't know how. So
I mean, I'll be honest, it's a mystery to me too, man.
Like, I'm not the only one.
I only came here like about 2 years ago or whatever, and I mean, really the core design philosophies of the game came from Scott Lawler and Paul Lackey, who were the first ones on the team. And so now I've just been trying to follow in the footsteps, listen to their feedback and all that. And
quite literally.
Yeah, but I mean, it is a lot of like finding the core elements of the sound that'll work and paring back and like whittling away the stuff that just adds noise, right? So like
interesting.
And trying to find the coolness in the sounds while also finding that clarity.
So less is more, and a lot of the time.
Less is more, yeah. And that's a big philosophy for a lot of like the longtime sound designers here. For sure, that I'm trying to learn. I just kind of throw plugins and a bunch of stuff on it. Like, oh, it sounds cool, but then they're like, no,
too much information. Does that, where's like, I guess the line between like, this is really creative versus this compromises, like, I don't know how to describe it, not the competitive integrity, but the crispness of what the sound is. How do you decide on that?
I mean, that's just a lot of like collaborative thought there. Because it's, you go into you do your thing, you're working on it, ask for feedback from people, and they find different things that kind of stick out. The experience of people on the team will let you know, like, we've tried that before, right? That doesn't work.
Any things you want to share where that has been, maybe some ideas, fresh new ideas that you're like, oh wait, that's not going to work? Any miserable failures that you're going to expose to the community here?
That's a great question. I've failed a lot of times. Let's be real. But like I was working on, I worked on the Wrecking Ball rework. So like his the shield, shooting the shield off, and then also like the grapple hook stuff. And so I did some first passes on that. I worked with the main hero designer or hero sound designer, Chris De La Pena, and he gave me a lot of good feedback on just like making sure it sounded like Wrecking Ball, using some of the existing kit for that, but also like how the rhythm of the sound will indicate what it's doing. Right, so like, if a sound is like it's an expulsion, right? It's like releasing something. Then there's a certain cadence and transient to the sound that you can put in there to help indicate that.
It's consistent with what it actually does.
Right, and so like, you hear that all the time in like the healing sounds. We have like a bunch of different types of healing sounds.
It sounds refreshing. I don't know how there's an adjective associated with it, but it is.
You get that. You get that.
Okay, makes sense. Now, what are some things that maybe players wouldn't otherwise appreciate or otherwise recognize within the sound design that you think plays a big impact, whether it's, a health pack. I think the Wrecking Ball example was really good. I never thought about the consistency of the sound with what it actually does. Maybe with weapons. When you talk about weapon design, what kind of things are you looking for?
Yeah, so weapons, weapons have been my life for the past 4 months working on the mythic weapons.
Yeah.
But they have to have the impact, right? But they have to have a certain impact that matches the visuals. So take, for example, Widowmaker's Foley scoped rifle shot versus Juno's pew pew shot, right?
Yeah.
It's different levels of power and intensity, and so that's a huge part of getting it right. Is how do you balance the power and power of that with the mech sounds, any sort of characteristic sounds for it, like energy sounds or whatever or what have you, and then different. But every hero is so different. Like Malga's weapon fire, nightmare. That is just
it was intense.
It took a long time to iterate on that and make sure that it sounded good while not being too overbearing. I mean, even still, it's pretty wild.
It's pretty loud, but it's finding the line that fulfills the hero fantasy without compromising things.
Yeah.
When it comes to trying out new things and experimentation, how do you know when the line is crossed? Do you guys just go in and play the game and just get a feel for how things go, and do you just plug and play?
Yeah, we definitely play test pretty often, and the hero team itself. The strike teams that work on the heroes, they're playing it, they're giving a lot of feedback, and so you are constantly getting this back and forth of this is too much, this is not enough, right? All these different things. I don't know when this is happening. This needs an indication of what's going on. Every hero has their own little unique quirk of we don't know what's happening here, and so we need sound to support that. And, sound, and we try and get VFX to help out when we can.
So VFX, if any of you guys haven't done it, I highly recommend going back to the old 1940s, 1950s, the cartoon via sound effects guys and all the crazy things that they did. Nowadays, obviously, it's much more digital, but are there any fun facts or this sound was actually this, or this one was the hardest sound to get right? You talked about Malga's incendiary gun. Are there any other cool little tidbits that maybe the average player might not pick up on?
Oh man, so I think a common one that people know is that Roadhog's footsteps have farts in them.
I didn't know that.
Really? if you listen to his footsteps, you'll hear little squeaks, whoopee cushion farts as he walks around.
Oh my god!
100%. It's part of his character.
I got a lot of what's in chat, so clearly that was not common knowledge. All right, see, now you've opened Pandora's box here. You got to keep spitting.
Yes, I mean he's a nasty fellow. I mean, let's be real.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So, all right, we'll give you another fart one. I worked on a Reaper emote where he pulls out a heart balloon and he stabs it with the arrow.
The Cupid one, the Cupid skin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so I worked on that one, and just to get it kind of comedic and just get the feeling across.
Yeah.
I added I think a really small fart sound at the beginning of it. So you do it.
So when you pop.
Yeah, so when he pops it, right, and he squeezes it, you get
this conversation went in a completely unexpected direction. This is why we need Brian here, guys. This is incredible.
It's Overwatch, baby.
This is great. This is great. All right, okay. There has to be more here.
Oh man. So another fun one that I did is so Ash Mythic Skin. Her Power Rangers-esque one.
Oh my gosh, the sponge skin, I like to call it.
The sponge skin.
It makes so many squishy noises.
It is kind of squishy. But her rifle, her reloading.
Yeah.
When she feeds it, it makes a chomping noise.
Yeah.
That's me.
Wait, really? That's actually you?
Yeah, that's me.
All right, listen, chat. Right now, you have to pull it up. Right now, that's this guy.
So not to ruin that skin for you.
So wait, you're telling me that you are a professional ASMR? Just people just don't know it, right?
Yes, exactly.
That's wild. That's crazy. All right,
professional ASMR artist here.
Okay. Anything else? Even just little things how do you create some of the gun sounds? What were some of the maybe this was this was a garbage truck sound that we used for this, or we used this for that? Because so far this is right up my alley here.
Well, so a really fun one is so for Freya, give you some new stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Her bola on her
yeah,
ultimate.
the little trap thing.
Yeah, like so you need to get all those sorts of spinny sounds, right? And so like, how do you get that? Well, you got to spin stuff.
Yeah.
And so Felipe, one of the senior sound designers, he bought a bullwhip, so like one of the really long whips.
Yeah.
And he recruited me to go to the Foley room that we have here and spin it around and just like get some cool spinning sounds.
So Indiana Jones mode here.
Yeah. However, Foley room is actually not that big. And so we were spinning it around and we ended up like smacking stuff and just not getting a clean recording. And so we decided to, don't tell Blizzard this, but we decided to find an empty conference room that wasn't being used, and we just set up in there. And so someone could have walked in on us sitting on the ground, spinning a whip above our head, and someone pointing a microphone at it.
Oh my gosh, that's wild. I think there's been, okay, so I'm seeing my chat is talking about psychology and tanks, bunch of nerds. There were some changes a while back, I think, about the sound design of shooting armor and shields. And there were some small adjustments. I can't remember, it's been a while since I've tested it in the practice range. Did you work on that? I don't know if you did or not.
So I didn't work on that. That was a project of our audio director, Scott Lawler. He kind of went in there and reworked them. Because if I remember correctly, they were in the game before, but they were just like inaudible. He's like, could not hear them. And so he did some remixing on that and like testing and making sure that it was working right to kind of just bump it up in volume.
Sure.
Make it feel better.
Sure. Okay, chat's being weird. Okay, any other questions, chat, that you have about sound design? Any other stuff? You guys say scripted interview, but yet we're talking about hog farts, and like bullwhips in conference rooms. Some discussion about Sonic Arrow, when designing, how do you account for sound changes in the map? I don't know if that's a question that you could answer. It's a little vague.
Yeah, if you can explain what sound changes in the map are, I would gladly answer.
Did I find a stock fart? Or did you record a dev fart?
There were stock farts.
Okay.
I think recorded dev farts
that's
might
a little,
be a little far.
I was gonna say
that might be a little something, but we have a library. We have like 600,000 sounds in our library, so we just have so many random sounds.
What work were you most proud of?
Ooh. Honestly, the Ash Mythic weapon came out kind of cool, and the Reaper Mythic skin.
It's very unique.
Yeah, it like was really hard to find the like toe the line of like romantic Valentines, but also like cool and edgy and like fun and sparkly and all these different motifs kind of coming together. So that was a lot of fun.
Hardest sound to design. You talked a lot about Malga's weapons. Any other difficult ones to balance?
To balance.
I guess just not necessarily to balance, but weapons that were just awkward to design and balance, I guess.
Soldier's Mythic weapon was pretty hard. That because like there's a difference between for like the Widowmaker sniper rifle, like a one shot, just like a long tail transient weapon. You can put a lot of character into it. But then a automatic rifle, because of our game and how it's implemented, you can't just sometimes you can just make like a looping file that has like the sounds in it. But sometimes you need to make like one shots that re-trigger over and over again. And so you have to like layer all these different one shots together and have them play over and over again to create that like assault rifle sound. And so trying to find how to make it feel satisfying and chunky while also hitting the theme and motif of it being like a spirit eater, right? And like it's using spirits as its energy. And so
it sounds both like a mechanical weapon and also like something more unexplained. Something outside the realm of just normal.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Any other EQ and sound menu?
That would be a little intense.
That would be intense. That's a whole rabbit hole that like other games have gone through. Like Apex Legends with like volume sliders for footsteps and stuff. It's like you can just turn everything off and then just have footsteps.
Right.
Yeah, it could be tough. But I am a proponent of accessibility in audio.
Sure.
And so like trying to find opportunities for that. That's a big thing. And also just to hit on something. I know. Like the clarity of Overwatch, the audio has always been amazing. I know Overwatch 2, there's been like some talk of like it, kind of getting a little messy sometimes. And so we are actively looking at different changes that can be made to like clean it up a little bit more.
What kind of spots or particularly do you feel like are difficult for you guys?
We find that in Overwatch 2, we use a lot of like reverbs and delays and stuff. And so the delays were in Overwatch 1, but our convolution reverbs for like weapons and stuff like that, in a large battle, it can get kind of messy, you know, like with all these weapons going off. And then it's like, okay, so this is a psychology thing that I enjoy talking about with sound, but when you're in a high intense battle where you have like 6 people around you at once, all of these things going on, how important is it that you can hear that Roadhog's footsteps have this particular reverb to let you know he's in this room next to you?
Right.
Is it more important to know he's in that room, or is it more important to pull back on that reverb and know he's in that direction and have it be more clear? Or do you want to hear that he's in that room?
I feel like you guys do a good job with like lethality scale in general for the most part, where, you know, ultimate voice lines very aggressive, very loud, and usually the more dangerous, the more lethal the character in proximity, generally the louder those footsteps are. Things like Widowmaker headshots generally very loud for that exact same reason. I assume that's a conscious decision.
Yeah, for sure. Like the whiz-by sounds, I think, are a huge part of the game. Like they really help like indicate, you know, like when you're being shot at, right? And our priority system that we've talked about before, like that's been in the game since when it first launched. It does a great job at like making sure that lethality scaling, like you're talking about, you know, when you're being looked at and shot at, that's more important than maybe someone who's right next to you, but they're focusing on an enemy.
And even between enemy and friendly sounds, there's a clear discrepancy of volume. I know that something, we're not going to be too critical of Rivals, but one of the things that drives me nuts about that game is some of the friendly sounds of like a friendly like squirrel girl, for example, really noisy, and I'm like, well, that's my own teammates. So that's something that obviously you guys said. And I think at times there's even been stuff where like people complain about Reaper footsteps being silent or Roadhog footsteps being silent in the past. Like that was a huge problem, right? It's better now, I feel, but you know, obviously if that consistency of lethality is not there, it's really irritating.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like a big thing that we try and keep track of. And like with Juno, for example, like her weapon fire, that was a big like discussion in the mix room when we were mixing her volumes. Is okay, how loud is the friendly weapon fire going to be versus her enemy weapon fire? Because like as a friendly, you want to know that she's shooting at you because she's healing you, right? Like you want to have that indication that's there. But then once it gets too loud, then you feel like you're being shot at by an enemy, right? And so we actually made some changes, like EQ changes, of like her friendly weapon fire has a little less bass to it, it has a little less sharpness, so it's a little more round. So that way when she's shooting at you, it'll hopefully subconsciously like have Pavlovian response, or like subconsciously understand as a player that that's a friendly versus an enemy.
Right. I've noticed that even in the ult design initially, feels a lot more palpable orbital array or whatever, whether you're in it or you hear it from the enemy. It's like it does feel more appropriate to what it did than what it did initially. Favorite Overwatch sounds to listen to, like whether you worked on them or not, things that just feel good.
Dude, the new perk sounds, the
There've
UI
been some
sounds,
questions about that,
bro. But like specifically the UI for the perk sounds, like when you select it, satisfying. I
Okay, I'm
love
looking
that one.
forward to it.
It's so good.
I'm looking forward to it.
I think like almost all the UI.
Was that more digital, the sound itself, like synth or something along those lines?
I'm actually not sure. That was done by another sound designer.
Okay,
but yeah,
we'll have to try it out at some point.
Sounds really good. And yeah, the new perk sounds, I mean, there was so much work that went into that. That was done by Chris de la Peña and Joe Concha. Chris de la Peña is our like lead hero sound designer who's done Mercies and Yada, like a bunch of the OGs. He's absolutely amazing. And then Joe Concha, who's our technical sound designer, who helped a lot with like making sure the implementation was working well, because these are all new systems, like these perks and stuff. It takes a lot of work to get in there and make sure that they work. Work properly and how we expect them to.
I think the key thing of Overwatch is like how much stuff is communicated with your eyes closed. You know, whether you're low, with somebody, whether you're healing somebody who's. I mean, if you think about it, like all of a sudden, I'm thinking right now, I'm like, oh my gosh, Mercy's beam sounds different the lower the HP the target is, and it's like so many things that you kind of take for granted that just allows you to process multiple variables at the same time that otherwise wouldn't be possible. So that's always great. Question for you. Are there any other games that you feel like do great with sound design? Either old games or games that you played? Like what kind of inspiration do you take? Or is it just Overwatch is, you look back to Overwatch and be like, hey, I got to learn from the previous sound designers?
Yeah, well, I mean, I get the benefit of learning directly from them,
right,
you know, on my day-to-day, which is awesome. But yeah, Doom Eternal is actually, it sounds amazing. Like it's just super crunchy, super good.
Right.
I mean, yeah, Halo's got absolutely iconic sounds, like the shield recharging sound and all that. Oh my God, you hear it in my sleep, bro. It's so good. And honestly, like I take a lot of inspiration from games that are not FPS games.
Interesting.
Like Dishonored.
Sure.
Like the original Dishonored is like it sounds absolutely amazing. The UI, the way the music works with it, and everything.
Right.
It's just like really inspiring, and it's
it feels like the biggest thing with sound design is like finding the balance between competitive integrity and really like role play. Like you're talking about like the sound of what a shield sharing with Wrecking Ball is. It's like I am doing the shield thing. Like it sounds like I am so invested in like you kind of lose yourself in the action of what you're doing. It almost feels like you are the character at that point in time.
Yeah,
you know?
and that ties into like the feedback, right? It's like we need it to feel responsive and quick. And
total
like,
immersion,
you know,
right, chat?
absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. That's crazy. Okay, any other big questions here, chat? Are you in the music studio all day testing?
Well, I'm actually not in a music studio.
Okay.
But I mean, I guess it could be used as a music studio. But
Are you spinning whips in conference rooms all day long?
Pretty much. Basically, yeah, actually, a lot of my work in day to day is done in engine. So it's like for some it might be the less like glorifying type of work.
Yeah.
But it's the really important stuff. It's like, okay, how do we make sure that these sounds aren't re-triggering on each other? They're not breaking when like certain states happen or like state changes. Like that sort of stuff is a nightmare sometimes, and it takes a lot of iteration to get that stuff working. Like with Juno, her the orbital ray, like you have all these different status effects that are playing on people. They're getting healed, they're getting damage boost, they're getting all this sort of stuff on them at one time, and it's like, okay, how do you indicate the friendly player orbital ray along with the status effects that are on you, and for the Juno indicating that you're healing people and all this sort of stuff.
Sure. Are there any, you talked a little bit about with the Bola with the new hero.
Yeah.
Is there any other details that you'd be allowed to share about the sound design? If not, I'm not sure what's
For
crossing
Freya?
any lines here. Yeah.
No, I mean, you can hear everything that's in there, you know?
Yeah.
So like, I'm trying to think. Oh, so part of the spinning things is not only the bullwhip spinning, but also Felipe, the sound designer who worked on it, who also did Ilari and Venture.
Yep.
He took string and he would tie like, like wing nuts.
Mm-hmm.
So like wing nuts or washers that have like, they'll have the hole in them or whatever.
Yeah.
These like weird irregular shapes on the end of a string. And when you spin those, you get like really interesting, like zipping, buzzing sounds from them. So if you're at home and you have the means and you won't break anything, feel free to tie a nut to a string and spin it around in your house and get yelled at by your parents.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say.
It sounds really cool. It sounds really dope. And that's how we also get like some of the whiz-by sounds and stuff. It's just like, or actually a lot of the whiz-by sounds in the game are a slingshot with like a wing nut or a washer being shot through the air. And so like you get that like really cool zipping sound.
It kind of gives you like a more visceral of something moving through the air.
Absolutely. It's like a bee going past your ear, right? It's like very visceral.
Yeah. Let's see, any priorities and sounds get louder when lots of things happening. I think we kind of talked about that. That's like the lethality scale, kind of the psychology of it, which is my favorite word. How do you make sounds for rewards, like level up ranks and level ups? I guess maybe not as something that you've worked on as much.
Yeah, not as much. But I mean, the UI sounds and things like that are super important, right? Because it's like it's something players are going to be hearing a lot, but it also needs to sound really satisfying. Like that's the good stuff right there.
Sure.
And so, yeah.
Sure. All right, last question here. Who do you main? Do you have a main?
My boy Zenyatta.
Zenyatta? That's it.
Zenyatta.
Same here.
Ever since day one, man.
That's it.
Day one,
That's
playing
it.
2016 on the Xbox.
Most played hero.
Yes, sir. Yes,
That's
sir.
it. What do you think of the Mythic?
Oh, it's awesome. That was done by the other associate sound designer, Donovan Robinson.
Yeah.
He killed it. He did such a great job with the sounds for that one.
Okay, I'm excited. I'm really, really excited. So I think Zenyatta's, like you were saying earlier, sound design already super fluid, very snappy, but also like, again, the role play. It feels smooth. Harmony Orb and Discord Orb feel very spiritual almost in their application. So I'm really looking forward to it. So
absolutely.
Well, Brian, I appreciate it. Chat.
Cool. Absolutely. Thank you so much
Brian
for having
being
me.
here.
Thank you, chat.
Obviously, there's just one of the many people that have put out a lot of work. And good luck with the rest of your work, man. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Absolutely.
Have a good rest of your day.
See you guys.
Zen Mythic sounds are great. Yeah, they do sound awesome. Okay. Let's, I guess we can keep going here. I don't even know if I guess the playtest is live, but I guess we can keep going. Like, okay. So let me kind of describe you guys the situation. Maybe you guys can relate or sympathize. I remember when I was like 10 years old. I was at my grandparents' house. They live like an hour and a half south, over in Melbourne, Florida, and I was there with my sister, and I was playing Lego.com, and I had gotten a new Bionicle because I had gone to the store with my grandmother. And we were going to have my cousin over, who's like my best friend. They were going to swim, and then they ordered Olive Garden, got like fettuccine Alfredo. Arietta, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. You live in Melbourne, Florida? Shout out. And I remember this feeling, I'm like eating my food, and I'm like, I was so excited. There's so many things to do and so much excitement that you just felt like, I felt like overwhelmed. Like I was like, I don't know what to do. Like I've got Arietta gifting me subs. Like there's so much, I don't know what to do. Like I don't know what to do. Like it's like, I want to look at all these things and we're going to do it. But I'm like, dude, I could be playing Freya and we could be, I'm like these dev interviews. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like I'm so overwhelmed. Arietta, thank you for the subs again. But, and all the subs that I've missed it earlier. So chat, I appreciate any patience you guys have, because there's just so much to talk about and so much to look at. And it's like a really good problem to have, but it's such a strange feeling. Maybe you guys can kind of relate. Ryan, think of it the subscription. So it's like, it's a little much, you know? Yeah, so anyway. All right, we're going to keep going through here. I don't want to look at the perks just yet in game. I want to give my full breakdown of each character and a grading, and we'll go quickly. When the Steam's cooled off, well, I want to finish this if we can. I want to finish an outsider perspective, on paper perspective first, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, no. It's fun. It's just very exciting. And there's going to be a lot of time here. I think they have us scheduled to be on stream a pretty large amount of time today and tomorrow. So we should have plenty of time to do anything and everything that we need to do, which is why if I look at things from an outsider perspective, there's no rush here. So we got plenty to do. We'll have plenty of time. Yeah. What have I played beforehand? So I play tested all the heroes. Starting back with Hazard, I gave extensive feedback on Freya and Aqua. I can't talk, obviously, more about that. Is Freya live? Are they playing Freya right now? Not live, but playing. And then I play tested Perks a little bit, and I also play tested Overwatch Classic back before it was released as well. Yeah, Freya's out? Okay, she is? Okay. So I gave pretty extensive feedback on Freya. I didn't have as much with Freya. I had a lot more feedback for Aqua, which obviously I can't talk about, but we'll have to kind of wait and see what happens. All right. Liam, thank you for the gifted sub to Shogun Pichu. Thank you very much. Well, Freya's not out, but they're playing her right now. Okay, okay, chat, here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to crank through a couple more tanks, and then I have to pee. I have drunk a lot of water, so we're going to go Tinkletown. And I might also see what the devs are around about there. Aqua is fun, right? And he's a support. I don't know what's been announced, and I don't know if... so you'll just have to wait. Aqua is a support. Was that announced? Can I say if I like Aqua? I did. Yeah. Like I said, they in terms of uniqueness, they've been killing it. It's really good. Very interesting. I wouldn't say I'm super involved in the hero making process, but I was allowed to give early feedback early in the development cycle and kind of bring up some issues that the community might have with some of the characters and some of the things that I thought they were doing really well. Someone said something cool. Can I confirm? I can confirm nothing. Like I said, I can confirm neither to deny. Only what's public information. Okay, let's talk about Malga. Kinetic Bandolier. Overrun reloads up to 150 ammo while charging. Sure. I think, again, small adjustments with how you play. Could be. Go P-Man. All right, fine. We'll finish Malga, then we'll go Tinkletown. 2 hearts. While on the objective, Malga counts as 2 heroes and regenerates 20 health per second. Wow, that's really out of the box. I don't hate it. I mean, that is pretty useful. The objective will move faster, and there's a lot of things that you could do with that, actually. that would allow your team to take more space when you're pushing cart. The health regeneration is pretty like whatever, right? But even capping point faster. I mean, I don't hate it. It is a minor thing. You're going to change how you play, in theory, if you want to min-max. I don't hate it. I actually think it's kind of underrated, actually. I bet people are like, oh, it's so dumb. But, like, I think it's all right. It's interesting. Useless on push. That's true. But then there's going to be a lot of perks that are going to be stronger and weaker depending on the map mode, just based off of geometry. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's all right. Interesting. Firewalker, overrun ignites enemies hit. I kind of like that, actually. I think it's kind of cool. It might be kind of broken in some situations, but I mean, again, it changes probably a little bit, because if you hit somebody and then you slam them, they're already ignited. Yeah, sure. Interesting. It's going to change a little bit, I think. Critical hits grant Malga 2 temporary overhealth. Wait, grant Malga 2 temporary overhealth on Cardiac's overdrive next use up to 100 overhealth. So basically, hitting critical hits gives you overhealth when you pop cardiac overdrive. I'm fine with that. I mean, I think Malga is still Malga. Like, they're still going to need to do a lot more work on like how his sustain is implemented. But I've always felt like overhealth was probably the best. Overhealth tied to cardiac was probably the best implementation of sustain for Malga, because it means that it's not just about raw sustain. It allows you to shoot targets other than tank, and it means that he's not completely dead when he gets antied. So I think it's okay. It's nothing crazy here. It's still Malga, but I think for Malga, this isn't too shabby. I'll give it a B. I'll give it a B. It changes some of what you do. It allows you to accentuate different little minor aspects of your gameplay. And yeah, it's all right. It's all right. I gotta go pee. Is anybody writing down these grades, by the way? No. Actually, I should probably chat with my team, my little team, and tell them if you can. Okay, Tinkletown, yeah, that's right. Be right back. Hopefully nobody jumps in here, man. Sup? We're back. Okay, sorry for the delay, y'all. Tinkletown has been visited and resolved. What was that, jog? That's my personality coming out, you know. Everything that I do is music. Okay, let's keep going here. Orisa, Heat Dissipator, Primary Fire, Critical Hits, Refund Heat. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It rewards you aiming more for the head rather than just center mass. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's like a huge playstyle changer, but it is going to be like a different emphasis in how you're approaching engagements, which is cool with me. Let's see here. Fortify briefly grants an additional over 100 over health when activated. Yeah, again, that changes how you or when you use over health or Fortify. I think, I assume this is going to be bam over health and then decays, so that getting the timing over the Fortify is going to be pretty important, which I think is cool. Sure, fine with me. I actually think that Orisa miners, like freaking Orisa sucks, right? But like the miners are actually okay. Hold right mouse button to charge energy javelin, increasing its speed and knockback, pierces enemies at full power. Yeah, sure. Remember, you're not shooting while you're charging this, so it's opportunity cost, right? Mac and Cheese Master, thank you for the sub. Convert javelin spin to instead launch a barrier. Sure. I mean, it's again it's a gameplay loop change. It's going to allow Orisa to function kind of, sort of, in poke situations. She's still going to be relatively weak with her current implementation of her weapon, but it definitely opens up different playstyle choices in different situations. I actually think Orisas are okay. I actually would give this one like a B plus maybe. It's still Orisa, right? So it's still cancer, but all of these are pretty thoughtful. Like change what you do and change how you approach things and change his gameplay loop slightly, which is really cool. Like Shield changes things drastically. Charge Javelin definitely changes up how you'd approach things pre-fight and mid-fight. Minor ones as well. Yeah. No, frick you. You could just look at DOT Esports. Here, so many copy and paste it in chat. Ramatra Void Accelerator periodically releases a burst of 6 additional projectiles during continuous fire. Sure. I don't. Okay, the only reason why I don't like this is because basically the way that you use Void Accelerator now is just to shoot tanks and shoot shields. You don't really go for like skill shots as much. So this makes that better, but there's not really a situation in which you would use it on anything other than just continuous fire. You get what I'm saying? So it's rewarding you for continuous fire, but that's basically the only way that accelerators played based off of the limitations of the weapon. So this is going to be a really interesting one if Void Accelerator had a tighter spread and did less damage. You get what I'm saying? Vitamin C, think of the sub. Who's the streamer that doesn't respond in Discord? Bruh, I told you guys, I get like 50 DMs a week. And I told you I was going to be delayed with travel and stuff. Thank you for the sub, mate. So I don't think this one is that good in implementation. An idea, I get it, but like right now, it's like all you basically shoot is in a continuous burst most of the time anyway, so who cares? Prolonged barrier voice barrier duration is increased by 25%. I don't care. It doesn't change likely how you play it at all, so I think these are kind of mid. Ramatra's healed for 50 health per second while within Ravenous Vortex. Sure. Don't know. Yeah, it does change. He becomes more frontline focused, like tank trade focused rather than going for backline. Again, I'm okay with that, but like the problem is that using Vortex and backline is already kind of tricky how it is. I don't know. Maybe it's okay. Nothing. While Ravenous Vortex is airborne, using gated. There, baby! Woo! Let's go! Dude, it's our idea. That's our idea. We did it. I didn't know that. All right. That's our idea. We did it. This is what we asked for. All right. Yeah. Awesome. Let's do it. We saved Overwatch. That's it. This one change. I'm going to give it a... I'm going to give it a C+. Vengeful Vortex is great. This is okay. But a lot of the other ones don't really change the gameplay loop or how you use abilities that much. So kind of not the best one. Hello, Blue Panda. Nice, guys. Well done. All right, cool stuff. Reinhardt, while using Barrier Field, your passive health regenerate triggers 50% sooner. actually kind of, it's definitely going to be strong, and it does change the gameplay loop. So what this does is this is a buff to Cloudy Reinhardt. So you pin backline, you hold an angle, and you're able to click in your out-of-combat heal a little bit faster. So this opens up off-angling and self-regeneration a little bit better. This definitely changes gameplay loop. Definitely changes gameplay loop a little bit more. You're like, oh, but just melee Rein. Yeah, but do you want to melee Reinhardt? Is that what you really want? It's not about changing gameplay loop as bad. So basically it's saying there are different play styles of Reinhardt that are relevant, tank trade or backline trade, right? Whether you're kind of holding shield in backline or swinging and applying pressure in frontline. Different maps and different compositions definitely emphasize different aspects of it. But this one makes it so that there are more situations in which you can kind of go off on your own, which, I'm okay with that. Barrier field is healed for 100% of fire strikes damage dealt. I don't like this one. Doesn't change what you do. If anything, it rewards you to be less risky with your fire strike. I think this one's bad. You just kind of use it and you get free shield health, right? But if you think about like what inherently is baked into how you use fire strike right now, it's not as rewarding to go for harder to hit targets. So then you're kind of rewarded to go for easier targets for free shield health. I don't like this one as much. Yeah. While barrier health is active, use left mouse button to your primary fire to damage and knock back enemies. Sure, that's fine. That's definitely going to be an interesting combo there. I'd have to see how much damage and how much knockback, but it will change some of how you do things, which is interesting. Charge damage grants temporary overhealth for 50% of the damage dealt. That's a huge buff to frontline health or frontline trading. Like pinning a tank now. What is charge, guys? Is it 290? Something like that? 280, 270? I don't remember what it is exactly. 300. Okay, so 300 on the nose. I mean, that's a big deal. You pin a tank that's 150 HP healed. Yeah, I'm okay with this. It definitely changes a little bit, right? You're not going to be going for backline as much with this one, so it's going to be more frontline. Whereas ironically, I mean, I guess this could be frontline too. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with these. Like, these are pretty, they're going to take some choice. Like, you're going to have to go for more charges if you want the sustain. So but think about it this way. Like, in a Reinhardt versus a Roadhog mirror, you have to be pretty selective about when you pin. You maybe don't even pin at all. But now you're like, oh, if I hit the pin, then I'm going to get 150 extra overhealth. So maybe I actually do want to go for that higher risk play, right? I don't know. It's interesting. Good versus anti as well, right? What's in my eye? I don't know. I think I just got soap in my eye or something. Yeah, this is interesting. I'm all right. Chain hook hits reload 2 ammo. No. Nope, no. I don't like this one at all. Brainless. Oh, also Reinhardt. Let's give it Ryan is still kind of tricky with his shield, but I actually think this one's pretty good. Minus the barrier field shield, this is bad. I'll give it a B. That's all right. Pretty decent. Okay. Roadhog. This is garbage. I don't like it at all. Just free value. No good. Doesn't change how you use the ability. Some of the other reloads, like the Doomfist one, were more like layering how you use your abilities, but in no situation do you ever use chain hook when you don't have ammo. So, boo. Pigpen's throw range is increased by 50%. That's fine. I'm okay with that. It changes how you use Pigpen instead of securing just your one-shots, but you can actually kind of use it to control space like Roadhog Trap or a Junkrat Trap. That's okay. I'm all right with that. I mean, I don't like Pigpen, but yeah, I think it's a decent perk. Now you have a reason to use hook, though? What? What do you think? Yeah. Take a breather, rapidly increase. Dude! They did it!
They followed the feedback, ladies and gentlemen.
When you have no ammo. Yeah, wow. Take a breather, movement speed. Again, we asked for this, right? It completely changes how you use breather. Now, it's going to be insane power creep for breather. So you're going to need to be really careful, but this rewards repositioning and movement. So again, I hate Roadhog. I hope Roadhog is really bad. But on paper, in theory, this is okay. They're going to have to, I freaking hate Roadhog. But let me explain why. So when you have slight movement speed with breather, essentially what you're doing is you're allowing you to take more angles and more repositions and disengage without just raw sustain and raw damage pressure. this is going to be broken in some ways for sure. I don't even know if 30% is too much. I don't know if that might be too much, but it changes what you do. Like, again, we're not talking about balance here. We're talking about, is it change what the choices that you make with Roadhog? And the answer is yes. You could even use Invigorate, because a lot of you guys are thinking about this defensively. Oh, you just vape and walk away. That's really true also. But what if you vape and take an angle? This one also changes things, right? In terms of how you use Take a Breather. I don't know about 50%, maybe that's too much, but again, it changes how you would position or how you would play Roadhog. So I think Roadhog is by design just garbage. But I actually think the major perks are pretty thoughtful, all things considered. So I'll give F for Roadhog design, and I hope this doesn't make Roadhog good. Like, that's always a scary thing when they do things like this. It's like why I've been kind of okay with them trashing Orisa, because, you know, Orisa's just bad. But I actually think this is like a B for the thing. You know what I'm saying? The only really miss was this one, which was just no choice, free value. So it's like the best grade for something that I'm really apprehensive about. And I'm like, yay, good change. Oh no. You know, I hope that we don't see more Roadhog. I mean, we're going to, but yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, I mean, hero bans, who knows? The other second perk, what? I mean, yeah, we talked about it already. Yeah, it's going to change some. It's going to make some positional choices. Kinetic cycle, absorbing projectiles also reduces accretion's cooldown. Yeah, I think that's okay. It's interesting. Like it rewards situations where you can like cycle your cooldowns better. Like it. Basically, the way they use kinetic grasp is not just when you see a lot of damage coming in. Sometimes that's good. Often that's good, but it's not always good. Sometimes it's better to just wait until you're under a lot of pressure and then use it on a case like where you need it. This is saying, oh, if you want a kinetic grasp offensively, you actually can reward yourself with an offensive like thing. I think these are okay. I think this is okay. Because all of a sudden, there are situations when you might actually use kinetic grasp way earlier in a trade than you would otherwise. Accretion's knockdown. Impact duration increased to 3 seconds based on travel distance. Sure. I mean, you have to be careful about how long the CC you get, but again, that changes how you use accretion. You're more rewarded going for much further hits, whereas now it's like, you know, it's probably easier to just take what's given to you. And now you're like, oh, if you want to go for a riskier rock, a more skill check rock, you're going to be rewarded for it, right? Sure. Every 5 direct hits with hyperspheres, your next quick melee levitates and knocks away enemies. What the heck? What? Are you kidding me? This is going to be crazy. Like, actually give you like. Okay, so what's the immediate? Okay, so stay with me, chat. What's the immediate, obvious solution to this? What do you use? How do you use it? You tell me. Yeah, exactly, Flunky. Insanely good versus brawl tanks. Like you get pinned on and we start swinging on. You actually can just like wham, 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 melee him away. It's interesting. You still have, the thing is, it's a skill check too. You have to get this. You have to get the direct hits for it to work, and you have to do it. Like you have to hit the melee too. Wow. Like, can you imagine chat, just 1 second, turn your balance goggles off. Can you imagine this satisfaction of getting that off in a game and getting the clip? Like, how cool is that going to feel? 5 consecutive hits, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe it is direct hits. I'm not sure. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's direct hits. So we'll have to see. But I don't know. I'm open to it. Activate and then hold double jump briefly for levitate upward. Okay, chat, what does this do? So we talk about brawl tank counterplay if you're good with it. Okay, what is this good for? Not consecutive. Okay. Yeah, dive Sigma, right? Like you're still going to be like infinitely worse than every other dive tank, but hey, you can take some space with Sigma. You're not completely static. So the character still has the weaknesses baked into his kit versus both close range tanks and verticality. But now you can, if you're really good with it, I want to see the implementation of this. Hopefully it's not completely brain dead, but I'm going to do it, chat. I'm going to give this an A, I think, or an A-. I think I'm going to give this an A or A-. So the implementation is going to be the biggest thing of how this is done, but on paper, I'm going to give this the first A, I think. First A so far. A lot of cool things that you can do here. A lot of choices. A lot of gameplay variety. Imagine being a Sigma one trick and looking at this, like you're frothing at the mouth. Like you just want to try all these different things out, you know? Yeah, I like it. Tesla cannon deals 30% more damage to deployable objects. Sure. I think a little bit more of a clarification of what those are, whether it's shields. I mean, obviously turrets, everybody knows that, but during Primal Rage, jump packs damage and area increased by up to 75% while airborne. So the longer you're in the air, the more damage that you do. Dude, that's actually so crazy. Can you imagine popping Primal Rage and jumping a Widow like 30 meters away, and you're just like, oh no. I'm going 75% might be a little bit excessive, but again, it changes how you use Primal Rage. You're kind of you're more encouraged to reach, and you could even do like some straight jump gimmicks. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, again, the key thing is that on paper, it definitely changes how you do things a little bit. Like it might change the mechanics of how you use your Primal Rage even. Like think about a professional level player. Primal Rage right now is really, really skill based, but it's mostly just basically getting as many landings and many hits as possible, right? But then 75% more. Well, maybe that changes who you go for and how you approach it. Yeah. Fully charged secondary fire hits bounces at the 2 additional targets. I love it. I love it a lot. Changes how you use alt fire. AoE pressure is probably not going to be the best way to use it, but now that's an actual thought that you actually have to consider, especially now that it is 60 damage post Season 9, which is great. Barrier Projector heals allies within it for 30 health per second. Peeling Winston, probably not the play, but maybe situationally changes what you do. Heck, why are we saying peeling? What if you get a good dive off with your Genji or Tracer? 30 healing per second, like that's a lot of health. I don't know. Alec? Yeah. You're cooking. We're going through the perks. Oh my God, we have not even loaded the game up. That's how much of a nerd I am. I'm literally sitting in the DOT Esports. We're going through all the perks here.
Okay. Well, all right. What's the craziest one so far?
Okay.
All right. Well, you can start with tanks.
Okay.
Or something.
So in terms of crazy, basically, I had like, okay, I've got my the
notebook. You brought that last time, right?
Yeah. So I'm on the airplane. I'm thinking like, what metrics do I want perks to kind of judge by? And I'm gonna talk with you about that in a second.
So also like, I don't know if you've talked about this. I think you're allowed to, by the way. But you played like an earlier version of this. Yeah. It's changed a little bit since you last played.
A lot of these have changed.
Yeah.
Biggest one we were looking for is like different gameplay choices, like changing how you'd otherwise. I think the highest graded one, chat, you guys, what do you think? Probably Sigma so far in terms of like, whoa, all of these things like really.
I like levitation a lot.
Yeah. So we were thinking like Gibraltar Sigma.
That's Gibraltar in particular, right?
Yeah,
it's like,
Gibraltar Sigma. And we were thinking like, oh, well, if you're really good, you can outplay melee tanks a little bit here.
Yeah. Not fully, but
not fully.
A little bit.
A little bit. Yeah. And then this one as well is like, it encourages like if you want to go for the riskier accretions essentially. And then with this one as well, it's like, when do you use kinetic grasp? Well, all of a sudden that becomes a lot more complicated, essentially.
Yeah.
This stuff, like, I hated this, but because it's just like, the way I look at it is it's like, it's just free value. It doesn't change how you use chain hook, at least on the paper. Maybe I'm stupid.
It's more of like I think like players run to that thing every time where they hook someone in and they have to reload.
Yeah,
it's
but
like,
skill check.
You have to think about that.
Yeah.
It's a little nice.
And this one, okay, so these were interesting because these were like, I hate Roadhog with a burning passion, but again, it does change. It makes you think.
Yes.
Do I want to use Breather as a repositioning tool? Like that's
before not even needing to heal.
Before I even. Now I'm scared that it's just gonna be they're just gonna breathe and walk away. But then, that's always the first immediate thought. But again, there's nuance there, and then obviously that changes how you position with this one as well. So
we actually had a Hog Dragon exposure actually as part of his rework with everything. But we found it was like not very intentional, and a lot of Hog players they're super selfish, right?
Yeah,
that's the way they play.
Yeah.
So this allows you if you want to do the thing,
right.
perks allow you to I can lean into this style.
Right. Yeah. I think the ones that do that really specifically, I actually think Orissa's were quite good. Like again, Orisa, I don't love the character in the current iteration, but I felt like everything here was going to be a conscious choice, pretty much. Like even the way that you use where you're aiming. Essentially, you're more rewarded if you go for more sustained stuff, and I think those are the ones that we were really looking for. And I guess let's just migrate right into that because rather than just going through all this. So I have my notes here, and I'm going to prioritize the questions here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
So what were the philosophy, I guess, what was the philosophy when it came to your implementing? You kind of hinted at it there, maybe shoring up weaknesses a little bit, at least giving you choices without compromising the hero identity. I assume that was one of the metrics.
Yes, I think one of the things we were looking at, there's a few things we were looking at early on, was like, hey, how do we allow people to play the hero they want more? So they can stand a hero and have more viability in more situations.
Sure.
Right? We've always talked about, like, heroes, we want every hero to be viable. And when we say that, what we mean is viable somewhere, in the right composition or the right map, etc.
Still maintaining the strengths and weaknesses of the character.
And how can we widen that for folks, right?
Sure.
A little bit. And that was part of it. And then, so looking at different, like, shorten up some weaknesses, but also then just leaning into, like, what would be some really cool fantasies that's kind of already there that we can bring to life?
Like Sigma with the levitation.
Yeah,
it feels like something he should do.
Yeah, Zenyatta has one of those, like a hover too. I think one of the ones that I've been talking about a lot, because one of my favorite visuals is Baptiste, like, has the automated healing with a little turret comes up and it heals your allies. It's like, that's been something that's been there, and it's just popped up the ult. But how do we take advantage of it? So there's been a lot of or we need to play styles that, like, players have expressed they want at least to try. So we give them a taste of that with, like, Sombra. She can heal right? with her hack. It's like, hey, this isn't what you're going to be doing. Please don't just only heal as Sombra.
But situationally, you can choose to do so.
It's like, okay, now I have the ability to do this in a pinch, right?
So basically, shoring up strengths and weaknesses here and there when done so skillfully, but also allowing people to embrace different hero fantasies and different approaches for different characters.
And I think it's really important for the game to have a moment where everyone gets to come in and learn again. I think that's what.
Trust me. I mean, I haven't even loaded up the game yet. I'm sitting here conjecturing.
This is very on brand, 6 years. Isn't it?
It really is. I'm sitting here thinking about, like, oh my gosh, how am I going to coach these characters? Like, it's going to completely change. And I think this is kind of my next one, which is kind of an assumption here about, like, it felt like it wasn't just about playing around your counters and strengths and weaknesses, but trying to have, like, some impact on gameplay loops. Like, the reason why I was so grouchy about the Roadhog change is because it doesn't necessarily change the gameplay loop. But I say that, and I compare that to, like, let's say the Crusader's Resolve here from Reinhardt. While using Barrier Field, your passive heal generation triggers 50% sooner.
Something you're aware of now.
And you're right. And so you're thinking, like, well, what would that be useful? You have, like, an LH Cloudy pinning backline. You don't have any health. You don't have any healing. And all of a sudden, that play style becomes more viable if you choose to use that passive.
The way we did sort of think about that in particular, like cutting through into the core gameplay loop, that was more of majors in particular. And minors, we view them as kind of smaller upgrades for the most part. So when that happens, that's nice. Right?
Yeah, but I think like a happy accident.
Yeah, but majors are the ones where, like, we want you to actively incorporate this. Like, your Sigma, you get either Hyperstrike or Levitation. Like, those or if you're not taking advantage of those, like, they're not your thing. Yeah, Vengeful Vortex. That's actually one of my favorites too. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say that was something I was like, dude. It looks awfully familiar. So, that was the big one.
It was like, go get the Pharah.
Yeah,
go get the Mercy.
Well, the original hero fantasy of what you expected to do.
In the trailer that we had, they brought Pharah down from the sky. It's like making sure that can happen.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Okay, so I guess clarification would be minors. You're not as interested in changing gameplay loops. It's more like different flavors that may or may not change how you play.
It's not the complete intent.
It's more major that does that.
Majors in particular.
To shifting expectations.
That's more like a requirement to some degree.
Makes sense. One of my questions was. This is really leading the question here because but do the choices? It was the goal to have these choices require player participation. In other words, when we look at
the choice,
the major, not the choice itself, but when you're choosing a major perk.
Yeah.
For example, you look at I know chat, you guys can't see this, but for example, Malga, you're gonna need to try to utilize that.
Yes.
Overrun ignites enemies hit. It doesn't just happen accidentally. Usually, you need to try to implement that tool.
That was definitely one of the goals, is to make sure, like, to get value out of this thing, you have to actually utilize it.
And that's the skill ceiling.
Yeah, and then, like, there's some that are gonna happen, like deep wounds on Junker Queen's going to happen.
Right.
But to get max value, you're gonna have to, like, change up your loop a little bit in terms of, like, really targeting folks, right?
Yeah.
So. And something like shield systems, like D.Va, you're gonna get the 150 health just converted to shields, but then now you're gonna try to, like, probably use defense matrix a little bit differently to restore some of it.
Even how you position a little bit more self-sufficient and less, basically, I was saying less on a leash around your team because you have a little bit of your own sustained. So yeah, I mean, that for me, it was like the big thing was like, I don't want to overthink the balance side of things right now. I don't think it's that particularly important right now, especially considering we haven't even played it yet. But it was more about like, what is the spirit? And it is more about changing gameplay loops, requiring active participation in what you're doing. Additional question for you is, obviously these are going to have, this is again a really simple question, but I think chat needs to hear it. These are going to have significant impact on player hero pick rates and hero win rates and performance. Like, so I'm looking at some of these look weak on the surface. Some of these look really strong on the surface. I assume we're sensitive. You are sensitive to those things, and that things are.
I think there's like. Sorry, finish up.
No, that's basically all.
I think like there's things we're going to be looking at, like sustain in particular. Sure. Like, because we try to go a little bit softer there than some of the other ones. And then there's just going to be like, hey, this is another gameplay layer for us to look at, though. Yeah. I think over time, it's been a little bit difficult to make changes that feel really felt every single season. Yeah. Like, how many times can soldiers' primary fires go up and down in terms of numbers until like, oh, I already kind of understand this. So hopefully with perks, we're able to like shift around how heroes play enough, and then solve some out from time to time if we don't feel like it's interesting for the player either. Yeah. It won't just be like how good it is. I think like part of it's going to be like, are players actually picking this?
Is it fun?
Are there situations that are like make this viable too?
Right. Because I look at like the Torbjorn one was a good one for me, because the ability to place a turret on a wall is, I don't play Torbjorn. I don't even coach Torbjorn that often, sadly. Yeah. But as soon as I saw that, I'm like, ooh. And I'm starting to think about all the different maps, and I'm like, all of a sudden, that's like, I want to go play a Torbjorn game now. Like, I want to start thinking about how that might change, and like, it's very satisfying. And I think like that's like the kind of strategical depth, which I think is going to be really fun. Because I think a lot of this is like, from an outsider perspective, from a community basis, it's like, oh, it's fun, flashy, new Rivals-esque, Deadlock-esque. But it feels like to me that it's not just. It feels like it's not just, you guys aren't just pursuing new flashy stuff just for the sake of new flashy stuff, but something that adds a layer of competitive integrity. I know you've talked about this with Aaron on stream about like having more competitive value, more ways to express skill in different ways.
Kind of been talking about this in the background a lot, and like hinting at it in different ways, and experimenting with things like pickable passes and those things over time, but just to see like how much complexity is the player base willing to accept. And you know, we got signaled that a little bit more was okay. Yeah. And I think here what is important for us is that this feels uniquely Overwatch. You know, every hero has their own. I think there's like two shared ones. It's like Junkrat and Roadhog can both throw their traps a little bit further. Right. But every hero has their own abilities, and they have their own perks, and like it feels unique to them and the playstyles that we want those heroes to be in, rather than just like you deal more damage. Right?
Yeah,
for perks
I hate that so much. Yeah, so, exactly. Yeah. Okay, well, good. In terms of like the level of scale here, is that something we obviously talk about the balance and some maybe even replacing perks entirely, but in terms of the implementation, is this kind of the system that we're going to be trying for like the next season and seeing how it's going? Is there a chance where this gets expanded or this gets compressed? Depending on how things are going. Kind of more of a macro question there.
Yeah, I think we'll look at it more in a broader sense in terms of like a few months period, where it's like, okay, how does this system
long-term.
Yeah, how does the system work over the next 3 seasons? I think individual perks, if we don't think there's enough tuning vectors on one in particular, we might swap that out. Right. If it's not interesting to players or something's just overpowered and we don't think we have a good tuning to get it back down, we might swap it out. But then doing bigger refreshes like halfway through the year where we do like a bigger drop of them. But then also when we do that big drop, probably evaluating the system itself. I don't think that I don't think it immediately means we like added like 5 levels like the first time. But looking at like, okay, is this working as we want?
Are people enjoying it?
Yeah.
Is it compromising competitive integrity? Are people using the system well?
Yeah, stuff like that. And then seeing like, okay, are there ways to expand it as well? Like, do we, right now we have like there's some perks that affect ultimates a lot. Most of those are on the minor level. And then there's like, I think Anna's is on the major level because it's pretty good.
Yeah.
But should there just be an ultimate tier of perks? Like, should there just be like
perk
one
for everybody's
tier
ultimate?
Everyone just like changes their ultimate. Maybe it's the last one. Maybe it's the first one. Right. Depending on how crazy that shift of it is. Right. So those are things that we've like talked about. We think like for the introduction of the system, like 2 choices. We think it's a good thing for you to be able to track on your own hero. Sure. And also be able to like look at a scoreboard and eventually through a lot of games start to understand what other players are doing too.
Sure. Yeah. I want to pivot here to actually showing the passives themselves. Now, it's going to be a little bit of a spoiler for me because we've only really gotten to, I don't think we've finished tank yet. Is there any tank passive? You talked about the Sigma one being particularly fun for you.
Yeah.
Are there any other tank, minor or major, that you guys were excited or had a good time putting in, or you're looking forward to seeing being played more here? Sure.
I mean, I really like giving Reinhardt Shield Slam. That's fun. It's just like a little shield bash there.
Yeah.
Vengeful Vortex, we talked about that
Yeah.
one. I absolutely love it. Malga in particular, I like Firewalker because like you get reward for going in, and I think that's been fun. We played with stuff like Combat Fuel internally too, and it's been a good way to
even with the overhealth as well from the other one. I think it's the best version of sustain for him as well.
And then I really like Power Matrix because it kind of just like is what perks are about, where it's like, hey, I have a little bit more counterplay with my block
you know
now.
me. I'm giving Doomfist the parry here. Now, my concern with this one is more micro-based about like, does it also charge your empowered punch?
Does.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. We're gonna have to wait and see. We're gonna have to wait and see about that one. This one was cool too. At first, I was like, what? I'm like, oh, well, think about how many more situations with ejection suit with D.Va. You can use D.Va Bomb in different situations, and you won't immediately get one shot.
Yeah. So stuff like that, and I think like some of the stuff like I'm looking at personally is like, what are the decisions that players find are interesting? Like, do they find decisions between the natural dichotomy of like attack and more sustain or more attack power, or do they find a decision between the same ability interesting? Like, there's a few of those too, where it's like D.Va does have that one where you get to eject or you get to or you recall and it's a bigger splash, right?
Right.
So like just trying to see like how players react to some of the decisions that they have to make.
It's competitive in both and also content as well. Like, I mean, I'm looking at a D.Va Bomb one and it's like, I mean, there's going to be so many more D.Va Bomb opportunities that are going to be available, so any damage not priorities, but ones that stand out for you that you were excited for. We haven't looked at these yet.
So there's a few.
Okay, please.
I mean, we talked about Somber White Hat,
right
there. How can we use on allies restore on your health for 2 seconds? I like that one a lot. I really love Stim Pack on Soldier. We're definitely going to be looking at this one in particular.
Something I've been asking for ages.
So
I'm so happy to see that.
You anti yourself, and then you shoot faster. For a few seconds, so it's pretty interesting.
Dynamics.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. Sojourn dual thrusters. This one's really fun in terms of mobility, but it's more of a lateral jump.
Yeah.
Giving Reaper a right click with dire triggers, I'd say gets a little bit of range.
There's a lot of conjecture that was something that you guys have been tweaking behind the scenes with the rework in years past.
So I will say that was not what we were working on. We were previously working on a Reaper rework. It was a little bit bigger, and it turned out we were doing some other things in the background, and it was just a lot of work. We didn't think it was going to be worth all the gameplay.
Yeah, probably not.
But so I can say it. Some of the stuff we were looking at was like being able to teleport through walls as Reaper.
Oh wow!
But there's like a lot of tech involved.
I was going to say that's probably it.
Did we feel like how much gameplay like it really gave us for everything that we were doing?
Sure.
And we were working at Perks at the same time. We needed everyone to like really focus on Perks. So, we ended up pivoting
So this has been a project you guys have been working on for quite a while.
Yeah, for a better half of the year in particular.
I think Reaper right now it's like one of those like small, slowly balanced, trickled characters who's like kind of fallen into a pretty good state just from balance stuff alone, like cutting down teleport animation, wraith speed, the spread, raw damage, the armor changes. Like overall, he's in a much healthier state without a major rework.
And I think we're much more okay with making simpler heroes with perks in there as well. Like we're allowed to add complexity to perks in particular, rather than trying to force all that complexity onto the hero. So that one I really like. It's one of the more controversial ones on the team. Actually, is Quick Draw from Cassidy. So when you fan the hammer, it shoots one at a time.
Oh, I can't even
fathom
that.
So you feel like a cowboy though. You feel like you're doing the thing, like aiming and doing it. And you do get rewarded for it too if you hit the crits, right?
Interesting.
So,
interesting. I'm gonna have to try that in a practice range. I can't even visualize that. But again, it kind of leans into what you're saying, where it's like it's the hero fantasy of the character as well.
Yeah.
It sounds fun. It's probably gonna look sick.
When people actually execute on it, I think they'll do it.
And that's the key thing for me too. Is it's something you do have to execute, and you can fail miserably, and that's kind of their opportunity cost there. Are they going to go for it or not? So support here. Obviously, I'm sure a lot of things that you said, trying to avoid leaning into sustain. Like that's the big rule for you.
There's definitely some healing here, right? But we wanted to be a little bit careful with some of those. And it's not like those aren't the most interesting ones for us either, right?
Yeah.
I think I like Alari, like solar power. This is something we were like even considering for like if it goes really well. Is this something that should just be part of our base kit, right? So when you hit a fully charge, you actually get some resource, right, for your right
Interesting.
click. So
Okay.
there's a bit more of a dynamic between those abilities,
Sure.
right, which we think is pretty interesting.
Sure, makes sense.
Rocket boots with Baptiste, you get to press space again when you're in the air, and you can dash horizontally. It's on its own cooldown, so it's like 6 seconds, but that one's really fun. I think also like some of the trade-offs are cool, like Assault Burst. You can use Regen Burst for giving up your instant healing, but then you gain attack speed.
So it's just this slow heal over time, but it's attack speed.
Yeah.
That's
You're
actually
like, okay,
really cool.
I can be aggressive now.
That's
right?
really cool.
And I think that's really interesting. We actually had some of the stuff in Juno. Some of the stuff is like what people have maybe talked about, like Juno.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Meta Blaster can crit enemies. Here it is. Are actually something we had in development. We had reboots in development. We found out she's a little bit too mobile with it and her base kit, but with Perks we could reintroduce it. Giving you back that double jump reset.
Right. And again, I just think maps. I'm like, what maps would that be useful? Yeah. What compositions would it being able to critical hit enemies very useful?
Yeah.
Like
allowing Lifeweaver Super Bloom to now like do Morphish Thorns.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So basically, like we got like Halo Needler action going on here. That's crazy.
Yeah. So there's a bunch that I'm just like, oh, I think another thing here. Now we're still like some of these are going to get tweaked over time, and we're still like finding the right balance, even the right way to visualize some of these. But Flash Heal I think on Mercy is really interesting because, okay, it now allows Resurrect to have. You can use it sometimes as just a heal. It's going to have half the cooldown, but it's like, hey,
if you use it, you lose it.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I want to be able to use this ability and have it be more flexible, right? And that's a lot of feedback we got from.
I know. I
Mercy
talked with
players.
Skiesti. Yeah, exactly. She's like, I hate. Everyone hates res. I hate res because it's a 30-second cooldown. I can't do anything with it. But now it's like, hey, I can actually burn the cooldown and have more impact in a fight. Yeah. I can actually use my kit.
Yeah, exactly. So things like that, and we'll look at some of these, like should they end up, as I said earlier, like end up being the base kit over time. Like over time, like some of these might just feel really natural to the hero,
right?
And they may no longer feel like perks,
right?
But yeah, and I think there was even heroes that were a little bit harder for. I think like heroes like Widow and Moira and some of those heroes are a little bit harder designed perks for. But just trying to lean into things that don't feel oppressive as well was part of the idea for perks in general.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I'm trying to think if there's any relevant to this discussion questions here that we can go into. I guess maybe just a discussion. I don't know how much you can talk about Stadium.
I'm not like the expert on that.
Sure.
Those folks are going to be they'll come in here later today and everything.
Excellent.
And they'll be able to like chat with you.
Sure.
But Stadium's really fun. I think it's so the way I look at like Perks and Stadium and how we talk about them, Perks is like the core Overwatch experience.
Sure.
It's within the bounds of what we consider like Overwatch to be that competitive experience you've known for a long time. Stadium extends those bounds. Like Stadium is where like power does stack to, and you get into a build and you become really powerful at times. And you'll see if you get the right things all going together, you're gonna like one-shot people in certain places, and you're gonna be able to like deal a lot of damage, or you're gonna be able to like just do wild stuff. Like you're gonna be able to fly as Reaper. You know, some things that we think like extends what the Overwatch experience is. And there's a lot of strategy. There's a lot of strategy with buying all the different upgrades for your hero. So you'll be able to play that later and like talk with everyone about it. And I think it'll be a good time.
Okay, yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
Cool.
Chat. Any last questions here for Alec here? Appreciate your time. Some questions about perks implementation in 6v6.
You can see what perks your enemies are using on the scoreboard. Yes. 6v6, the mini comp season we're going to run 15.1 does have perks as well.
Okay, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Are you hydrated?
Not enough, but yeah, some water here.
We talked about the perk swapping system already with Gavin, pretty in detail, but basically it was like the longer the game goes, the basically more percentage that you have. If you swap back to the character, you maintain that charge. And at a certain point in the game, you can swap to any character and basically have full charge. I believe.
Well, when you hit round 3 after both
that's
teams
what
have
Gavin was saying.
Right.
So basically, and then if you do, the bad thing is if you do select a passive, you're kind of stuck. You do have to kind of lock that passive in. There's no going back at that point in time.
We think that's really important for the enemy read. In particular.
And there is visibility from the menu on what passives the enemy is running. And I was talking with Brian earlier, the sound designer, and he was talking about even how they've had to do a lot of sound design work to help communicate to you what passives are being used through audio, not just through checking the menu. So you can know.
Yeah. There's some great new sound effects. Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm excited. Let's see here. Tell us a bit more in detail about how you get levels for the perks. Yeah. So there was a question here with Gavin. We talked a little bit about damage and healing, and my question was, there are obviously going to be some characters with gameplay loops that are less tied to raw statistical performance.
Yeah.
And my question was, depending on how these passives and perks are implemented, are you guys open to the idea of reducing statistics requirements for different characters depending on their playstyle? Like if it takes a Widowmaker, 10 minutes to get the first minor perk, that's kind of the question.
Yeah, they're actually set right now, sort of like we're using the ult charge as a baseline, like for each hero. So,
interesting. That's great. That's
but
great.
we will be looking at I think so we have a bunch of telemetry set up, so we're gonna be able to see how fast each hero is gaining their perks, which perks they're choosing, all that sort of stuff, like how they're performing with the perks.
Sure.
And that's one of the things we're gonna want to make sure that heroes are getting them about the right time.
Right. So it's not gimmicks.
So on launch, there might be a bit more discrepancy.
Yeah.
But over time, I think that'll get a little bit.
And I think
closer.
that's the consistent theme here is as we want to make sure that we're looking more at the spirit of what's being done and then providing feedback about where the execution is split from maybe what was intended. But it's good to know that you guys are sensitive to that. Cool. Any other questions? Do you get a perk when you get an ult? I would say it's not necessarily. It's just it's tied.
Close.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be active in the match and everything.
Yes, you can swap to other. You can swap to other heroes, and you maintain a certain percentage of depending on how late in the match is. Some of these questions we've answered before here.
Well, we changed perks that are statistics that they're not being used much. Yep, we'll totally do that.
And you are obviously going to be tracking what perks are most popular and what perks are not as popular. Would you track even win rates of perks? We are
going to track performance with them in particular. It's going to be an interesting thing to sift through. I think one thing though, it might be okay if a perk is at a 20% rate compared to an 80%
That's what
rate,
I was thinking as well.
As long as it's interesting and has situational viability.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If a perk is really fun, even if it's not the most people are going to pick it, just let it go, right? And maybe there's even an argument for some of these perks that might take more conscious effort or more skill, and so therefore you should be rewarded with a better performance.
Yeah.
So
cool.
That's my thought. Well, Alec, I really appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Say hi to Alec. Thank you so much for your time.
Chat more later.
Yeah,
all right,
absolutely.
Cheers. Enjoy the stream.
I will do.
Hop in the game eventually.
Eventually. Yeah.
All right, take care.
Cheers. Thank you so much. All right. Well, we keep going. So good stuff, right? I had not talked with Alec about really the spirit behind a lot of those changes, and I think if you look in the details here, most of it's pretty obvious of what they're trying to do, and I think most of what they're trying to do is good. But that was encouraging, right? Rewarding choice, rewarding skill, opening up different gameplay opportunities, opening up different hero fantasy things without breaking the original idea, giving you options to deal with different maps and different counters. That's really encouraging. So that's what we love to hear, right? That's what we needed. Yeah, sorry, we didn't get to everybody's questions. Also, frankly, a lot of you guys, it's no offense, we'll figure this out, but there are a lot of questions that have already been answered, and so we'd end up answering the same questions over and over again, and there is only so much that we can do. We've not talked about Freya as much, no. What you're worried about is the power level discrepancy between these. Yeah, well, we talked with Alec. That was one of my major concerns as well, Poke. And they are going to be sensitive to that because some characters are going to do really good with perks and some are going to do really bad. So, yeah. Is the Dark Wizard panel? We'll be edited into a video so you can get the answers later. In terms of the answers for what specifically? I'll have all the developer interviews. I would like to have them all cropped down, but yes. Thoughts on 6v6 having perks? Sure, why not? I know there's this mindset that things can tend to break with team play, but honestly, that's already what makes 6v6 popular anyway. If you're playing 6v6, you're doing so because of broken synergies and the higher skill output if you synergize different things together, right? The peak 6v6 is not running Sigma Roadhog and playing a different game. It's playing Rein Diva and Winston Zarya and playing it. That's what makes 6v6 fun. So if you have synergies in here that are breakable if you combo them, great. That's what we want in 6v6. To me, that's why I've always found Rival 6v6 to be really lacking, is because they don't really have those synergies as much, even outside of a couple of the team ups, right? So there's downsides to that, sure, but I think if you want to dampen that, then that kind of kills the whole point of 6v6. Why not turn it up? Let's find some crazy tank synergies or crazy DPS synergies that are really, really fun, and then introduce bans so that if you really don't want to play with those, I think that's what made Overwatch 6v6 really fun for a lot of people. Were those team play, were those synergies, I don't think there are going to be any balance changes in Season 15. I think they're just going to make perks live. That's what I've heard, but I don't know if that's true. Yes, they do, Spheri Cal. If you switch back, you keep the perks. Am I optimistic about the future of Overwatch? I mean, of course, yeah. I think you look at this and like there's not only a lot of new things, but a lot of good things and a lot of things that are done. Like, I mean, this, like, let's be honest, guys. Okay, this is like freaking insane. Like, can we just take a second? Like, if this was leaked, people would think this was fake. Like, this is incredible. This is a huge new system, and so far it's been doing pretty good. Like, the implementation of a lot of these, at least on paper, seems pretty fun. And I'll be honest with you guys, 3 years ago, even 2 years ago, heck, even 1 year ago, I would not have faith in the implementation of a system like this. And I'm looking at this so far and I'm like, wow, these are pretty good. I agree with their philosophy. Seems like they've learned, you know, or they've adjusted things. So yeah, I'm impressed. Nothing got leaked. Yeah, well, there you go. Is it going to be perfect in implementation? Absolutely not. But considering how, like, guys, this is what you guys got to understand. They bit off, like, this is like, they ate so much here. So for an incredible big risk, an incredible big step, this seems like fairly well executed, all things considered. Like, you got, like, they could have played this a lot safer and gotten just as much criticism. They went all out, and this is pretty good. This, like, you can't take crazy risks with it without it being clunky in some ways, but shut up, Vanilla. So we'll see. How's this going to affect Pro Overwatch? Yeah, it's going to be crazy. I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, exactly, Lukaku. Like, compare this to Season 9, where, like, that was a pretty big patch. But, dude, so much stuff just got forgotten. The execution was so bad, you know, with all due respect. But this is, like, a way bigger project and also feels like, at least on paper, a fairly better, just at least as good of an execution, but doing so much more. And don't forget, guys, we're not even talking about Stadium. We're not even talking about the competitive rewards or the new, we haven't even talked about the new character, right? Or we haven't even talked about bans, right? There's just so much to talk about, you know? So people are going to complain, but it doesn't matter what Overwatch does. The people are going to complain. And some of the criticism, like you guys, I mean, you guys saw me with Alec right there. I'm like, freaking hate the Roadhog change, you know? I understand the theory behind minor changes, but, you know, come on. Like, let's not be dense here. Yeah, I think that's a concern as well, Jay Blow. I know that they're aware of that. So, okay, let's keep going here. Steamroller, roll impact deals 100% more damage to tanks. Yeah, great, cool stuff. Nice job. Well done. I'm fine with that. Changes how you play. It's a definitely weak point. Health packs deal an additional 100 health. Could be broken. This could be broken, honestly. But also, this is kind of nice. Well, I guess it's just one tank. I don't know. This could be broken here. Could be broken. Yeah. Yeah, 175 health pack and small. But yeah, but I mean, honestly, this is pretty broken too. Even if there's just one tank, like that's freaking 120 damage. Yeah, so yeah, these could be a little much. Pile driver winds up longer, gaining air control and dealing up to 50% more damage. Situational, but it's going to change how you use the ability. Sure. Reactivating adaptive shield reduces its cooldown by 1.5 seconds per ally affected in ally health gals. So you're basically rewarded for sharing HP. It's going to change how you do it. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, sure. Give it a B. Like, let's not sit here and try and overanalyze this right now. It's thoughtful. It's going to change how you use the abilities. It might be completely broken, but it's definitely going to change things. The only thing here is, like, these don't change as much. But again, he talked about that with minor perks. They're not really aiming for that as much with minor perks. Remember when everybody said that, like, transferring adaptive shields was dumb and pointless and useless? Yeah. I told you guys. It's still niche, but it's very useful, even in lower ranks. I see it all the time. Jump fire self knockback is increased by 75%. Cool stuff. Changes how you position, changes how you play. Graviton surge deals up to 30% of enemies' maximum health as damage over time. That's just kind of free real estate, which I'm not as big of a fan of. I don't think Graviton surge needs that as much. So whatever. I would say it definitely makes it more useful versus tanks, which is kind of interesting. But I don't think it's enough to, like, really call it an adjustment of how you would do things. So I know that he said that they don't really classify minor perks as, like, changing playstyle changes, but I still think it would be optimal if they did, even if it's in a small way. So I'm going to keep judging it based off the same perspective. Particle Cannon's energy beam pierces enemies while over 50 energy. Yeah, that definitely changes some things. Like, you talk about piercing shields. Well, no, it doesn't pierce shields. I guess it's like, I'm trying to think of how you'd use that. Like, grab it. Depends on how far the range. I mean, there's some weird things you could do with that. It basically rewards positioning, right? It also rewards good target priority. So basically, you're kind of rewarded for aiming for backline and catching the tank along the way. Yeah, I can see it changing small things, right? Projected barrier activates ally health regeneration and increases their movement speed by 15%. Oh my gosh. Holy crap, this is going to be big, guys. This feels like the better one, and at least at the professional level. Basically kicks in passive health, so that's not super useful. I mean, it's somewhat useful, but like the timing of bubbles generally earlier when people are closer to full HP. But increasing movement speed by 15%, holy Moses. Yeah, seems good. These are okay. Some of these are decent. I'll give this one a B-. It's all right. Good stuff. Let's keep going. I'm not as much answering questions right now because I am trying to make progress here. On scope shots gain 30% increased attack speed, but deal 15% less damage. Probably pretty good versus dive, I think. The attack speed definitely means that you're increasing your overall DPS, but you're going to dump your clip out faster, which is a bit... See, this is like, oh, it's just a raw damage DPS increase. Yeah, except for the fact that you don't have infinite ammo, right? You do have to reload. So it's going to be really good if you're having to if you're under a pressure frequently, like versus dive, but probably not all that useful if you're not under pressure. It's fine. Coach Gun pushes Ash and enemies 20% farther. That might be kind of broken. I don't know. It's interesting. Hitting 2 consecutive scope shots on a target deals 25 extra damage and reloads 2 ammo. Sure. I don't think it changes that much. Maybe you just go for tanks more. I don't think that's something that you necessarily try to do. It changes breakpoints a little bit. Yeah. So there's more like sniper situations here. I don't know. Again, this doesn't really... There's definitely some characters where this feels like this is going to be a little bit trickier to do, but sure. Dynamite is a 40% increased detonation radius while airborne and refunds 3 ammo when thrown. Again, doesn't really change that much. We did one with Dynamite, didn't we, chat, where we said something about like if you detonate it on the ground, it leaves a small lava patch, right? Like, so you could purposefully hit it on the floor, and it's like a small DOT, you know? I don't know. This one doesn't really seem like it, because most of the dynamites that you're throwing generally are thrown in the air. So this doesn't really change that. I don't know. I think this one's pretty mid, actually. I'll give this one a C. It's Ash, so it's inoffensive, but this is the exact opposite of the Orisa one, where it's a character that I like, but I think the perks are kind of mid. I like this character, but perks are mid, you know? Yeah, whatever. We go next. There's no new concept or choices here as much. I think this one's the only relatively thoughtful one, maybe, but yeah. A36 tactical grenade self knockback is increased by 24% and no longer damages you. Yep, that's a good one. That definitely changes things. Configuration artillery grants 300 temporary overhealth. Okay, wow, this one is really interesting. Do you guys see the vision here? See the vision. See the vision. What's the vision here? I like both of these, actually. These are both good. Yeah, that's his ultimate. What's the vision? Yeah, you holding without hiding. You take an angle, just plop yourself right in the middle of the enemy team and just let it go. It completely changes how you use his ultimate, or where you use his ultimate, and how, really. You don't die. It's similar to the D.Va overhealth when she pops bomb. You can be offensive, you can be defensive, because the problem if you pop configuration artillery when you get dove now, you're going to die instantly, even with the tank damage reduction. And if you try to use it, it's basically just do it behind a corner. But now you don't have to do that necessarily. I mean, you still might die, because 300 temporary overhealth, and they can tweak this, obviously, if it's too much, but like I think there should still be some risk involved, but yeah. You also survive a pulse bomb easily. Well, if you get it off in time, that's the thing. You have to get it off. Like, it might be when is the overhealth? Is it immediately on pressing Q? Spooky Donkey, thank you for the sub. I don't know. I'm cool. I like think these. Again, I hate Bastion, but these are good. Configuration assaults. Weapon slowly fires explosive shells instead of a rotary cannon. So this is his movement thing, I think. Cool, sure. And I want to see how it's implemented, but it's interesting. Press E to rapidly heal yourself. So you just get a self-heal. So this is going to be... I actually think this is pretty good for Bastion because I think the problem with current implementation of Bastion is it's really hard for him to angle because he has no self-sustain and no mobility at all. Oh, this is the turret form. Is this the turret form? Okay, so this is even better because now this is explosive shells, I think in general are like weaker. Like it's better, it feels like a better dueling option. And also like a little bit of AoE, but like it's less off of just raw pressure on shields and big targets. You can actually like duel things. Less DPS, but more burst, right. More pick potential, yeah. And this is kind of a similar concept in a different direction where like you can now be more angle maxed, more flank maxed without just instantly dying. These are great, guys. I'm giving this an A. I'm giving this a freaking A on paper. Bastion, who would have thought? Still hate the character, but wow, these are like really cool. This is really good. Definitely, and something that's so simple too, right? I mean, think about like you can actually angle with Bastion like you used to be able to. There's gonna be so much clip and fun potential. It doesn't lean into the crappy aspects of Bastion. This is really good. This is good. Well done. I don't understand the fan of the hammer ones. I talked about it with Alec. I don't understand that. We're gonna kind of wipe that from our memory, and we need to go test that. Deadeye refunds 30% ultimate charge if it fully expires. Oh, wow. Yo, chat, this is cool. What a cool, clever little change. Think about it. It's such a little detail, but it matters. What does it do? Think about it. Probably not a perk that most people would use, but I see the vision. What does it do? Zoning ult, right, exactly. So you get the full duration of zoning, like you get like you're the thinking man's hit scan, right? So you zone with Deadeye, which you do a lot, and then you don't even pull the trigger and you just do it again. You get it back faster. You do it again. Kind of cool. Strategic, not flashy, but cool. It changes your how you use the ultimate. Cool. Critical hits with primary fire reduce the cooldown of combat roll by 3 seconds. Sure. I mean, it's a bit of just a raw power creep, but it's one of these kind of changes where it's like, think of the clips. Think of the clips that you're gonna be able to get. Crit, bam. Wait, just one critical hit reduces the cooldown of combat roll? Oh, hang on, that might be too much. That might be a little excessive. I don't know about, I thought it was like multiple critical hits, but just one critical hit reduces 3 seconds. Yeah, that might be a little much. They're gonna need to balance this one. I would say like 0.5 seconds for each primary fire. That's gonna be insane. Talk about, dude, the clips with this character. Oh my gosh. That's gonna be off the charts. Yeah, basically. That's gonna be way too broken. I will say though, I really like the idea. I love the clip potential with that. Yeah. I won't say it necessarily changes your gameplay loop, so to be fair, like I can see the criticism there. But it's gonna look sick and it's gonna reward skill, so. Cassidy throws a second flashbang that travels farther, but both flashbangs deal 30% reduced damage. Sure. I'll have to see how it's played. Like, you talk about, like, being able to control space split from you. I love that they call it flashbang, but it's not hinder. I don't know. Maybe. I think I don't like the ability that much, but I do like the spirit of the perk. So it's okay. Well, I would say right now I'll give this one a B for right now. I'm really concerned about the implementation of these, but the ideas are pretty darn good. And again, keep in mind we're skipping this one. Okay, it's always been called flashbang. Got it. Okay. Well, I'm done then. Duplicate can also target allies. Sure. Triple support. Anybody? During duplicate, your clone's first ultimate extends duplicate's duration by 3 seconds. Gosh, think of the clips, guys. Free value, but clip potential, pop off potential, skill rewarded. Sure. It doesn't change playstyle as much. This definitely does. This one not as much, but it's fun. So sticky bombs fire 50% more projectiles, but all sticky bombs deal 15% less damage. I don't know about this one. Does it really change how you use stickies? It also depends on how long the animation is. It's just more damage, right? I don't think it really changes. I'm thinking like, do you aim more for squishies or do you aim more for tanks because you can just land all your, it feels like more like tanks because you can just guarantee landing all of them. But if you fire more projectiles, it's more likely to hit them on a squishy. Worse against armor, that's a good point, yeah. I don't know, not that great. Does not inspire me immediately. Focusing beam eliminations reset flight's cooldown. Yeah, sure, why not? Could be broken. Would probably prefer if it reduced flight's cooldown by like 2 or 3 seconds instead, rather than just fully reset, but sure, why not? Seems okay. I don't know, give it like a C+. B-. Some are fun, some are, Sticky Moments was kind of interesting. I'd say like a B-. C+, somewhere on there. Not bad. Swift Strike resets double jump. Holy crap. Tech. Tech is back, guys. Dude, Tech is so back. Freaking, not Tetris, but Tech. Movement. Little thing. But yeah, sure. Dragon Blade swings 30% lifesteal, sure. It's going to make sustaining a little bit easier. I'm a little bit concerned about Nanoblade because he's going to be basically unkillable, but he basically is unkillable anyway, so sure. Swift Strike deals 25 additional damage over time and used shortly after an elimination. Yeah, that's strong. That's really strong. That, again, changes what you do because you do want to use your Swift Strike more aggressively post-elimination, which is not always the case. It kind of leads to more smooth walling. Hey, Zanzibar. Regenerate 25 health per second while deflect is active. I think that one's really freaking strong, guys. I don't like meditation as much on paper because I think like we're getting a lot of like, I don't think that's going to change how you use deflect that much. I mean, I guess you could say it's more of the Spilo pill deflect where you're like dueling and angling and rather than standing in front of your tank and pressing deflect. So that's true, but I don't know. I like Genji, but I don't know if these are like blowing me out of the water here. I also, but to be fair, okay, so there's like, okay, so here's the interesting dichotomy here, where you have heroes that are not in great states, so any change feels positive, whereas heroes that are already like well designed and they don't really need much, and so they're either a lot more limited with their changes or they do a little bit sillier things with those changes. You get what I'm saying? So I actually feel like there's a reason why most of the things that we've liked have been a little bit more higher, like worse, like Roadhogs and Orissas and Bastions have been like, okay, I don't like the character, but this is pretty cool. Because there's just, it's not that there's more to work with, but it's harder to go wrong. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah. I think there's a reason why this has been the case so far. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going here. Hanzo, Sonic Arrow hacks nearby health hacks for 12 seconds. I actually like that one a lot. I think that one's pretty cool. It definitely changes how you use Sonic Arrow a great deal. Very, very thoughtful. It's not really super broken necessarily, but it's cool. Storm Arrow split into 3 new projectiles on the first ricochet and bounce extra times. I don't know. I think Scatter Arrow is like, people just want to do silly things with Scatter Arrow, but like, I don't know, bro. Like, it's kind of a gimmick. It's so inconsistent, but you know, hey, whatever. I'll say I'll give Genji like a B- or C+. Nothing crazy. After hitting an enemy with primary fire, gain 25% attack speed for 1 second. Just power creep. It's power creep, and it's clip farming is what it is. So it's not the worst version that we've seen here, where it's just like lazy value, but it isn't great. Yeah, Archer tempo, yeah. Wall climb accelerates your lunge cooldown by 250%. I kind of like that one. It's kind of interesting. I guess. I don't know. Doesn't feel like it's going to be all that useful off the top of my head. But yeah, I don't know. Kind of mid, to be honest with you. I like the Sonic Disruption the most. I'm going to give it a C. Nothing here like sparks joy here. Faster attack speed, lower cooldown, more bouncing. Nothing really crazy here. It's hard with Hanzo, I get it though. Difference between Hanzo and some of the other less like crappier characters like Bastion is that Hanzo just has less in his kit to work with here. So Steel Trap's throw range is increased by 50%. Sure, we talked about it already. It's fine. I'm fine with that one. During Riptire, use the shift to gain a quick boost of speed. Doing so reduces Riptire's damage by 50%. I kind of like that, actually. It means that you're only going to be able to one-shot a squishy, and you're going to need to get on top of that squishy too. Like but it does mean that you can actually, you know, okay, well then you've changed how you're going to use your Riptire here. You've kind of gone in there. Yeah, it's definitely terrifying in game, but it's an ult, you know. So, yeah. So we'll see. I'll have to see what it looks like. Rag Launcher's projectile speed is increased by 40%, but its max ammo is reduced by 1. So you have to be a little bit more deliberate about how you aim. Yeah. 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 Concussive mine arms 0.5 seconds after landing, increases damage by 50%, explosion radius by 50%, and health by 200%. Pretty obvious what this one means. It's more trap focused, as in like lurking focused, and less combo focused, less one-shot focused. I mean, it's still fairly fast, but 0.5 seconds is worth pointing out. It gives you a decent amount of time to counterplay it. So again, the numbers might need to be tweaked here, but it does mean that you're going to kind of have like a more of a lurk playstyle pre-setup. So, yeah, okay, I'm okay with this one. I'll give this one a B. It's pretty good. Okay, chat, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Why has this entire stream been people spamming the same questions over and over again? That breaks his mobility, though? Yeah, true. That's true. So that is true. You wouldn't be able to use the mobility. I swear, every time I look at chat, there's like somebody new just spamming the same thing like 4 times in a row. I swear. Dude, I don't know what. There's a reason why I don't know walled you. I can't even see. I'm on a guest thing. I don't even see everything. Son of a gun. Yeah. I can't see everything, man. Like, it's super scuffed setup right now. Also, there's the people. Yeah, okay, let's keep going here. May, primary fire range is increased by 30%. Not that interesting. I mean, there's definitely situations where it's going to be better and situations where it's going to be worse, but not that crazy. Ice wall duration and cooldown increased by 2 seconds. Again, it's like a risk-reward analysis with that one. Like, do you want a longer wall? Well, you have to wait longer for it, but I don't like either of these, to be honest with you. It's the subscribers only mod. Yeah, that's it exactly. Alienate all but the paying customers, which I hate the most, which is a bit of a secondary fire hits slow enemies by 15% for 1.5 seconds, stacking up to 30%. That's really strong. This is really strong. I'm a little concerned actually about this one. This is going to make follow-up shots really easy to hit, and this is going to feel pretty bad for tanks that don't have mitigation here. This might be like, I think it's kind of cool, but I don't know that it changes how you use things that much. Tanks will suffer, but honestly, even squishes are going to suffer here. Like, this is going to be pretty brutal here. Like, imagine this, chilling reach plus biting cold. Like, ooh. Or maybe it's kind of counterintuitive to have both of them, honestly. But that feels a little brutal. Like, even 15% slow or 30% slow, like, that is rough. It's not awful, but because it's kind of fun in some ways, but I don't like it. I don't like the long range CC, yeah. And it's not going to be even applied at long range most of the time. It's just going to be, well, it could be because it's going to make it easier to 2-tap people, but it's also could just be applied in tank. I don't like this one as much. Cryo freeze slows and deals 70 damage per second to nearby enemies. Yeah, I guess. Like, it doesn't really change how you use Cryo Freeze, though, honestly. Like, really think about it. Like, does it really change how you use it? Because it's still less damage per second than just shooting people or freezing people, I think. Yeah, so you're still going to use it as a defensive cooldown, but now it just gives you value while you use it. How does it change how you use it? May bomb? I mean, I guess, but like everyone talks about like how many times do you have like 3 or 4 enemies that you can hit? I guess on paper maybe there's a situation when that's useful. Maybe does this slow last after the cryo freeze is over? Yeah. I don't know. I think that you could definitely pull some crazy things out of your head, but I'm scared that what's going to happen is 95% of the time, it's just going to guarantee that she wins every 1v1. She's already strong at. It's going to be consistently useful in like the wrong ways, the ways that it's already doing the job, you know? I don't know. I like Mei a lot in Overwatch 2. I think she's super underrated in terms of how fun and how thoughtful she is, but I don't like any of these, to be honest with you. I don't hate all of them, but I don't like any of them. I think D. I think D for me. Punish tanks for pushing her? I guess, yeah. I don't know. I don't see it change. It's not what it's going to do in addition. It's like it's not going to change how you use the ability. It's not going to change. This is just going to be more CC, longer walls, more freeze, more slow. I'm not a fan. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I like Mei a lot, but I'm not a fan of these changes. Drift up as far can move while Barrage is active, sure. Convert 75 health to shields. Dude, we asked for both of these things. Guys, we literally asked for both of these things in our rework Pharah video from years ago. Do you guys remember? I bet you could still find it on YouTube, the DPS rework. We asked for both of these. I like it. It's good. A little bit more self-sufficiency, so you can flank max just a little bit more, which I think is really important, especially now that she's only 225 HP. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, they're from Junkenstein's as well, yep. Concussive Blast knockback is inverted to a pull in. So I actually play tested this one a little bit. I believe it pulls you too. Like you can actually pull yourself forward, which is pretty cool. Like there's a lot. Basically, this is like really, like there's a lot of things that you can do with this. Like I can't even tell you like the number of combos and things that you can do with this. And it's not easy to do either because it really messes with your muscle memory. And also it's not like your muscle memory is like when you get dove, it's to like dash or concussive blast away, but it doesn't work like that anymore. Like you can actually, I died a lot of times playing Pharah in the playtest because I pull myself towards threats. I kept like, it was like a weird pivot. And like, that's kind of exactly what you want to do with perks is like pivot how you play or how you position or how you use an ability. So it was really weird because concussive blast as a defensive cooldown is like way more responsive. But now it's like it changes that. Espos, thank you for the sub. And it budget halt, exactly. But the difference is now you only have your dash for defensive capability now, or vertical cover. Jet dash grants, so that's the dash, grants 50% fuel, so more verticality, more movement. And don't forget you move faster while you're flying as well. Maximum overfuel is great. Yeah, I mean, this is okay. Like this is like more verticality focused. It also means that you can use dash more for sustained verticality rather than just moving around laterally. Can you not pull yourself? You can. Yeah, you can pull yourself. It's just a little bit different. Like, for example, concussive blast, you need something nearby to knock yourself away. But if you're near a wall, for example, Wep, and I'm trying to concussive implosion myself away from somebody diving me, I have to have it something that the blast actually reaches. So, like, if I'm, like, here and the cover that I want to get to is over there, if I concussive blast the cover to get away from here, it won't reach me. It doesn't work. So it's like, it's weird. It changes how you disengage fights, and sometimes you actually can't disengage at all. Because you're always playing cover with Pharah. At least you always should be. So you could always knock yourself away from cover if you wanted to. But now you might not always be close enough to another cover to pull yourself to it. So it does feel a little bit more risky at times. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely a more offensively minded, I think, in terms of like direct threat to the enemy team. Okay, Reaper, Shadow Step reloads Hellfire shotguns and has 25% increased range. Reload, definitely, I think changes, make some slight changes about the cycle of your cooldowns, increased range as well. I think this is fine. Collect soul globes from dead enemies to restore 50 health. Sure, I mean, whatever. I think obviously this one's more attractive to me, but this is like, hey, it's the old school stuff again. Sure. No, we looked at the second major already. Using fire a volley with long range accuracy from both Hellfire shotguns. I'd be curious to see what the cooldown of that is and how much damage and how much range. Leaving Wraith form grants 40% additional life steal for 3 seconds. Sure, I guess. Again, it rewards aggressive Wraith usage, which is generally not the cycle that you play. So I actually think these are okay. Give this one a B. Seems good. Changes pretty much everything that you do outside of Soul Globes, which is just kind of whatever, right? Maybe this one's kind of like, but it's fun, sure. But all these definitely are going to change some stuff, change some dynamics. So it's like, this is super the high risk, high reward. You commit to the fight, you might get rewarded for it. It might be a little much, but yeah. Maximum ammo increased by 15%. Whatever. We already talked with Alec about it. Some of the minor stuff is going to be more free value. Railgun's maximum energy is increased by 50% while overclock is active. So basically playing more for one-shots. So one-shot clip thing, which is fine. Like there's been definitely, like I know that the pain around one-shots, but it is an ultimate. And also there's also been a lot of discussion and disagreement about how to manage the thought of one-shots with this character. So Power Slide, sure. We talked about this one with Alec. That's cool, sure. Again, a more map situational choice. It does change how you use the ability. Disruptor Shot can stick to enemies and generate railgun energy when dealing damage. Skill Shot, it does change how you use it as well because you're rewarded for direct hits rather than just zoning. So it specifically changes how you use Disruptor Shot. Yeah. It's not percent. Yeah, that's what I meant. I think these are okay. I'm a little concerned about extended mag. It's like, you know, this might also be a little bit broken, but these are pretty cool. I'll give it a B. We'll give it a B. It changes, or a B minus, you know. Yeah, the overcharge is probably a major perk, but it is slapped onto the ultimate, so who knows. Would you let me kiss you in a platonic way? How much money do you have? Probably shouldn't be asked that question. Soldier, Helix rockets reload 15 ammo if they damage an enemy. Actually, kind of interesting because I'm like Mr. Helix opener. So it definitely changes that. Like those mid-fight helixes become a little bit more valuable. So maybe there's a world where you like pop a couple of shots and then you helix afterwards, but then you still want to open with helix. Yeah, I understand what you're saying about free value, but like as somebody who's coached a lot of soldier, opening with helix on an angle is generally the way to go. But then if you open with helix, then you don't get value from this. So yeah, maybe tank busting. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. Indifferent. We'll play it. We'll have to test this one. Biotic Field's healing is increased by 100% on critical health allies. Oh, it's not yourself, but allies is interesting. Sprint speed is increased by 20% and really can be performed while sprint is active. Sure, I did play test these and I like them. The anti-heal reload speed, I mean, I love this. I think this is really cool. Super high risk, high reward. But you actually can't heal yourself anymore, which is really kind of interesting, actually. Sure, I think these are good. I'm not so sure about this one, but yeah, I'll give it a B. It's cool. Does it still heal your teammates? I don't think so, because I think the clarification stim pack means that it is more personal. Good question, though. Can be used? You can heal yourself? It's a choice? Okay. Yeah, we'll have to test these more. Got it. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, guys. Virus's cooldown is reduced by 3 seconds when an enemy affected by virus is eliminated. Teleporting with Translocator while at critical health initiates passive health regeneration. Kind of free value here. I don't see any of these being used specifically or targeted. It's just free value, which again, I know we said minor perks. That's kind of what we expect, but hack can only be used in allies to restore 100 health over 2 seconds. I don't mind this. This is kind of interesting. Maybe it's a little too much, but I think I don't mind the idea of again, restoring some utility to this character and making her position more thoughtfully, helping off-anglers and so on. I'm okay with this one. Hack silence duration is increased by 100%, but the range is decreased by 30%. I think this one is. I think this one is cheeks. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. Actual cheeks. Gonna be a little bit harder to land hack. So you're gonna have like these really, really, really high risk, high reward hacks. Does it change your gameplay loop? Yes, but it's hard CC. Not hard CC. It's soft CC. But I don't know. No thanks. I'll pass. I think white hat is really cool, but these don't really change much, and this seems kind of ugly. I give this one a C. C minus maybe even. It does change how you use hack, I will say, at least a little bit, because having access to a more potent silence is a big deal, but I would really, really like for that not to be a thing. I'm way more interested with white hat. Symmetra, sentry turret gains an additional charge. I don't think she needs an additional charge. I think 3 turrets is more than enough. Teleporter's range is increased by 15% or 50%. Not necessary. I think the range for what she's supposed to do is fine. It's fine. Again, minor perks, I don't have like huge expectations. Primary fire's range increased by 15% with each additional charge level. Yeah, okay. I guess. It's not bad. It definitely changes like when you can primary fire and when you can alt fire, so I don't hate this one. Symmetra, yeah, I'm not saying whether this is OP or not. I just think it's kind of silly. Like, it might go to a point where it's too much. I don't know. Symmetra regenerates 20 shields per second within 10 meters of her teleporter. Huh. I don't know. I'm going to have to play with these more. I think, honestly, all of these seem a little esoteric, and you're going to have to see how the gameplay loop changes. Like, you're going to basically be like a teleport. Like, this is like flank. Like, imagine this, like flank city. You know what I'm saying? 20 shields per second is pretty nuts. So when you're TP bombing, I don't hate them that much, but I think we're just gonna have to wait and see. I'm gonna admit some ignorance here. I'm gonna give them initially like a C, but I think you just need to try some stuff. I mean, 20 healing per second or shields per second is a pretty big deal, right? I mean, you could combine that with any of these for bombs or ranges, and it's gonna be interesting. Torbjorn. Forge hammer can restore armor health to allies. Turrets repair heal is increased by 25%. Weird. Weird. Activating overlap fully refills rivet guns ammo. Sure, I guess. Doesn't really change too much here. You repairing my bastion? Yeah, pretty much. Anchor bolt. Deployed turrets throw range increased by 50% to not attach to wall ceiling. I freaking love this one so much. It's not just the fact that you can attach to wall ceilings, but the range increase on turret is like so freaking amazing. Like actually nutso. Like think about how many different ways that you can use turret now. Even mid-fight, right? You don't have to throw your turret at your feet. You can throw it on a wall. And like, dude, it's actually, I love this so much. Like I don't like turrets, but man, this is good. Yeah, ceilings too, I believe. Yeah, that's crazy. I would love that in Torb's boards kit. Yeah. Overload upgrades your turret for 5 seconds, increasing its health and damage. Yeah, I mean, it's all right. Like, I'm not a huge turret guy thing, but you could see a situation where like it becomes really important that you get your defensive setups with turret ahead of time, because if it gets destroyed, like basically this rewards lurking turrets really, really good, and this is the opposite. This allows you to be more proactive and more like you don't care if a turret gets destroyed mid-fight. You can just replace it somewhere else on an angle. I guess kind of both of these rewards setup, but like this is more setup pilled. This one's more mid-fight creativity pilled. I think these are actually okay. I don't like the fully loaded as much, but I'll give this one a B. Tracer, health packs restore 1 blink charge. Free value, I don't care that much about it, to be honest with you. Pulse bomb's radius is increased by 50%. free value, don't really care. Don't really like these. Again, my expectations for Tracer are low because she's already basically a perfect character, right? That's kind of the way I look at it. Recall restores all blink charges. I hate this. I hate this. I don't like this at all. I wouldn't mind like 1 blink because that would be like strategic. You would think about, but all blink charges does. I mean, it changes your gameplay loop, but it also removes skill from like having to manage what you're doing. Recall grants 50 over health that decays over time. I mean, this just does the same thing, but better. This is just a strictly upgraded version. Very situational to use quantum entanglement. Like if you didn't get default, but flashback is just better, like way better. Yeah, the 6 freaking blinks. No, it's not even 6 blinks because you're gonna blink once, blink twice, blink 3 times. Then you're gonna have a 4th blink, and then you're gonna recall. And you go blink once. You're gonna have 8 blinks. You're gonna have 8 blinks at least. Tracer's gonna be broken. I mean, I don't know if I go that far. Like again, you always have to look at things within the context of all the other changes at the same time. But I don't like these changes. I'm gonna give it a D. I think almost all of these are either overtuned, free value, or don't really change what you do anyway. I wouldn't have minded this, like recall gives you 1 blink, because then you might have a slightly earlier recall to get the blink back, but this is like just tuned to the max, where it doesn't even matter anymore. What I say to Alex Dawson, I mean, any feedback that we're gonna do here, I am gonna, if I get the opportunity, then we'll talk about these. Well, chat, well, hang on. Here's what we're gonna, here's what we'll do is we'll go through and we'll highlight the problematic ones. That's what we'll do. Scope shots cost 3 ammo instead of 5. Pretty meaningless. Scope shots charge 50% faster during infrasight. That's gonna be the one to do, for sure. For sure. Clip farming. Sorry, I've skipped Venture. Hang on, I'll go back to Venture. Scope shots reduce grappling hooks cooldown by up to 4 seconds. That's going to be pretty strong. Doesn't really change what you do. Don't like it. Venomine gains 50% increased damage in the second charge, nearly 2 active mines at a time. I don't mind this one as much. I mean, it's free value, but it rewards you being thoughtful about how you're placing. D. Bad. Venture. While underground, Venture can sense enemies within 25 meters. That's really strong. Wow. That's pretty niche, but definitely situationally can be very, very useful. While Tectonic, again, it doesn't really change how you do things, though. A Tectonic Shock is active cooldowns refresh 300% faster. So basically, yeah, it's going to be like super clip farming, but tricky combo. Yeah, sure. Fine with me. Maybe a little bit too much, but yeah. Smart Excavator's range is, again, yeah, like lore appropriate. Excavator's range is increased by 25%. So I think that's the primary fire. Primary fire, right? Thank you, Steve's enjoying. I did not beef with Venture. Venture's voice actor and I, yesterday we were doing karaoke. I got to meet Venture's voice actor yesterday. It's really fun. Dealing damage with Clobber grants up to 30. What is Clobber? Is it the melee? So melee gives you shields? Cool. Yeah. I'm okay. I mean, this is a little bit of free value, but again, it does mean like situationally, like it might change up the way that you do your combo. These are okay. I'll give this one like a C, C+, B-, somewhere around there. No, I don't. I think this is a pretty significant buff. I think this is definitely a major. The range in your primary fire being increased by 25% is a pretty darn big deal. If it resets the shield today, it could be nice. That's true, yeah. Okay, Ana cooldowns, or Ana's. Enemies waking up from sleep dart is slowed for 2 seconds. Mid, not a fan. Free value, doesn't change how you use the sleep dart. After exploding Biodegrade, bounces and explodes again for 50 damage and healing. Sure, that can change some of the choices of how you do things. Biotic Rifle can critical hit enemies. That's insane. Using Nano Boost also cast it on Ana. Oh my gosh, Ana. Also insane. Like, these are both insane. Like, I cannot understate how incredibly powerful both of these are. You get your own Nano Boost, guys. You get your own freaking Nano Boost. you can crit people with biotic rifle. I just think it's way too much, man. Both are fun, but this is just free value. It doesn't change how you use nano that often. You can definitely use it to save yourself, which is, to be fair, but there's a reason. Like, I wouldn't mind like a weaker version of nano boost on yourself, but these just feel kind of overtuned, honestly. It just feels kind of overtuned. I love Ana. Probably my favorite character or second favorite character, but I just really strongly feel this is overtuned. And yes, they do change your choices a little bit, but it just feels a little much. And yeah, I'm actually gonna give Ana, I can't believe I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna give Ana a D. I'm gonna give Ana a D. I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna have a great time playing with it, but it feels kind of like an imbalance abomination. Like even Groggy, right? Like that's gonna be tough, man. Like, that is going to be tough. I'm playing versus a Wrecking Ball. Get fricked. Yeah. So, yeah, this is a little much. I love Ana. Again, we're seeing a pattern, man. Like, all the bad heroes have, like, with some exceptions, right? But a lot of the better heroes just don't work with a lot of these perks as much. They feel very sleek as they are. Bag bouncer's okay. Baptiste. Field medicine. Immortality field restores 80 health to nearby allies and 40 health to Baptiste when destroyed. Yeah, I don't like it that much. Don't like that very much. I think this kind of goes into what Alec was talking about with like what you feel like Immortality field should do, but I don't know if it should do that. You get what I'm saying? After placing Amplification Matrix, your shoulder turret periodically fires to 12 shots at allies, each restoring 25 health. It's okay. It feels pretty strong, but it's kind of fun. Regenerative Burst grants back. I really liked this one. We talked about this one with Alec as well. Really changes how you use Regenerative Burst and what's good and what's bad with it. And I like this one as well. I'll give BAP a B-. I actually think this one's okay. I think the major perks are sick. I don't like the minor perks. Yeah. Yeah, okay, Brigitte. Shield Bash restores 100 health to barrier shield when it hits an enemy. Wow, that's strong. That's pretty useful. It does change how you use Shield Bash a little bit. You could be a little more aggressive with it, I guess. Inspire lasts 3 seconds longer when activated by Whip Shot. That's really strong. That's really, really strong. Both of these feel very strong. This one in particular, Morale Boost, seems a little too strong, maybe? 3 seconds seems way too long. And I don't think that this changes how you use your Whip Shot. Like, this is, again, I don't think this changes what you do with your Whip Shot. So, I don't know. So really, you guys got to think about this. This is also your self-inspire as well, so you don't have to reproc it necessarily. Why does that have to change what you do? Why can't it help reinforce the current goal for your struggling in specific scenarios? I don't mind if it accentuates weak points of the character. I understand what you're saying. But sometimes I don't agree that those are weak points. Like, for example, I don't think Immortality Field should restore health because it doesn't need to. It already does its job. If it restores health, it becomes too potent at what it does. In the same way that, like, oh, should on a headshot? Why not? Well, because it might just be too strong. Like, it doesn't need that to be functional necessarily. Whip Shot increasing your Inspire doesn't change how you use Whip Shot. It just makes everything about Brig better. Repair packs instantly heal an additional health to critical health allies. Oh, man. Not a fan of that one. I think she's already pretty good at that with the burst heal from pack, which I think if anything was something they might have looked at the balance at. Whip Shot's knockback can slam enemies in a wall, dealing 50 extra damage. You're not going to see this one picked. It's going to be quick fix. It's going to be quick fix. And this is kind of cool, like clip farming, but it's going to be quick fix. I don't know how much additional health is going to be fixed, but this is going to be a quick fix. I'm going to give Brigitte a C. Or a C-. Not frick it, I'm going to give her a D. I'm going to give Brigitte a 2. Yeah. I don't know. Healing Pylon builds 300% faster, and its cooldown is reduced by 1.5 seconds. Whatever. Edari's flight time during Captive Fun is increased by 3 seconds, and her flight speed is increased by 20%. Okay, sure. It gives you some more options. Yeah, we had a couple A's. I think we've had 2 A's. Bastion and Sigma, I think, were A. Fully charged solar rifle hits grant 12.5% of your maximum solar energy. That's cool with me. That's cool with me. It allows you to sustain a little bit more frequently, and it rewards like more weaving, which is cool. I really wish they'd stop the, yeah, anyway, we'll talk about that later. Outburst ignites enemies dealing an additional 70 damage over 3 seconds. Sure. I don't know that that changes you that much, but I think the majors are okay. I'll get this one like a C. I'm going a little bit faster, chat. I apologize if I'm not being as thoughtful as I was earlier. So I might be more wrong, and I think somebody in chat's gonna be like, "Oh, but you didn't think about this," and you're probably right. So I'm just gonna try. We've been here for over 4 hours here, so. Pulsar torpedoes lock into allies 35% faster. That's fine. It doesn't change as much, but you can use it a bit more responsively. While using glide boost, passing through hyper ring pushes you forward. So comboing the abilities, it does change that a little bit. Those are okay. Meta Blaster can crit enemies. That's really strong. Activating glide boost resets double jump. That's also fairly strong as well. Probably not as strong as Meta Blaster crit. So C+, B-. Doesn't change how you position too much, but it can change how you play a little bit. I think the crit on Meta Blaster is really, really strong. I don't know about like having Ana and Juno, characters that were not supposed to crit, being able to crit is good. I wouldn't mind if they crit at a reduced rate, like a 1.5 multiplier or 1.4 or something, but this seems a little crazy. Yeah, we've had a lot of Bs, Wukong. The tanks, I really liked a lot of the tanks. We've had several. I'd say about half the characters, or a third of the characters are like B+. Okay, healing Ofuda projectile speed is increased by 50% when seeking critical health allies. Again, I don't love when dealing with critical health allies. Like, I think that this game doesn't have a sustain problem. It has a burst sustain on critical health targets problem in some aspects. Kunai hits launch 2 healing Ofuda to an ally in front of you. I think that's really strong. That's going to really make weaving really strong. Not sure how I feel about that one. Swift Step can be used again within 4 seconds of initial cast. Oh gosh. Protection Suzu grants 40% movement speed to allies for 2 seconds. I like this one a lot. This is a good one. This is something that we've kind of asked for, like more offensive use for Suzu, which adds like some dynamics and changes how you might use it. But I don't like the other 3, mate. I really don't. More Swift Steps, more weave power, more burst heal. Not as big of a fan. Not as big of a fan. Life Grip cleanses negative effects. Sure. When alive, regenerating 10 health per second. Upon death, drop a healing seed that heals. Boo! This is going to be strong because of the regenerate 10 health per second, though. I think that's actually really strong. I don't like this one as much, not because they dropped the healing seed, because I always thought that was kind of corny, but it's actually like having 10 healing per second just permanently sitting on you is crazy. That's crazy. 10 healing per second. Oh, yeah. D. Kiriko gets the D. And I think, honestly, so many of the supports have been getting. Like, Ana, Brigitte, a lot of Ds here, which is kind of a bummer. Life Grip cleanses negative effects, regenerate 10 health per second. And the health per second is going to be crazy, right? I think cleansing negative effects is a little too niche, but yeah. Rejuvenating Dash adds 20 healing to your next healing blossom within 3 seconds. I don't hate that. It's not very much healing, so maybe it's not all that useful. Like, if this was a larger amount, then maybe that would change how you'd use Dash. You kind of use Dash to kind of like layer it or whatever. What is chat saying? What is going on? What is going on? Thorns detonate for 30 extra damage when enough stick within 1.5 seconds. I really like this. I think this is really cool. So this is not going to be a D, I don't think. 10 health per second. Don't like that. This is fine. This is good in spirit, but not great in execution. I'll give this one a C-. Ignore them. Kiriko oh, my bad. Soundwave's knockback is increased by 15%. That's going to be so strong. Regenerate 4 ammo per second while wall running. Not as strong, I don't think, but it's interesting. I think this is going to be the big sucker right there. Crossfade's range is increased by 100% while Amp It Up is active. Wasn't that a thing at some point in time? Was it like... wasn't that like an April Fool's or something? 15%, that's crazy. Lucio's attack speed is increased by 50% while Amp It Up is active. This is going to be crazy. Can you imagine base blowout and Accelerando? White boy, sorry. Cool, I guess, honestly. Changes how you use Amp It Up, right? At least a little bit. Becomes a little bit less reactive, a little bit more predictive, right? Sure. I'm okay with that. These are okay. I'll give this one like a C+, B-. But I'll say B, man. Yeah. Yak Doom, thank you for the sub. Accelerando. Thank you, guys. Mercy receives 15 health per second while Caduceus staff is attached to a full health ally. I actually don't hate this. This is interesting. You don't ever like full heal an ally that's full, but if you're being dove, you could pivot to the heal situation for self-defense at the expense of damage boost value. I know, heal, but like it is gonna be something that like it's gonna change how you'd use beam normally. I'll go to bat for this one. It's at least it definitely changes things. Oh, never mind. It's on any beam. Oh, oh well. Yeah, my bad. I thought it was just healing beam, so you'd have to choose to do a suboptimal choice to keep yourself alive. Oh well, disaster. Guardians Angels range is increased by 30%. That's all right for bigger maps, but yeah. Secondary fire links to any second nearby ally. Yeah, you know, more AoE focused rather than single target. I think it's going to change how you're going to pocket and who with your damage boost. So I'm actually okay with this one. And I actually really like this one. Alec was pretty proud of this one, and I think it's really good too. Basically, you spend your resurrect on a lower cooldown to use utility mid-fight. Even if it's sustain, okay, fine. But it is a cost. There's a cost for doing so, right? I'll give this like a C-. These are okay, I think. This is whatever. This is not good. C-. It's not as bad as some of the other ones, I think. There's a little bit more like creativity and stuff. Yeah. Fade's duration is increased by 0.5 seconds. Sure. I actually tried this. Did you guys try this one in Junkenstein's lab? Maybe I'm just dumb, but I didn't like it. I felt like the snappiness of it coming back in was kind of what I wanted. I didn't like the duration being increased. Like as a Moyer player, I didn't like it. So Fade's jump height is increased by 50%. That's fine. Sure, why not? Biotic Orb's first 50 healing is instant in each ally it encounters. That's pretty strong. Burst healing, again, just like really strong. Enemies being damaged by Biotic Orb receive 25% reduced healing. That's really strong too. Does it change how you use orb? Not really, because you angle a lot, but you're still kind of aiming orb most of the time towards clumps. You do use it in 1v1s often. I don't know. I don't know if this changes too much how you use orb, so I'm not so sure about this one. Hey Zanzibar. I guess. Does this work on yourself? That would be pretty strong. I don't know. It's freaking Moira. I think they needed I think they got to sweat a little bit more. Wow, I've got that. Sometimes I forget that I'm not home. Sometimes I just kind of like goof. Yeah, okay. I'm in a public space here, so we have to not do things. Snap kicks and knockback distance is increased by 30%. Activate and hold double jump to hover for up to 3 seconds. Sure, that's fine.
Have they told you how to switch servers?
Oh, I'm not even in the game. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. No, I have not switched servers.
Cool, because you can play Stadium.
I can't play Stadium now.
You can play Stadium, or you can continue doing this.
Well, we're not even in game yet. We actually have not even logged in yet. So we're still looking at the fastest. We're 4 hours in and 4 hours and 50 minutes in. So
this is great content for
yeah.
for coaches. Everything's changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. makes sense.
Yeah. Chat, what do you guys want to do? Do we want to actually see this stuff here, or do you guys want to see Stadium? I assume Stadium because you guys probably are freaking tired of, like, you guys have probably seen actually other Stadium. Yeah, Stadium.
It's entirely up to you.
Okay, we're gonna do Stadium.
Okay,
We're gonna do Stadium.
It's gonna be when you log in. It's gonna be Overwatch Preview. That's Stadium. Overwatch Preview 2.
Yeah, so within BattleNet.
Yeah.
I know how to do it because of OPR back in the day. So okay, so the preview is Stadium. Thank you very much.
What everybody else plays.
Preview 2 is okay. Thank you so much. 4 more hours of patch notes. Yeah. Okay. Double jump is fine. It's gonna change. Give you some playstyle options. Secondary fire charge is 20% faster and can store 1 extra orb of destruction. That's okay. It's interesting. It changed because alt fire. I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know if it necessarily changes any dynamics here that much, but Daniela heals Harmony orb targets for 20% of his damage dealt to orb discord targets. I kind of like this one. This definitely changes what you do because it rewards you for skill, which is like, whatever. But it actually makes it to where like Orb of Harmony could deal. I mean, all of a sudden you can orb your tank. Like that's not something that you're really used to doing, right? Kind of reminds me of like what Luna Snow does with her snow orb, but the opposite, where you can orb your tank, shoot the enemy tank, and you're just gonna keep your tank alive, bro. Yeah. Like tank orb is gonna be pretty good. So I think it's all right. I like this one. I'll give Zen B-. Still weak, because I think this is just kind of whatever free value. This is kind of whatever free value. Doesn't really change your choices or how you position as much. But I think this one's pretty cool. This one might be cool as well. I think the supports are pretty mid, guys. Like, I think a lot of supports, I was much more pleased with the execution of the tanks. But I think a lot of the supports just kind of whiffed for me. It's not just like the raw sustain, but like there's not a lot of as much choice and variety in terms of like your playstyle. And some of them just seem like downright broken. Like a lot of them just seem super broken. A lot of burst heal, a lot of self healing, and just a lot of just random. How's it going? I mean, I look at like the major perk and it's just crazy. Yes. I think I'm good. She said the Overwatch preview through BattleNet should be all set. Thank you. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. If we were to highlight, let's choose our battles, chat. Let's not write down everything here. If we're gonna finish up, where the frick is my pen? If we were to highlight, let's say 3 heroes or 4, or let's just do like 5 passives here. 5 passives. Give me 5 passives that you guys really, really freaking hate. Diva, anything? No, Diva's fine. Doomfist? No, it's fine, honestly. What do you guys think about Reconstitution from Hazard? Reconstitution. Just kind of more mitigation, not really doesn't feel all that useful. Hey, stay with me. I'm doing tanks first. We'll do more. We'll do DPS and supports. Junker Queen, Deep Wounds. It doesn't feel that bad. Maybe Void Surge, because like you're already spamming tank anyway and shield. Dude, the tank ones are so much better. It's actually crazy. Like, I mean, there just isn't that much to say. Like, they're okay. Like, maybe Deep Wounds. I'll just kind of put in Deep Wounds because it is a major perk as well. So we have higher expectations, you know? I don't think it's like anything crazy here. I mean, dude, compared to like the other, dude, it's crazy how much better they are. Oh gosh, dude, I gotta stop doing it. Damage, maybe Airburst from Ashe. Airburst doesn't really seem all that interesting. Bastion's fine. Cassidy's probably okay. Full salvo from Echo. Hanzo. Dragon Fury. I'm trying to focus on the major perks because of what Alex said. Oh, May. May was gross. Oh, May. Oh, May. Mostly the majors. May was gross. No, I'm not singing for you guys again. I've learned my lesson. Surely this time. Stack Overflow for Sombro's cheeks. Stack Overflow. Oh yeah, and Tracer as well. Tracer was a disaster. I'm gonna let Symmetra cook. I'm gonna let Torb cook. I know some of you guys are gonna be mad at me for that, but Tracer, both majors. No bueno. And honestly, escape plan for a Widowmaker, I'm gonna do it, guys. So I'm gonna need to, I'll criticize, and if I have time to come up with a different idea, I will. And if not, I'll be like, hey, I hate these, but I'm gonna try and work and think of some other ideas. I'll let you guys know, and we'll see. Okay, and then support. Gosh, Ana, both majors, honestly. I'm not gonna sweat over the sleep slow. I don't like it. Big Dog, thank you for the sub. I think BAP majors are fine. I'm kind of, I'll put BAP minors question mark. I don't want to sweat over minors too much, but I don't know. Brig, more minor sweat, because morale boost. I don't know. Quick fix. It just seems like such a shame that you would not want to be trying to use Whiplash because quick fix is so much better, you know? ER is okay. We'll let Juno cook for a little bit. Maybe the crit's a little bit OP. Juno crit percentage, we'll put crit. Kiri, God, dude, Kiri is a disaster. Kiri. Foxtrot's okay. How high can Zen fly? I don't know, man. I'm not even in the game. I haven't even logged in the game. I don't even know if we're going to. Life Weaver. Life cycle. Chris, I talked with Bailey about the ban thing, giving you guys more time to and then having you guys on the desk talk about the strategy of the bans. A little bit more in depth, giving you guys more time and more conversation about the depths and the nuance, and kind of incorporating the viewers into the strategy of the experience, and also giving you guys more time. I also suggested, I don't know what your thoughts on this are, but maybe even having bans done before OWCS, before the match even starts. So you lock out 4 bans or 5 bans, and you can kind of spin them whenever you want as the maps come up. So you have, I ban Tracer, they ban this, I ban Junkrat, I ban this, I ban Ryan, I ban this, I ban Ana, I ban this, I ban this. And okay, first map selection, they select this. I'm gonna spin my Junkrat ban on that map, or spin my Tracer ban. And so you can do all the bans at once and have a 15-minute segment. And just let the desks and the cast or the coaches kind of explain that kind of stuff. A lot of other games do it that way. I don't know if that would work with Overwatch, but it's a really entertaining segment and it really gives you time to cook. Okay, more time? Okay. Well, I talked with Bailey about it, at least giving you guys more time. So, but yeah. Okay, life grip, life cycle, life weaving. I'll talk about how I think it's a good idea, but it doesn't, it's not strong enough. 20 healing is not enough. Ironically, if they're gonna heal creep anything, it would be that. Mercy. Angelic Recovery. Winter majors. Angelic recovery, what? Yeah. And then the last one with Zen would be focus destruction. Gosh, the support ones are just kind of messy, honestly. Okay. But yeah, not a huge priority. They're not like my top list. So if I'll pick and choose, I'll die on the Honor Kiriko Hill more than anything else. Okay, let's I can't believe I'm actually closing this down here. How long have we been here? 4.5 hours. That's a little silly. Okay, exit the desktop. In theory, are we playing? Yeah, in theory. I've got to install Overwatch Preview. Whoopsies. This can't be healthy for you. Listen, man, this is work. I take this stuff seriously, man. I spent like almost 2 hours in the plane prepping notes and questions and things that we're going to have to kind of figure out. So I actually need to... We're installing the stadium thing. Where are your eyes? Yeah, I had interviews too. That's true. That's true. Those interviews were what, 40 minutes probably total? Between the three? What is that wire behind me? I don't know. Just probably plug it. Looks like a plug-in for a TV. Where to get the hoodie? Previous playtest. Funny story, I actually had a dev message me. You guys know Kyle, right? He's like, where'd you get that hoodie? And I'm like, I don't know, ask your boss, man. Get your boss. Okay, I guess we're gonna do the sauce here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see, that should be that. Yeah, so Stadium is basically like an expanded arcade mode, as far as we know, with like Deadlock-esque. Oh, I need to like check my mouse DPI. What is the mouse? Hang on, chat. I need to make sure my... I don't know what mouse this is. Hyper. Do they have... I don't know how to change my DPI, so I'm just gonna have to like test in the practice range, I guess. The mats aren't very big, the things. Sure, why not? We'll have going in ice cold. We'll see how it goes. Oh gosh, that is not what we want. Do I miss you? How many pizzas am I making for this week? I don't know. Yes, I do miss you. Rust Ghost. Yeah, I actually don't even know like what the matchmaking is going to be like because there's probably already a game going on right now. While you wait, can I get practice range? Can I get practice range? Frick, I can't practice range. Okay, I guess we could just, while we wait, I don't know how long it's going to be. We might actually be here and here for like a little bit. Just leaked his Sigma skin. CBA, bro. Not my fault. Who do I play against? I guess everybody, all the streamers in here. There's a Venture skin in the background of the main menu. Where? We already saw that Venture skin in the video. That's not new. Show the comp screen. Bro, I'm not doing jack all, my friend. You're gonna get crushed? Probably. I did okay. I did okay when we play tested last time. I did all right. Actually, he was doing quite well on Hazard in the initial playtest. Yeah, so I'll send you the count info. Let me do that really fast here. What is going on in chat? So Gavin said the really just the rank thing is coming back. So on the bottom left, he said maybe the middle screen, like the loading screen, there wasn't like any confirmation off of that, to my knowledge. Beyond that, I'm not really sure. Do a barrel roll. Yeah. We're really, wait, you can't hear me. Yeah. How do you feel about loot boxes coming back? I don't give a frick, dude. Sure, why not? It's fun. People like it. Nostalgia. When is season 15 dropping? Next week, I think. I think it was the 18th, right? I'm pretty sure I saw the number 18. So that means 18. And it would make sense because Tuesday would be, yeah, so it should be 18. The weapon from Freya, yeah, was Freya being played? Did you guys see Freya already? Bueller? Yeah. Okay. Did you? So Freya is being. Yeah, her weapon is odd. It definitely takes some getting used to. It's very unique. It feels different. I don't know how to describe it. You just have to get a hang of it. I did not get a hang of it. I only played 2 games when we play tested her because I was just fully hazard pilled. But and obviously I haven't played her today. So yeah. I mean, they really don't hold your hand with a lot of these characters. You know, it's like there's either going to be like fairly personally popular characters like Juno, but everyone said Juno was cheeks, you know. Even characters like Hazard that you do have to have like mechanical competence to be able to execute. Like, there's no mercies here. You know what I'm saying? There's no amalgam mirrors, right? So. Do you remember your peak ever viewership? No, I haven't paid attention to viewership, guys. What did it peak? You guys tell me. 600? I think I saw 600 at some point, but I haven't been on my phone. My peak ever viewership, I think I might have gotten 1K 2 months ago, season 14 initial response patch notes. 1.2? Really? That's a new peak by 20%. Wow, that's sick. I remember that's crazy. Well, there you go. New peak right there. That's crazy. Wow, that's awesome, dude. Nice, dude, nice. There you go. Dude, somebody in my Patreon channel sent me some article, like Game Rant or something. It was like talking about like major streamers like Emong and Spilo or something like that. And I was like, I was like, bro, I'm like 10% of his viewership. It was really funny. Yeah, these queue times are going to be brutal. That's my only concern with playing Stadium because there's probably a Stadium game going on right now, you know? So I imagine we'll probably get in. I need to check our schedule for the day, actually. Give me a second, y'all. Perks unlock through like you do like ultimate charge. Deck the halls with boughs of fire. Give me just a second, guys. I'm not trying to be rude here. Checking the schedule. I have like 2 hours. I have like 2 hours, I think. Yeah, there's so much. There's a lot to talk. I feel like I have to process everything. I'm thinking, what do you guys think should be my priority in terms of content, whether it's like explanation or analysis? I definitely think watch somebody else's stream while we wait. That's a good shout, actually. I definitely think like priority has to be on learning Freya, right? For sure. Then it's going to be, wait, I don't want to open this person's stream. It's going to be ban discussion, talking about bans. It's going to be discussion on What is Flats doing?
If you get to round 7 with the 4th power, it's a little...
We're gonna watch Flats play. I'm gonna have to obviously talk about perks. Like that's gonna be the big thing is testing with perks.
You have 6 abilities that you can have, and so like ideally, if you can get 6 epics, you almost never get 6 epics by the end of the game. You would be
It looks like Gibraltar. I don't think. Okay.
Okay, chat. Let's pull this up so you guys can see.
Damage. Dealing damage.
We'll look at all this on our own, but while we're in queue.
Oh, you could really chase people down.
Cheers, Shuthai.
Also so cool.
Unleash your child's
Ah,
creativity.
Flats, screw you.
This versatile set lets
Son
kids
of a
build
gun.
and rebuild 3 animal figures: opposable bunny, llama, and seal. Inspire imaginative play with 3 included accessories like sunflowers, carrots, and ice sheets. Watch your child's creativity soar as they build, rebuild, and dream up endless adventures. The perfect gift for imaginative play.
So charge is an ability, so if you really want to start doubling down on charge, a lot of times you start building into that ability tab.
I have epic stuff. First time, actually. Weapon, ability.
You could always sell a comment to get the extra 1,000 to get the 10,000.
True.
And it's safe to say the teams are in the zone.
15%.
And then you have the Reinhardt ones at the bottom of that ability tab too.
No, I didn't go in. I went out there and complained to just anybody who would listen.
Fly during charge? I'm doing that just for the fun. Just for the fucking memes.
I love this.
All right, listen. We are going to send it into them. I will be behind them. Don't be worried about how I get there.
Wait, you're added? Dude, I have ads on flat minimum.
Wait, it pulled me out! They didn't hear my motivational speech. Wait, you didn't hear my motivational speech?
It's minimum ads, like bro.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Guess how much, guys. All right, you guys want the sauce? Guess how much with the ads that I run. Guess how much ad revenue I make, or not how much ad revenue. Guess how much I make from Twitch per month. Take a guess. Guess how much I made from Twitch last freaking month. Guess. Go ahead, guess. Don't be shy. No. Holy frick, he just went off the map. I made $800 last month. Less than $800 last month. On average, I make like $1,000 per month. I'm making chicken feed on Twitch. So frick you guys and your complaints about ads. Dude, Flats freaking makes like, these guys, he makes more on his VODs channel than I do on my actual stream. Like a lot more. So frick you. With subs. Because I love you guys. I'm sweet and kind and generous, and I don't want to ad max you guys. Yeah. And I don't have that many subscribers either in comparison to my viewership. So you're welcome. Literally starving. My children are bone thin and crying in the streets. Putty Roar, yeah, the strategy's working. Thank you for the Prime sub. What the frick? This is insane. I actually love the third person. I'm probably going to play with third person. It just looks so much more fun. That's why you opened up OnlyFans? Okay, buddy. Nietzsche said, thank you for the gifted sub. See, this is the strategy. Now I'm making, wait, $3 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $15 more. Thank you. Devin Brady, thank you for the Prime as well. At some point, I want to do the whole, like, we need a better perk cut. My gosh, Freudian slip. I'm trying to get like a certain subscription level to where I get like a better pay cut from Twitch because I'm not level 2 with it, but yeah. Yes. I make more of my stuff from Patreon and Twitch makes about the same. YouTube makes about the same as Twitch and minus editing. I make more with YouTube, but I also have to spend more with YouTube. Coaching makes more, it's like 40%. It's like Patreon, Twitch, YouTube, are like 20, 20, 20. Somewhere around there, like general estimate. And then coaching is like 35, 40%, something like that. Any of these mods would be good as perks? I don't freaking know, dude. I haven't even looked at the mods. Have you considered multi-streaming on YouTube? Yeah, I actually did it I started back again last week, and it's like an extra like 20 or 25. Oh my gosh. It's an extra $20 or $25 per stream, which is actually not too bad. We'll take it. We're in! We're in! We're in! We're in! I think. I heard the noise. Don't lie to me. Wait, it lied to me. It did not lie to me.
It's time for Stadium.
How do I mute flats?
The team, we've got quite the lineup today.
Is that a new caster? I'm tank, guys. Who should I play? Nobody's in voice. Testing? Testing. Testing. Junker Queen? Okay.
Hold on to your hard drives, folks. The game is about to begin. What tactics will the teams come up with this round? Welcome to the Armory.
Frick this. I'm not going to be in voice over there. Free Royal Bullets. What is Royal Bullets? Oh. Critical hits within... Okay. Frick, dude, I don't know what to do! I don't know what to do.
Everyone could use a little help in the stadium. These are example builds, picked by the pros to start you off on the right foot.
Frick, I don't give a frick, dude. I don't know what the frick I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Help me, help me, help me, help me, help me. I don't know what to do. 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 I have no more money. My money is gone. My money's gone. Oh, no. Because this is a starter build, which is kind of cool. So this gets Rampage and Carnage give 10% of maximum health as overhealth per hit. Oh, you can't read. Oh, frick. Sorry, guys.
Almost time for the first round.
That's really unfortunate face cam placement. So which one is Rampage? Oh, okay. So Carnage and Rampage. I have more ability lifesteal, more attack speed, and more weapon lifesteal. I have no idea what the frick I'm doing, guys. I'm just making this up as I go. This crosshair is hideous. I think the sensitivity is okay. This feels like close-ish. There's not a lot of mouse pad space.
Lock in for the round.
The frick? Oh, okay. I see what it is.
3, 2, 1.
All right, boys. Let's see how we go. They're on Junker Queen Mirror. I think we already see the comp. Angle max. Feels a little sluggish sensitivity-wise. Frick. Frick! I rotated in the open to get the kill. That was my bad. Feels a little sluggish sensitivity-wise. I might need to turn up my sensitivity. This doesn't feel like 1600 DPI. I'll change it now to death.
Pick up your feet, you drombos!
Okay, so they cap that. It's fine. But it's gonna go that way. Frick. I keep trying to ping, but I don't have the ping button. Hui. Nice, boys. Actual goatage. Okay, I'm gonna have to... 2.4? It just feels a little sluggish. That feels a little better. Maybe that's a little too much. 2.2.
Charge.
That TP is insane. Abysmal bit rate? Yeah, I can imagine. There's a lot on your screen. It's also third person as well. Honestly, maybe the strat is to hold closer here to force Suzu. I need to keep eyeing my crouch actually. Frick. Angle maxing. Oh shoot, I hope you don't carry your ult over. I just figured just why not, what the heck. I guess I probably should have used my ultimate earlier there. Okay, let's bind our crouch really fast. Can I go first person? I don't want to. I'm gonna stay third person for right now, but I will try third person at first person at some point. Controls. Hero and whoops, general. Toggle crouch needs to be whoops, not toggle crouch. Oh no. No. Ah, no. I don't want toggle crouch. That's fine for now. And then let's do our things. So we have, what do we have here? Ability, jagged blade. Wait, rare. 15% ability, lifesteal. Man, this is tough. I don't know.
We're in the middle innings and everyone's waiting to see how the match shakes out.
Why not? Let's just kind of randomly press some buttons here. We don't need to overthink it super much. Basically, here's what I've got. I've got more weapons and then more ability power. Jagged Blade, Commanding Shout, Carnage, Rampage. So basically all my abilities are more powerful, I guess, damage-wise or whatever. I don't know, man.
We're nearly ready to start. Here's
more weapon power.
Teams are ready too.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy.
3, 2, 1.
No time for whinging. Move out.
I need to go full. Am I full screen? It feels a bit. I'm dropping some frames.
I see the enemy.
Big styler.
Feels a bit stalematey here. Uh-oh. Frick. There's Suzu. Frick. We almost had that.
The enemy is pushing their barricade.
Don't stagger, no.
They're progressing faster than anticipated.
It's too low. Frick. DPS gotta take some space here. I can't angle here. That's not a good angle. Just keep. We have to just disengage this.
Time for the reckoning.
There's no nade.
Time for the reckoning.
Just to make sure. Soldier's gonna be top, I think. Let's clear that. Okay, he's off.
Let us proceed.
Nice. Okay. Kind of at an old disadvantage here. I don't think we have anything. They have nano, I believe. Oh, the soldier's so close. Alright. Got her. That should win HP trade. Yeah. There's Shell. Good.
Time for the reckoning. Look at that push bot go.
No.
No one can stop.
Got him. We got it with Queen. Where's Queen? Oh.
Time for the reckoning.
Nice. That was almost a choke there. If we can focus Genji here, we might be able to stop touch. Oop. Should be able to get Genji. Nice. Nice. 2-0.
0-2.
Yes. Dion, hello. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, of course. Of course. Of course.
I guess you'll get to pick a new power this round.
Yeah, I was honestly, I was talking to make sure that your chat can see you here. I'll be honest, let me make sure that, hang on. So might have to turn this a little bit here. There you go, that's perfect. But I was telling them, I'm kind of just pressing buttons here. I don't know which ones are good and which ones are bad. But that's kind of the fun, I guess, is that there's
That's
so
the
many different
discovery.
choices. So, okay, I'm gonna think about what we want to do
I
here.
haven't played Junker Queen much in this, so I don't have any
Yeah.
recommendations.
All right. Let's see here. Charging, holding, drag. Let's see here. That's pretty good right there. Let's see here. Each enemy hit when Jagged Blade reduces cooldown. That's pretty good right there. I'll take that one. Absolutely. And then I think everything else that's pretty much all our cash right there.
You can refund too if you wanted to.
Oh yeah, that's right. So if I go in here, I can choose one of these and then refund from there. Gotcha.
For
Okay.
the full amount.
Okay. Interesting. So, what do you do with
I'm the art
Overwatch?
director for the game, so
Awesome.
I help make characters, make the environments, build a lot of the team that works on the UI and the
Right.
user interface. So
Sure.
anything art.
Did you do anything specifically with Stadium?
Not specifically, it's just directing.
Yeah, just basically helping. Okay. When it comes to direction here, this is going to be the ultimate multitask challenge, I guess, for me here.
These teams are giving it their
which is
all
there's
for a
something
shot at the
quintessential
win.
Overwatch, I guess, about multitasking. What specifically kind of, not theory, but sort of spirit do you bring to the Overwatch team that's unique to Overwatch when it comes? Because obviously every game wants to have a successful art
Only 20
design.
seconds left
But
until we
what is
kick
your
this
vision
round
when it
off.
comes to the art design?
Yeah,
Here, can you put this on really fast here?
try to
pop that down. Sorry for that. Thank you.
The silhouette of the characters and things like this is super important to us, so we always striving to make sure you can recognize the character from a distance.
Right.
You just see their silhouette, you it's Junker Queen, it's Reinhardt.
Yes.
Even with skins, which is super challenging, has to be
especially how crazy some of these skins
become. So that includes their animations and things. We try to make sure they all have unique animations that you can recognize. So it actually helps the gameplay over time where.
So it's not just about like having an artistic vision because you take pride in what you do, but also it's competitive integrity even.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Yeah. So we were talking a little bit of this with Brian earlier, and he was talking about how sound design is both a passion project.
It's huge.
But also something that makes the game better as well.
Yep.
All right, this is insane.
Oh my god. So we're trying to make it look cool, but how does the art help the gameplay as well?
All right, let's see if I get this. This is basically coach play. What this means is I miss every shot, but I hold the right angle, so that's all that matters. Oh dear. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Let me turn this down just a tad bit here. So how long have you been working with Overwatch?
I've been on it before it was actually named Overwatch, so I was
my gosh.
assistant art director on Overwatch 1.
That's incredible.
And became full art director for Overwatch 2.
Okay. And what was that transition like for you? Was there anything that has changed when you were, I guess, starting off and as opposed to like taking on the lead?
It was pretty intense at first because instead of focusing on a smaller number of areas, you need to look at the game more holistically, basically. Right. From lighting to the user interface to animation. So,
was that a change of the direction of the game as a whole, or just a change in your responsibilities?
My responsibilities, yes.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So that's kind of relatively stayed the same, but you had a lot more to do with everything.
Yes,
for lack of a better term. Okay. Okay. Yep. What were the lessons learned, I guess, in that transition? Because obviously when you're not lower on the totem pole, but you have more diverse responsibilities, or less diverse responsibilities, you can kind of focus on your responsibility.
Right. Yep.
And then now as direction, there's like a lot of leadership involved. And what has that been like? What have those lessons been like? I guess, 4 years? 5 years?
5 years, yes.
5 years.
Yeah, I think learning to let the team do what they know best. Basically.
That's the ultimate leadership thing. It's like knowing when to step in and knowing when to step back.
Yes, right. You don't have the answer for everything. You don't need to.
Sure. Is there anything unique with the art direction? We kind of talked about like being consistent competitively and from an artistic standpoint, but also Overwatch has a pretty unique visual style. How would you describe it?
I think it's this kind of East meets West style, a bit of anime versus what a Western aesthetics would be.
And how would you describe a Western aesthetic?
Usually the characters are a little bit more realistic in their depiction, and while anime stylizes the anatomy a lot more.
Exaggeration.
There's more exaggeration, so we kind of combined the two. So our characters are stylized and a bit exaggerated, but not extreme. You know?
I think a lot of people talk about like Overwatch as being like as critically as like a cartoony thing, but I think ultimately for me, if it had been cartoony, I don't think I would be playing it.
Yeah.
So it's that balance that it's what makes it feel almost like mythical in a way, for lack of a better term, where it resembles real life, but also is more confident in taking that real life and exaggerating it. Let me pivot over here to full camera because I'm such a huge fan of the art style of things. I was talking earlier about my history with Overwatch and being the coach and the competitor, but really the art and the voice acting and the design, it's like that's really what got me into the game. I remember distinctly immediately falling in love with Genji's visual design and the way that he looked and the way that he acted and really all the characters. And so I kind of had this like phrase where I think that like I think we're all secretly role players.
Yeah, right.
And I think without your design and your leadership, I don't think this game has the same level of appeal, if you strip it back. So you talked about East versus West. It's like the exaggerated, but not too exaggerated artistic design. You talked about the impact of like the competitive integrity of making sure that everything looks distinctly unique. And I'm not going to name any names, but not every game follows that. Right. And I think you guys do that distinctly well. What else? Are there any other guiding, I guess, beacons of choice that you guys have maybe not even always had, but kind of adapted over the years?
Yeah. One thing people may not notice, but we do this thing that we call navigational lighting in the game. So when you play the levels enough, you might see the cues that we do that teach you how to travel around the level. So at the same time, we're trying to create a beautiful light setting.
Yes.
But we're teaching you how to move through the environment. A doorway may be dark on purpose, or there's a light over a pathway that subliminally draws your attention to it.
Yeah.
The way we create the paths on the ground, the way
Sure.
we lay stones out,
Yeah.
or even the locations where we place props. It's not arbitrary.
Sure. Do you have a good example of that stands out to you? Personal favorite, maybe?
Gibraltar is one of my favorite ones. I remember at some point we did a version of Gibraltar where we dropped the sun down really low, and it created that really intense kind of sunset moment there.
Yeah.
But if you look at that scene, every doorway has kind of a highlight around it that's cooler in temperature, while the rest of the map is more warm because of the sunlight.
That makes sense.
Whenever you're in the interior, it's cool. And whenever you're in the exterior, it's warm. Or
reminds me of Anubis' second point, even, where there's no guess about where the point is or where you need to go. But then I think at that one side room, right side from a defender's perspective, there's something very appealing about like what's in that dark room. You know, it's very like spooky, and it's like as a flanker, it almost feels like you're kind of role playing and like I am taking the dark path to the back line.
And you've learned to level more, so you start to branch out, right? But the main path is always kind of brightly lit or very clear where to go.
Do you? I find so many things, and I'm not trying to fanboy here, but I find so many things. The more I study Overwatch, the more I realize how many things that I take for granted, like navigational lighting, that make the viewer, the new player, and even the experienced player experience so much more intuitive. And you don't appreciate it until you step away from it. And you go, oh my gosh, what have I missed?
Yeah, it's subliminal sometimes.
And it's hard. I feel like you take pride in the work that you do, but I do think that it's because it is so subliminal, maybe people don't appreciate it. And so you can kind of talk about those things. Is there any of those things that, we talked about lethality with Brian earlier on sound design, where like the more lethal things generally are slightly louder. And you don't even necessarily notice that. Are there any other artistic choices, whether from just enjoying where you're at or from a competitive integrity standpoint, that maybe aren't highlighted as much?
Yeah. There's something about the world of Overwatch that people may not realize, but when we look at a location, and that also leads into the art style, that it does take place in what we think is the real world. It's New York, it's Cairo. But what we do is we look at the space and we kind of do a time jump on it. We imagine the place 80 years from now. We don't know the exact timeline, but imagine, for example, Midtown.
Yeah.
We looked at New York and we found some of the greatest architecture was this kind of Art Deco style. But we imagined that we didn't go away from that. We imagined if New York continued to build with Art Deco in mind and do a time jump on that. So jump 80 years from now and they're still building with this type of architectural aesthetic.
Yeah.
But what does it look like in our world? You know?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I think it's like kind of like a spin of really an alternative version of like what the 1950s would view the future as, where it's kind of a caricature. And now that we're in the modern space era, we're like, it's actually not that different. It's a more modern spin, but it's still recognizable as New York. There's not like these, I see like a Tesla truck. Sometimes I'm like, that's what people in the 50s probably thought future cars would look like. But they don't actually look like that, So it's recognizable as the future, but it is still New York.
Or Paris, which returns in Stadium. The typical way would be to make a very futuristic city and you slap the Eiffel Tower in the middle and you say it's the future.
Exactly.
But instead, for Overwatch, we took Art Nouveau era of Paris and applied 80 years of advancement on that.
And I imagine that must be so satisfying as an artist, not just because we
fun,
appreciate it, but it's like, in a way, putting in more effort also makes it more fun because it requires you to kind of delve a little deeper and probably like a much more satisfying result. Like I can't imagine if we were to break down every detail on just Midtown, for example. Like, I mean, you probably could name 50, 60 things if you had enough time. It could go back, like, this is reference to this. We did this style because of this. Are there any particular instances on any particular maps where maybe it's not a huge eye-grabbing reference to something in the real world, but maybe somebody would like to appreciate?
Route 66 is basically kind of a Western dry area. And so for this one, we probably went a little bit more what you generally would expect. But I think what we call the visual navigation of the level, the progress the players make as you complete objectives. So when you first get the payload, you're surrounded by the destroyed trains and the nice restaurant, right? And that one, we really figured out a lot of things, like when the character dies and they spawn back in the restaurant, it's a clear state change for the world. Like when you're out in the main level, it's rocky canyons and things, but when you die, you're in this completely different environment. So it helps you understand where you are. But as you move through the level, there's gates that open as you make progress, you know, so it feels like on top of you defeating the other team, the world state changes as you
so it's very the train wreck, the almost city / town section, and then internally
the hideout, right? And you see the lighting changes pretty dramatically as you get to the end of the hideout. There's this blue light. It actually doesn't make any sense. If you look around, there's no sense of where that light comes from, but it adds so much drama when you're fighting over the final capture point.
I'm thinking about that, like, we don't see that with every map, but it's really it's a storyline is what it is. Lore-wise of like, you know, the train wreck and then leading to the hideout. So like even the pushing of the payload is like, sometimes you forget, you lose your sense of objectivity about like what's actually happening. Why am I pushing this payload? And maps like Route 66 will tell you if you pay attention. Right. That's fascinating. Any lessons that or things that maybe have shifted in vision? Maybe not so much shifted so much as like you fine-tuned since 2016 or even earlier, I guess.
It's things that are probably not overly noticeable to everyone, but we've done a better job at lighting the characters in the world. When you see them in the space, they never quite drop to the color black, like 000 black. We always keep them very close. It's something that's in part of the Overwatch art style, is that we never truly drop anything to black. It's a dark red. It's a dark blue.
Never fully desaturated.
Never full, right? So I think we fully achieved that in Overwatch 2. This kind of goal that we had of making sure things stay lit while still having dramatic changes in the lighting, but it never goes to this perfect dark.
It's that balance of like colorful, but there's, I think, I'm completely speaking out of turn here. I'm not an artist, but it seems like the emphasis, like contrast is what draws your attention. It's like if everything was nothing but color and cartoon. I'm even looking at this freeze frame here from a flat stream, and it's like what makes this map exceptional is those splashes of color that contrast from the sandstone, essentially, right? And so do you have, when you use these colors, you talked about how you use it for pathing and for lighting in terms of telling players where to go. Do you use color in other ways besides just, it looks good? Is it to highlight objectives, important buildings, beautiful statues? How do you use those highlights, those contrasts?
Another thing may not be noticeable to everyone, but this particular map, one side is more cool and filled with organics, and the other side is more sandstone and warm in the color. So that's how you can tell.
So different side of the objective.
Yes, right. So there's a split between the map. The map is essentially mirrored. And one side actually has a more warm tone sandstone color that's recognizable. It's Cairo. And then the other side is more cool with blues and a lot of organics, like the
I see that,
the trees and things like that. As you get used to the map, that helps you understand, again, another way of showing your progress, how much, especially on the full version of Clash, as you push the person back.
I'm so glad that you guys have repurposed these maps in Stadium, because
I missed the Paris,
because I remember when we play tested this last year, and I walk in that main room and I look over and I see Anubis, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's this sense of scale and with how big that statue is. It's intimidating. It's just one of my favorite things in any map. Were there any things that, like, I guess, like, you talk about individual things that might have changed over time. Do you ever look back at old maps? Everyone talks about reworks from a competitive integrity standpoint. Do you ever look back at old maps, 2CP or not, and you go, that's embarrassing. That's terrible. You know, we shouldn't have done that. Or, you know, I'm glad I can't see that. It's just like things that you, with the experience that you have now, think that you could do better.
Under the hood, Cairo was a difficult map. It was the first Temple of Anubis was the first map we completed for the game, and we learned a ton about helping the player while still making good-looking art. So it's funny, Cairo, the things we just talked about, if you look back at Temple of Anubis, we used to call it Cairo as the code name for it. It's pretty monochromatic, the map. It's just kind of brownish
Yeah,
orange
it
almost
is.
the entire
It
way
is.
outside of the spawn room, right?
Correct.
And we learned later that it could be draining on you to just play this map on top of the other challenges.
Oh, I'm just contrasting it right now with this
Right?
version of it,
Of
right?
Cairo, right?
Even the blue, it completely shifts the
So it was exciting to get a chance to revisit that aesthetic and kind of do it with the things we've learned along the way.
It really is. It's a finished product. You compare it to like hero design and balance. Like nothing in this day and age is really set in stone.
Yes, right. Yep.
Except for the art in many ways. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, you guys talk about like the Overwatch 2 skins versus the Overwatch 1 skins, but like when it comes to a lot of map visuals, it's like, it doesn't change as much. And so it's
No.
kind of cool to revisit it for once, to
Yeah.
actually see that. What is your favorite map visually?
It's Hanamura, actually.
I love Hanamura. I don't think you'd be in the minority there.
Yeah,
It's
so
a
but
gorgeous map.
I appreciated Hanaoka being able to
Yeah.
revisit the look of this. So I'm hoping one day we could repurpose Hanamura
Sure.
almost more accurately to because I think that one is another one where the visual progression on it, like you're in an arcade,
Yeah.
and then you're in the city,
Yeah.
then you're in a temple, then you cut through a beautiful
Again, a
cherry
storytelling.
blossom.
Yeah, it
right?
tells a story.
And
Yeah.
you end in a dojo. What's a better
setting? And not
to
just a
do the
dojo, but
fun-
like almost like a temple. Like
Yes,
it
right.
feels like a temple.
Yeah, it's a
beautiful.
temple basically. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a castle, Japanese castle. So these maps are really effective at that visual progression I've been talking about, or we've been talking about.
Yeah.
I actually. New Junk City is.
I love New Junk City. One time, so true story, I must have been an hour. I went around with like a little bit of increased movement speed on some character, and I looked in every nook and cranny.
Yeah.
And I found so many little funny references and little details, and I'm like,
Yeah.
there's just like, whether it was graffiti or like, there's
Yeah.
like, what is that piece of food doing there? Just like
Yes,
random
right.
crud thrown in.
Yeah.
And I think that the thing that always makes it really appealing to me, again, is like everyone's a role player. It's just a sense of immersion. It feels like that East versus West visually, but really, truly, this is a real world. Like this has been lived in. There are people here.
Yeah.
They might not be there right now, but they're there, and it's fascinating. It reminds me. Have you ever seen as a kid, I loved I Spy books.
Yes.
And they're so visually appealing, and there's something very eerie about everything looks real and lived in, but there's just nobody there right now.
Yeah.
And I get the same impression from so many of the Overwatch maps, whether it's Midtown, where it
Yeah.
feels very visceral. It's just empty, and so it's eerie and beautiful at the same time.
Right.
Sorry, I interrupted.
No,
New
no.
Junk City. You were talking about New Junk City.
It's my other favorite map, but this comes from. Generally, our maps are pretty linear. There's
Yeah.
a path ultimately that you
Right.
travel on, and so what kind of makes fun for artists on flashpoints is you get to spread out a bit.
Sure.
It's not a linear path.
Sure.
But think about everything we just talked about, and
Right.
how do we do navigation lighting if we don't know the direction as
Right.
well anymore?
Right.
Or how do we teach the player that they're in a new section of the world?
Yeah, I didn't think about
and
that.
you don't know. So
And Flashpoint, it's like a little, almost like a microcosm or like a little microbiome, and of each point, it's like a slightly different aesthetic.
Yes, right. Yeah, in order to achieve those same results. You can see on India as well, Suravasa.
Yes.
There's purple area,
Yeah.
yellow area,
Yes.
blue area, orange area. This is very much on purpose to
Yeah.
try to help with some of the navigational, but it's ultimately pretty difficult in this fast-paced game.
You wonder again how much of it actually contributes behind, the subconscious of like people will look at the architecture as the first thing that distinct, but ultimately the color thing probably does contribute a great deal to being able to differentiate between points.
Yeah,
which is really interesting. So maps aside, you talked about hero hitboxes, but man, that's like the most boring thing about the heroes, right? So how much of do you guys have a hand in designing how heroes look, designing, obviously the skins are the obvious one, but the animations, a good friend of mine, I believe Kyle Desange, and he does a lot of that stuff, and he made a video, I think, on Juno's animations, and it was
Great
just
animator,
fascinating. So how much of that do you lead, do you have a hand in?
Yeah, I help a lot with this, but obviously I have animation directors and character art directors that we kind of team up on these type of things. But yeah, it's a big part. Design and art, we sit next to each other roughly, so that when we make a guy that's big, hitbox comes into play, and artists are saying, "Hey, but we want him to feel huge," and designers like, "He's gonna get shot." You make this guy this big, we need to make a box big enough for him that he will take a lot of damage. So there's a ton of conversation like that. Even when we start to make skins, you'll change the silhouette on a guy, and a designer will come by. It's like,
what happened to Juno's helmet? We're like, it looks cooler without it, you know? So we've bended a little bit where we let some of that go without sacrificing the gameplay. But yeah, these are constant conversations for us.
Right. Yeah. It feels like the perfect storm of like competitive integrity, artistic integrity, artistic freedom, and like sometimes we're going to go in different directions.
Yes, right. Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
So it's like, remember there's all these conversations about these conspiracy theories about, I mean, there was an actual one with, I think it was the football Reinhardt skin a long time ago. The shatter voice line was like not there. You just shattered faster.
Yeah,
and so it's like, it sounded cool, but it was like a huge competitive advantage. So it's like, you know, it's always that question of like, there was even some conspiracy theory, don't use the Widowmaker skin with the red hair because it makes her easier to see. It's like people are like min-maxing everything. It was super funny.
Curious you say that. We actually try to use red pretty rare.
I've noticed that.
Yeah. Right. So that's why that skin probably stands out sometimes.
It makes sense. It makes sense. And ultimately, I feel like it doesn't have much of an issue, which is impressive. Now, for you, do you have a favorite philosophy when it comes to skins? Is there a philosophy? Is it just really anything goes as long as it fits the hitbox?
Yeah. No, it's not anything goes. There's a balance of what we find cool versus what's cute or beautiful, right? Or even sexy.
Right.
But it depends on the level of the skin. So legendary skin, we get to really revisit the character, almost model it from the ground up.
Yeah.
So try to be actually as transformative as we can be on the hero.
That.
You know, if it's an IP collab skin, working with the IP holder plus us. But those are other ones where we try to be.
And that's new too. Like that's probably not some of the, I mean, I'm sure you guys had toyed around with the idea of, but like whether, I forget the first
Lego Bastion was the first
Lego
one.
Bastion.
Long ago.
I love Lego Bastion. I think it's the best Bastion skin.
Yeah.
Even down to the sound design, it's just completely different.
But yeah, and then Mythic skins, obviously we try to be as transformative as we can without breaking the game.
I get it.
Right.
I get it. There's some situations I notice with some of the mythic skins and legendary skins to weapons where sometimes it either feels like a completely reimagination of something or sometimes just the best version of that. Like, I think there's a lot of criticism for like the Orisa mythic. Oh, it's not imaginative enough.
Yeah.
But I was kind of like, well, it's also probably the coolest armored Orisa skin there is.
Yes,
it feels like the best version of an Orisa armored skin. So I get the complaints, but also at the same time, it's like, well, it's a cool, like even if you look at the Zenyatta skin that we have, the mythic, which I think is amazing, it feels like the best of both worlds. It's not only a really cool Omnic-looking skin, but it is a
godlike version.
Yeah,
of him,
exactly.
almost,
So it's not like completely unrecognizable as Zenyatta, like some of the more crazy mythics, but it's also just really, really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But with Stadium, since Stadium's a little bit more like pushed and things,
I was gonna say.
I think the mindset as we go, maybe we're even more transformative than we're used to with characters and things.
And it begs the question. I don't know if you can answer this question, but third person, does that mean we're gonna have some skins with the mode?
Know that artists are very excited about third person. We've been wanting some version of that for a long time. And you know, you can see even some of the abilities already, like Reinhardt's shield, when you use it, he's in third person. Wrecking Ball, he's literally in third person half the time.
Right.
So we just like, so much of our work is hidden when you're in first person. So
that's the ultimate irony. The most evolved artistic game of its time is hidden in first person.
Yes, right. You know, and so the art team is like really excited to experiment with, now that you can see the back of the character almost on everyone, what could we do? What kind of fun skins could we make, you know?
I've noticed a lot with, especially the base skins specifically, that kind of follow a pattern of, again, I'm not an artist, but it feels like, you know, primary, secondary, and then tertiary accents. Is there any sort of, again, are those just guidelines that you bend when you need to? Is there any sort of strategy when you come out with a character's color scheme, whether it's gray and green with Genji, whether it's we're looking at Reinhardt here, kind of that silver with yellow and black accents. Do you guys have a theme or approach when it comes to that?
You're spot on about those cues you catch.
Nice, all right, let's go.
So the base heroes, we try to keep it a simple, more simple palette like you just mentioned. But there's no guidelines. Once we decide to make a skin, you just break the character, basically.
Of course. It's like you learn the rules, so you can break the rules.
Yes, right, But then when we're making something that maybe it's a character that's in Overwatch and they have an Overwatch suit on, there is a guideline for that type of thing, or a Talon agent, or Or,
it feels like people's first impression of a character needs to be very distinct.
Yes, right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Right. Do you have a favorite character to design, whether it's the skins or just even their initial design that you feel particularly proud of?
Is Reinhardt. He's my most favorite character.
Yeah, it's a good choice. He's so distinct, visually distinct. And I think it's Overwatch 2. I think, I've been looking at the beard here in the bottom left. Yeah. It's just great.
Yeah, Reinhardt and his palette, because he's such a big dude. And
he is.
You just get, there's so much to play with when it comes to skins for him. So that's what sometimes makes it tough as our the uniqueness of every character kind of comes with its own problem.
Again, referencing Brian here, he was talking a lot about sound design with Wrecking Ball. And just using it as an example, he said that one of the biggest lessons that he learned was the importance of consistency with sound in terms of what the action is being done. So when it was sharing adaptive shields, it's a release of pressure. And the obvious example is healing. Healing sounds like healing. I don't know why, but it does. With visuals, Reinhardt's a great example because you don't have to guess what he does. You've never played Overwatch before,
Yeah, right.
And but that's consistent. Like you look at Tracer, you look at Genji, and you look at Ashe, and you look at Ana and Cassidy, and there's a consistent theme throughout all of those. Is that harder than it looks?
It's actually very hard now. We're running out of those core archetypes. Like,
right.
Here's the angel. Here's the cowboy. Here's the knight.
Right. Almost the caricatures. Now we're getting these this is like a postmodern literature where these complex, dynamic characters with grays, and you're having to visually demonstrate that. How do you even do that?
So sometimes we lean in on the weapon itself. Like, for example, with Sojourn, it was a railgun fantasy.
Or Hazard with the spikes.
Yeah, Hazard with the spikes. Or Freya, the newer character, the crossbow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Bounty Hunter with the crossbow. So what's that look like? So so we do a combination of the full archetype, it's a cowboy, or it's the weapon that drives the fantasy of the hero.
Makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's like if Hazard goes in a lot of different directions, you wouldn't necessarily know that he wall climbs from the look.
Yes,
but the spikes it's a consistent theme, and it is a consistent theme of not only his weapon, his block, but also his wall as well. And you can kind of tell just from the visual. Do you have a favorite skin? Maybe not even a favorite, just one that is underrated that you just think is great.
One of my favorite skins is not revealed yet.
Okay, that's now that's exciting.
We learned a lot.
All right, is it a mythic or a legendary?
It's a mythic. Yeah.
It's a mythic. Okay, well, we'll hang tight.
But one of my favorite skins. There's two of them. It's a silly one. It's 76 and his apron.
The dad one.
Yeah, the dad one.
The Grillmaster 76.
Yeah, Grillmaster 76.
I've seen that one cosplayed so many times. Yeah, it is phenomenal. God, socks and sandals.
And the other one is the silly Torbjorn with the pool party.
The bathing suit?
The pool party. Torbjorn.
I've seen way too many fan versions of that skin. I've seen way too much Torbjorn skin. That is also a personal favorite. I use both of those skins, so that's great. That's great. I think those are just where you can really just get silly with it.
Yeah, for silly skins, those are some of my favorite. But then Reinhardt, I'm still a huge fan of the Blackheart skin we did in Overwatch.
Oh, I love Blackheart.
Right.
I love. There was a Blackheart and there was the red version, I think, as well.
Both versions
red
are
with
fantastic.
gold. I love. We were doing. I don't know if you're familiar with SVB. And years ago we did a skin tier list of different characters, and I think it was like Ryan, Genji, Widow, Diva, Mercy, so many good skins.
Yeah.
I think the armored characters you can do so many things.
The range is so much easier to work with sometimes.
Do you feel like that's the case with some of those? Because I noticed that I think I realized at first with Overwatch League skins, and I was like, which characters look good with Overwatch League skins? It's Widow and Zen, characters with armor. Do you feel like that's the case with characters in general with skins? Some characters are just easier to make and some are not.
It's always tougher for some characters, but I don't think it's because of their armor or things like that. Sometimes we want to make sure it makes sense. Sometimes we like to imagine that what would Reinhardt want to wear? We think of his personality. And
that's actually great.
It's kind of silly, but that's how we start sometimes. It's just like, Reinhardt, would he do this? Is he asking himself, how silly will he get, or how cool does he want to be?
Yeah.
Even with the IP collabs, we imagine that the heroes actually watch the shows or they watch the animes, and they personally want to cosplay as that hero.
I never thought about that.
It's kind of silly, but that's how we kind of go.
Again, it's like that's the visual consistency with the story. I mean, we talked about that with the maps, right? With Route 66, it's not just a good map design; it tells a story.
It tells a story,
and so the skin itself is not just it looks cool, but maybe it gives you a little bit of insight about what that character is like.
Yeah.
Even I think the immediate example is the Overwatch 2 reimagination of the Genji skin, where he just feels more casual.
Yes, right. Yeah.
You know, he's just kind of like he's a little bit more experienced, a little more sober. You know, or maybe even a little bit more relaxed would be the better term. If he's like, yeah, he's been around the block.
Yeah,
he's okay with that.
But Thor Reinhardt is my most favorite skin. If I narrow it down, the mythic skin.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's
especially
really good.
Gold and black variant.
You guys have done a really good job with a lot of the mythic color variety. Where it used to be for me, it was always like, this is like, I think this is the best color variation, and now I'm like, I kind of like that color variation. I kind of like that color variation, which is
you choose a different one.
It completely almost feels like a different skin. It feels like you're getting multiple mythics for the price of one. We talked about maps. We talked about characters. Is there anything else that the art team does that maybe isn't so obvious? Maybe I'm just forgetting an entire topic.
I think the UI and UX experience, especially when you're playing, there's a lot of information that needs to be told through visual effects plus UI.
That might be one of your best things. Like even little things like the DPS passive, like it's incredible like how simple that solution was and yet how well it works.
Our VFX team recently did a thing where you might have noticed it now when Lucio has the ability on you, you can see
the green glow for speed.
Yeah, you can see the glow.
And that's
now.
new. What, 2 years? 2 or 3 years? Recent, very recent. I think.
Yeah, like two seasons ago, I think.
Oh, even sooner.
A couple seasons
I think,
ago.
I think there's a slow visible with purple. Is it? There's a slow as well, and that's new too.
So we're trying to showcase, and it's actually visual effects, but it's technically UI information too. It's teaching you what's happening to your character or what's happening to the other guy. So the visual effects in the game, they play a big part in like Zarya bubble looks intense, right? Like you don't want to get in that thing, you know. So we had to make sure it looks sharp and spiky and dangerous, you know. So that it teaches you like don't go there. It's not inviting. You know?
Yeah. Actually, I didn't think about that. So it's not just like the hitboxes and the skins, but also the way that the abilities look manifests like their lethality or whatever. Are there any other examples of like abilities that I guess wouldn't be immediately obvious that they visually represent what they do?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think here.
There's obviously Sigma's little, once he does his ultimate, that little, you kind of don't want to be in it. When you start to see it, you're like, let me get out of this spot.
You guys did that recently with, I think, Juno ult. I think the first iteration of Juno ult, when you were in it, it didn't feel as visceral. And then I think I gave some feedback, and a lot of people gave some feedback, and now it feels like when you're in Juno ult, it feels like you're like in a cryostasis chamber, like supercharged, like, you know, it's like, it's crazy.
This was good feedback everyone gave. That's why we like, once you get the game out and just hear what people say. Because, generally when you start to see something, you want to run away from it. And so, Juno, we didn't quite have it where it felt like, no, you're safe staying inside this one. You know, if May's Blizzard starts happening, you're like,
exactly,
get out of here. Right. But now Juno was the opposite. It's this thing you can be in and be safe. You know?
It's like a reminder of like, hey, stay in this. This is good for you. You should be in here.
And we didn't want to copy Zenyatta's like kind of transcendence.
Right.
So he has the warm kind of.
There's more happening too, because it's both the damage boost and the heal.
Exactly.
So it's like that's a lot of complicated variables kind of happening at once, and being able to communicate that. I think even damage boost now, like the blue glow, right? That's you can again feel the damage boost, you know, without actually seeing it on the UI.
This is why we're excited about third person too. You can see those effects even more.
I'm excited to see where it goes.
Cool.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I really appreciate your time, chat. Please give him a thanks, and we really appreciate your work. I think everybody in chat is a huge fan of all of your work, and we talk about design and balance and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, none of it matters without this.
Awesome, thank you. And any feedback you have along the way, you see some funky art, just send it our way.
Appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Okay, you too. See you guys. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. Well, that was super cool. Was not expecting that. That was a pleasant surprise. Hopefully, I wasn't being too. I wasn't sure who was going to be interviewing today, and so obviously there's been some surprises. So I've tried to be accommodating and try to ask questions that people that are as invested in art as I would have wished me to ask. So I hope I didn't miss any obvious ones there, because obviously it's, especially when I was in the middle of playing a game, I was like, frick, this is rough. But I definitely don't have to pretend interest, that's for sure. Yes, thank you. Have a good rest of it. Because like, there's so much. I mean, I talked about it like initially, like that really was why I got into the game. You know, is like how cool and how not only how the characters looked, but how they felt. You know, and that kind of comes back to art. So we need more chat questions. No, we don't. I saw you asking about the anime interview. Like, what do you? He's the art director. He's not the content guy or whatever. Like, that's not his call. Do you guys want to see Stadium again, or do you want to see Perks? Your choice. Stadium will probably be a slightly longer queue, but we can do a little bit more if you guys want. The Perks breakdown will be on YouTube hopefully soon. Perks, okay, we're going to do Perks then. I think everyone got burned out by the waiting period, and I don't blame you. Dude, my computer is lagging. Computer is struggle busing right now. All right, let's close this down. We'll do... Should have asked him why I can't rank up. That's true, actually. That's so real. Thank you. I'm glad the interview looked okay. Again, it's very easy to improvise when you have legitimate interest in what you're talking about. So for me, it was more about like, what did I want to know? You know, because I really do think that their art stuff is incredible. So it's easier to improvise when you have legitimate interest in what you're talking about, even if you don't know what you're talking about. So I can't do it because I have to change to a different game mode to play Perks versus Stadium. Hey, Song. Has anyone told you you have a good interview? Thank you. I appreciate it. So sadly, I can't queue for this while I do this. It's going to be kind of like either Stadium or this, so we're in Perks now. Oh, I just lost Twitch chat, frick. I'm on one of the Blizzard PCs, yeah. Yeah, I can't move the camera. They don't want me to move any of the crap. I probably could, but... Okay, I think we're good. Frick, dude. We can try out Freya a little bit. I've played very little Freya, so... Thank you, Artsy. Or Artie, thank you. I appreciate it. I try to think about what topic makes the most sense to move on to, and then try to let them talk about their passions while interjecting to complement what they're saying. So in other words, like let them, let him talk about his favorite things or things that he's interested in, and then kind of plus one. Oh yeah, this is a great example of that. This is great. I love that. You know, without trying to dominate the conversation, which I'm not the best at. So this is Freya. Primary fire spam. Projectile, pretty fast projectile, and you can get some decent damage out. These are 250 HP bots. And then you scope, and you can see it's a one shot. So and I have to reload after every shot. AoE damage burst, and it can headshot, I believe. Yeah, it does. And for the AoE, I don't think it's a one shot. It's definitely not a one shot. So these are 250 HP bots. And it does about 2/3 the HP pool with the hit and the explosive. So you can kind of go bam, bam, and you can cancel the reload. Wait a second, hang on, did I just figure a tech out? You can cancel the reload, what the frick? It reloads automatically. You guys see that? I didn't know that. There's a little delay, but then I'm reloaded. Bug? Maybe, but maybe not. Because if it forces you to fully reload, that would be really annoying. You see that? It automatically reloaded. I hope it's like that. No, the scope is not hit scan. Here, I'll show you. Listen. See that? It's not hit scan. No, it doesn't boop, but there is a damage explosion. So you'll see a little boop when it explodes, but it doesn't even one-shot a tracer. And then the explosion damage, if let's say like that's the radius there, it's pretty small. And the explosion damage is not that much. Yeah, looks really cool. The 2 is the dash charges, which I believe reload. They reload your alternate fire. I do not know if they reload your primary fire. Let's find out. They do not. So they reload your alternate fire. So you can go scope, bam, scope, bam, scope. And that's pretty cool. And the dash, I think, is just full lateral. Like, think like Hanzo lunge, but it reloads your weapon. Dude, they changed it. Okay, so you guys want the sauce here? So she used to have a passive where you had a random priority on who you needed to kill. So they would say select one enemy at random, and if you killed that enemy, you were granted bonus ult charge, like the bounty hunter. And that was the one thing that I really did not like. Really did not like. I was like, that's just super gimmicky. It doesn't fit in with the way that the game is supposed to be played. It doesn't make sense, and that's gone. So they removed it. And they reworked it into something that I think makes a lot more sense, which is every 5 killing blows, you gain bonus ultimate charge, which is really good. That's much more broadly applicable and makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Yeah, so this is great. Love that, actually, so much. And then I don't know if she had the vertical mobility. I don't remember what her mobility was. I don't think it was quite as extensive as it is right now. No, she did have the upwards. Yeah, no, so the passive has changed. And it's just vertical mobility, horizontal mobility that reloads your weapon, rapidly fire, automatically reload, explosive bola. Yeah. And then this, your ult, is you fire an explosive bola, hitting an enemy, wraps him up, and pulls him in, and pulls in other nearby enemies. So I can be like, and that's gonna pull in. Let's see if I can get it on somebody else that's close by. Her ultimate, I believe, was like she used to have a multi-shot ultimate, where you could. It's pretty good damage. I think the ult looks a little weak here from a media thing, but it was like a 3-shot thing, I think, something like that. I need to test this with better range. I don't know how good it is. Can she hover if she 80s? I don't know. Let's find out. Yeah, you can kind of hover. Yeah, you can keep verticality there. Yeah, that's basically it here. Minor perks here. Let's see what we got here. Enemies hit by 3 regular bullets in quick succession revealed for 4 seconds. That's nice. Eliminations grant 2%. Ult church killing blows grant 4%. I like that one. And then we have a major one. Updraft grants a temporary free use of quick dash. So, oh, I have to select it. I'm dumb. But that's what that would be. After getting killing blows on 5 unique human players, temporarily reduce the cooldown of take aim by 20%. Let's just do the first one because it's a little bit more interactive. There's the free. There's the second. There's the third. Yeah, I mean, she seems pretty. This is definitely a character that has some dynamics in how she takes duels and engagements and how she positions. But she is a great example of more is less, but also less is more, right? She has some buttons, but her gameplay loop is relatively simple. There's a lot of complexity in how you do it in a way like that feels Tracer-esque in some aspects. But I like her. I think she's gonna be really hard. Show heroic emote. Okay, how do I do that? I don't know how to. How do I do emotes? I have it keybound on my obviously on my computer, but C? No. Where would it be, chat? But yeah, easily punishable. Seems pretty fragile, so we'll have to wait and see. Communication. Okay. Text chat, communication. On top. All right. Where the wheel is? Emote up. Got it. Let's just do O. Am I crazy? Oh, I need to open the communication menu with I. Yeah, she doesn't have a heroic emote, unless I'm crazy. Chat, did you literally just make me spend 2 minutes on an emote that she doesn't even have? Son of a gun. What do you feel like? She feels like Hanzo adjacent, but with more reliable verticality. Going to be a little bit more flexible in terms of maps than Hanzo, I think. Just based off of the responsiveness and accessibility of her movement. Beyond that, I'm not sure. No, it's okay. Yeah, you can ADS midair. Yeah. Does she make Hanzo relevant? I mean, I don't know. Like, Hanzo is a one-shot. Hanzo probably has more frontline pressure, tank pressure, than she does. Hanzo might even be a better duelist, but I'm not sure. She's going to be better at repositioning. Hanzo's probably going to be better at dueling and putting pressure on tanks. And also has a one-shot. The big ring around the ult charge, it's her bounty passive. Remember her 5 different kills? Grants her additional ult charge. Do you see that at the bottom? Look at that, 30% right there. Yep. Yep. Yeah, Hanzo also has Sonic Arrow, yeah. Probably a very difficult character to play, but I don't think that's a bad thing. We said this with Venture, not every single character has to appeal to every single person, and I love the fact that this is like I feel like on paper is such a nice, sexy sniper like it's just very sleek and I mean, I like her a lot. So we'll have to see how it's implemented, but so far feels pretty good. Is she to Hanzo the way Ashe is to Widow? I mean, that's a pretty good analogy right there. Yeah, like it feels like the healthier version, the more thoughtful version of that character. New video settings. I can try. I don't think there's going to be anything crazy now. I can give her a shot. There's nobody in here, though. But I'm telling you guys, like, compare this to so many of the other... I think the hero designers of the game have done such a good job recently. Like, this is 4 interesting characters in a row, in my opinion. Now, obviously, I haven't play tested her a lot, but I'd say my initial impressions are usually pretty accurate when it comes to characters. I don't think there's any character that I can think in recent memory that I was wrong with. I've made many mistakes about a lot of other things, but usually with hero designs, my gut instinct usually feels pretty accurate. I am not going to talk about Aqua. I will say generally positive for Aqua. We'll see how they follow feedback. But my criticisms of this character initially, they address that feedback. So I'm optimistic about Aqua. Because I told you I was not a fan of the bounty, way that they implemented the bounty thing in this character, and it's gone. I can't answer anymore, guys. Like, you guys are trying to split me open here. Yeah. You may not get a Q to pop. That's okay. That's okay. If we don't get a Q to pop, that's all right. It's been a really good stream so far. You're their favorite streamer, bro. That's okay. No, I'm not. I'm very small compared to a lot of the other streamers. I just really work hard in giving good feedback. I think that's why. That's why I'm able to come to these things, because I work really hard in giving good feedback, and not to be corny, but you guys have helped me a lot with the feedback. Not only with feedback session stuff on stream, but with a lot of the criticisms that you guys have given. So it's been a very symbiotic relationship, I think. I hope that I've been able to help answer some things for you guys, but honestly, a lot of my thought processes come from stream. I do a lot of my thinking on stream with you guys. Well, I work hard. Like I will say I work hard when it comes to like giving good feedback. You know, like when my first content creator summit, I worked really, really hard preparing questions and thinking ahead of time and being fair and balanced and trying to learn as much as I could about situations and things that I didn't know about, because I took it seriously. Like I wanted to make sure that I'm doing a good job with what I'm doing. And you guys, like I said, have been an immense help with that. So what button is the perk select? So I have it, it's on Alt here. I assume that that's going to be the default. How is the process of playing semi-internally playing as a consultant? It's very fun. It's very fun. It was very, very thoughtful. I really had to think hard about a lot of stuff, and I had to admit ignorance on a lot of things, right? Like, I didn't have a better solution for the bounty hunter implementation, right? I was like, I don't like this, but I frankly didn't have time to think it through and offer a better solution. But I think what the solution that they did with the bounty hunting passive, I think it's really good. It's pretty simple, but I think it's really good. Doom, I would just skip to earlier in the Twitch VOD. 66 ranks is coming. We don't know when, but I think it's next season. So, Aaron can say we can talk about everything. Oh, and thank you, Blizzballfart. Yeah, Poke. We're going to theorize a lot of perks, I think. That's going to be our goal. Maybe for next stream or the stream at some point in the near future. There's a lot of perks that I did not like, which I actually, okay. Remember, chat, we said that, like, what was the percentage of perks that we said we wouldn't like? Was it 40%? Was it 40%? I can't remember. It's been hours. I think we said 40% of perks we said we weren't going to like. I think it was pretty close to 40%. I actually think we got the percentage down really close. Obviously, a huge percentage of the support perks we didn't like 70%, right? But the tank perks I liked like 70% of the tank perks, right? So I think it was around 40%. I think it was close. Oh, would I like 40%? Oh, man. If that's the case, then I undersold. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't remember what I said. It was 40%, but I don't remember if I said I wouldn't like or I would like. If I said I would like, then I think it was more than 40%. Oh, I need to check Cast Fan the Hammer. Thank you very much. So, that scream, though, man. That's crazy.
Someone needs to fill this out. Ooh, that's where it
So you can see... do you see, like, below my name on the bottom left, Rust Ghost? Do you see the little bar that's going up? And it goes up it kind of flashes there for you. And it's just slowly going up, you know? That's how the bar progresses. It's a very subtle thing, but you can check it at any time. Very good UI decision. I mean, it's Overwatch, man. They do this stuff right. I will say what you will about Overwatch. All right, so fan the hammer shots are individually controlled. Dude, that's... I don't get it. I don't get it, chat. I don't get it. I don't get it. Fan the hammer shots are individually controlled and can crit for 50% more damage. So, like... Hold it. All right. So if you're just like shooting the hog here, and you can be like, let's try it. I guess. It feels like, yeah, exactly. It doesn't feel like a real perk. It feels like just how Fan the Hammer should have maybe worked. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely faster, I think, than normal fire. So let's try it again with a roll. Frick. Professional coach. Shut up. Shut up, Tech. I mean, it's interesting. I have to experiment with it more. I don't think there's like an immediate here. Oh, yeah, I need to do the other perk, yeah. That's so dumb, bro. That's gonna get nerfed. That's gonna get nerfed. He's literally not getting even like even just one crit, reducing it by half is crazy. Like you're never gonna hit that many crits in a row. Like it's not gonna be permanently, obviously. But like it doesn't have a cooldown. Like I think this would have been fine with like a 1 second reduction, or even, you know, yeah, Dark Souls. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Try right click on scroll. Yeah, I could. Yeah. I mean, sure, why not? Hello? Oh, I'm dumb. I'm literally dumb. I'm so dumb. What is wrong with me? It's actually, maybe it's a, I think it's a mouse, a scroll wheel, but I'm like maxing out, but it's like not registering every, you see what I'm saying? It's like each input of the scroll. So on paper it sounds good, but it doesn't actually work out that well, at least with this mouse. You need to do like, with a different mouse maybe. I did not check the Reaper range shot, no. I need to try some of these out. Thank you for reminding, what else do we forget to try out, chat? Roll up and roll down, yeah, maybe. What does this look like? So it's old school. Wait, how does this work? What? Oh, dude, I chose the wrong one. Frick me. I chose the wrong one. I am not gonna lie. That is gonna be the pain point here. The fact that I'm a little tired here. I've been up working here for a while. But people are gonna make that mistake and not be able to go back. And that's gonna drive some people nuts. Maybe they should like allow you to swap, but you reset to minor again or something. I think no, right click should be already rebound, I think. Yeah, because I was thinking, oh, I have to use right click to use dire triggers, but then accidentally, yeah, you get what I'm saying. Jeez, that's crazy. That's really strong. I mean, in terms of range here. So we're talking, it's the main reason why it's going to be useful is more about burst damage here, because I think it's kind of layered. Like if I go up to like, let's say, I don't know, we'll use the fat roadhog example here. Oh, there's a bit of a delay. That's really good. I'm glad there's a delay, because it means it's kind of a risky reward. Because if you go here, I mean, I guess it's 2 shots at once, but if you miss that shot, you're screwed, because you've just cashed in 2 for 1. So, yeah. I mean, Reaper's always going to be strong if all the shots land, you know. It's definitely got some thought put into it. What else do we want to test, juicers? I guess we could try Ryan here. Yeah, I'll test the ram change. On a headshot. The Sig Punch as well. Actually, yes, I need to try. There's a bunch I need to try here. Don't care about that. Yeah. Dang. What's the damage on that? It's like 40, 50? It's 50 damage. What's the boop like on a squishy? Not that you'd really use it on a squishy as much, but that's pretty reasonable. Not too crazy. I don't know. Big PP man. No, you can't, big PP man. I can't believe I'm saying these things. What else, chat? Sigma, we wanted to do that.
Why seek answers when know the
Ay. You know, I don't think you can. You might have to rekeybind the rotation there. Oh, look, look at the UI. Dude, that is wild. That is crazy. Look at charges. That's crazy. Dude, this is insane. It charges like, hey, buddy, get lost. Dude, look at that. That might be a little excessive. It's a little further than I thought there. Dude, what the freak? Oh my gosh. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, so it's only direct hits as well. Did you guys notice that? Like, I have to literally physically smack them in the cheeks. So, like, direct hits. But still. Bye. I need to reset. I gotta leave here and then try it with the other one. No, you can only have one. Only one charge. Let's see the levitation.
Why seek answers when we do not know?
I don't know, Poke. Yeah, we would have to test it later. I don't think I can test it realistically here. Oh my gosh, chat. Listen to the noise. Hey, that's not bad. It's not broken either. You guys notice that? There's like a limitation. Yes, I will take a look at Lucio's perks momentarily, my friend. Welcome to the stream. So it's like, it's reasonable. Here. Listen. Whoa. Lucio perks. Spooky. How do I get invited to Blizzard? Well, it's a long story. So I've been doing critical content, usually fair, but critical content of Blizzard for years. I coach Overwatch League and all that kind of stuff. I won't go give a full story, but their community team asked me to join their community Discord, be part of the community team, which means I had early access to some stuff and nothing crazy. It's a really, 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 really big team. There's like hundreds of content creators in there. Most content creators you guys know are in there. And then they invited me to the big summit last year. And I've just since then just really put a lot of effort and time into trying to make sure I give good feedback. So I've had the opportunity to play test a little bit more, try new things, give some feedback on a lot of systems that they're implementing and so on. So I've kind of, I try to always be fair with my criticisms, which means I'd like to think that my feedback is relatively valuable, but also I don't, if it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. My biases aside, which there are many of them, I try to be relatively objective. And I think the fact that I don't have to play the game all day, like a lot of streamers do, like that's not, I was talking with Boger about this the other day, lends me a certain sense of objectivity, which I'm fortunate to have. So, yeah. Okay, passes. My voice is shot. Soundwave's knockback is increased by 15%. I mean, that's pretty darn far. Lucio, wait, I didn't select. Oh, I did select. Lucio's attack speed, wait, so regenerate 4 ammo while wall running, we don't need to show that. That's pretty much self-explanatory. Crossfade's range is increased by 150%. We don't need to demonstrate that. Lucio's attack speed is increased by 15%. I imagine you're gonna wanna do that. Wow. Tell me there's a secret cabal of creators that actively bargain with Blizzard the fate of games. Yes. No, I don't. I think that the people that they generally get feedback from is a little bit more selective, but it depends. That's crazy. There you go, my friend. Mamma mia, I don't remember what else.
A better world is possible today.
Okay.
Upgrade unlocked.
Listen. Frick, dude, did you hear that? Ah! I gotta stop yelling, guys. That's crazy, dude. What does Wrecking Ball do? So almost full HP here. That's a lot of damage. So up to 50% more damage. So yeah, it's gonna be like 150. Yeah. No, it's not a one shot. It's not one shot. Not a one shot. Like here. 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 Fully charged. Ha. Jeez. That is a lot of damage. But to be fair, that it is charged. So like, and it even makes a sound. So you have like every opportunity to outplay that. Yeah. You get air control during the windup? No way. Really? Wait a second. Wait a second. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I mean, I don't have that much air control. I don't, but you can use your, I wonder, can you use your momentum? Yeah, there's not that much air control. So it's not like you can just like instantly like come flying at 1,000,000 miles per hour, and you do slow up significantly. Okay. Bro, this is a freaking long stream. Holy crap. We could check out the secondary fire knockback. Did I do the right one? I did. Ooh. Okay, hello. Feels like similar height to Sigma's levitation. Nice. You can do the double thing too? Yeah, I'm terrible at it, but I think it might be too low. Yeah, it's too low. But yeah, in theory, I guess there would be some rollouts that you could do that would be like crazy. So, this might work here, yeah. Really bad at this. Yeah, frick, yeah, I'm not gonna even try, bro. Balloons bit rate, frick. What else do we have here? Ash was kind of uninteresting. Bastion. Oh, we want to try Bastion. Nah, I don't give a frick about the timing. I know you guys got all those tricks. I don't give a frick. We can test that one out. That's nice. A little bit extra mobility and no self-damage, something that we have asked for. We don't need to look at the self-heal. That's probably self-explanatory. So there's this, and then... Frick, dude. That's a 2-shot. It's a 2-tap. Holy crap. So the DPS is lower, but the burst, like the burst potential is there. Freaking amazing. Can you, wait a sec, can you bounce yourself? No way you can bounce yourself, right, chat? No way. Oh, dude, this is like, oh my gosh, no way. It's back, bro. It's back. They're so back, dude. It's crazy. Look. Okay, you know what I gotta do it to me. Oh, yeah. Boom, let's go. Like, that's insane. Dude, oh man. Freaking love this stuff. It's so much fun. We're so back. And the self-heal is actually so nice too, because like now you can angle. Like certain situations this can be really good. Swift strike resets double jump. I mean, there's like text and stuff that you could do with this. Let's see if there's anything I can do here. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Oh, I needed to whoop some down. Can I see perks of enemies? Yes, you can. No, frick. I forgot the freaking frack. 1, 2, dash, 1, 2. It's kind of useful, I guess. I mean, I could see. Sojourn now kills with a disruptor shot. I kind of want to try out both of them with Sojourn, to be honest with you. I kind of want to try out the mobility one more, because I understand what the other one's going to do. Hey! Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for bringing everybody back. It was really fun.
Fantastic. I hope you had a good time.
Yeah, it's great. We're done 4 or 5.
Technically 6, but whenever you want to be done, you don't have to stream.
What else is going on right now?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I mean,
No secret Q&As? No bounce houses?
There's a secret Q&A where we're giving all of the spoilers.
All the spoilers? Ooh. Ooh. Crap. Didn't get invited, chat. They're releasing 15 new heroes next year, and I'm not going to know any of them. Shoot. Dang. Freaking Megan. All right, let's try out this disruptor shot crap. You missed 1 day of class. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I actually like that a lot. That's kind of fun. You lose a ton of verticality with it, but you gain a lot more horizontal exposure. Let's see how the stim pack works. Let's see if it works correctly. I just noticed that all the cosmic weapons they do look really cool. They look, especially like considering these are just base skins. Okay, let's do the stim pack. Oh, can you do it quickly? Yeah, look at that, instant. Look how quick that was, instantly, just bam, bam. So you can animation cancel it, so it's not clunky at all. That was gonna be my concern. Super fast, check this out. That's just gorgeous. That's just gorgeous. Wait a second. Wait. I've seen the light. Hang on. Can I do it? Can I do it?
I've got you in my sights.
Let's go. That's going to be so crazy. But it's going to be like an all-in. Like, you're going to throw everything in and your antied. So if you get shot, you just freaking die. But I don't want to do the overhealth one because I'd have to reset the entire thing. All right, I got to know. Oh, I forgot. It's the wrong interact key for me. And this is the juicer right here. Thank you for the gifted sub to my moderator. Oh, look, what is that? This is a football field. Okay, I gotta do it. We gotta do it to him, guys. I want to do the craftsman, but I don't think I can test that right now. All right, let's do it, boys. Dude, let's go. Freaking kidding me. It's so cool. I love this so much. Look how cool that is, dude. Look how sick this is. It's like cool. Check this out, bro. Like, yeah, let's just do that there. Look at that. Dude, that's so cool. Holy crap, that's sick. The bit rate is probably dying because this is crazy, but it's going to continue to go off and on. That's crazy. Tracer perks are cheeks. Yeah, I don't even give a frick. Venture. No, don't care. Is there anything? I don't care about the Ana Nano one as much. Well, okay, actually, oh no, you can't critical a Nano yourself. Okay, we gotta at least try the crit one really fast. Does Philo hates Venture? Yes, I do. Let's try the bouncing grenade one. Wait, is it double splash? Dang. Wait, so it's not a 2 times critical multiplier. Look, it's 75 damage, yeah? That's so what is it? Like a 1.6 it's 1.5? Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, that's all right. That's all right.
What's one more pity? This will cut the pain.
I don't know what the logic behind that is or how it works, but that would be one I'd want to experiment with. The good news is that I'm not gonna be the one getting the things. Maybe I'll actually be able to functionally play Widowmaker, dude. I have like actually decent on aim, but I cannot play Widowmaker to save my life. Okay, we're just gonna go. Oh yeah. Listen, yeah.
Let them up.
Wait, I don't have any freaking allies. Frick me. Go away. Thank you. Drink something and rehydrate that brain. I haven't had any lunch, bro. I'll do that in a second.
Let them up.
It's pretty cool. I mean, it's might be broken. Not broken. I mean, everything's broken. It might just be kind of light, but it sounds nice. It's satisfying. I don't want to do the attack speed one. That's cool. Yeah, I think BAPs are actually, there's some interesting stuff with BAP besides the immortality field. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Yeah, I see that little extra bounce. That's all right. It's definitely it's fairly useful. It's really good versus dive, I think. Frick. Let's get a 250 HP target. What's the multiplier, chat? What's the multiplier? So. Is it 1.5? It feels... I need to count the bars here. It's over 125 HP for sure. So this is... That is like 80 damage. So if I headshot 2-time multiplier, it should kill him. Ah, man, that's awfully close. I don't... If you can't one-tap trade, it's 1.5? Okay. Gosh darn. Yeah, so it's 1.5. Yeah. That's really strong. That's really strong. What was the other passive? The other passive is pretty decent as well, but I think that one's just going to be a lot better. Let's try the Life Weaver one. Oh, I forgot I got to rebind my... I'm not going to worry about it right now. Dude, just permanent heal over time is crazy. That's pretty cool. It's going to really help him in duels. Which I like about this, what I like about this is it's going to be basically like, it's not going to matter that much with shields. It's not going to matter that much versus tanks, which Life Weaver is frankly already pretty good at doing damage to tanks and shields. But it's going to help a lot in duels, which is where he's really bad. Yeah, I like it. It's not the most visually or like satisfying thing ever, but it's fine. Does the Moira Orb heal her? The burst healing. You guys know what I'm talking about? So that's pretty good. Shoot me, Papa. I think the snipers do a lot more damage, but who cares? Yeah, it does. Frick, that's broken. It heals you for the 50 burst as well, not just allies. Hey, Rag. No, I should chuck junk. I skipped a bunch of DPS, didn't I? Whoops. Oh yeah, I need to toggle the things. Ooh, nice. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. You don't need to kill yourself, Chuck. I'll take care of that for you. This is super cool. Where are the health packs? Okay. Yeah, I'll check if it works through walls. It just makes everything smoother, everything faster. You won't notice it, but it matters a lot. Ah, crap, that was a little too far. Oh, it did. There it is. Yeah, it goes through the walls. Go back a little bit, Bastion Perks. Go back just a few minutes in the Twitch VOD. You'll see me reacting to the Bastion Perks. It's better than you think it is. Let's just put it that way. I think Bastion might be the best one. Like, no joke. Whoa. That's really strong. That's a long way. So let's do the cryo freeze one. Yeah, so it ends as soon as they're done. Okay. I don't like the May ones. Deck the halls with boughs of honey. You guys, if you guys haven't seen this, you just might want to. Not that, but the concussive blast knock-in. Check this out. You see that? That's pretty sick. I'll show it to you on enemies as well. Okay. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Somebody said Ram. We'll do Ram really fast here. Yeah. Devour them. You see that burst? Let's show it on right here. Just a little extra burst damage there. 6 additional projectiles. It's not much. And then this sucker here, baby. Oh, look at that. Look at this game. Got a little visual explosion. Oh, yay, yay, yay. Check it out, boys. Okay, hang on. So, skill check. Pepper needs you to go eat something. She's about to fly out to California if you don't. I had some breakfast, so look at that. That's crazy. Like, look at that. That's so cool. Like, even just for the tick damage, you know what I'm saying? That's insane. Like, you can't pull him because he's on a platform. Okay, I tapped it really too fast, actually. Does swapping reset the perks level? It does not. It soft resets it, but it doesn't hard reset it. You go down a little bit. Momikins. Violence. We could try the violent leap slash. And then here, let's do this. pretty good. It's like decent tank damage. You can count the bars there. It's good. It's also an armor target, which reduces a little bit, but and then this is the increased range. Let's try that here where it's a little bit flatter. It's pretty far. It's noticeably further, but it's not like crazy. Yeah. Yeah, pretty sick. Can I please see Hammond again? There wasn't a whole lot more with Hammond. Yeah, we checked the sim range. We've checked pretty much everything that I want to check. Oh, we need to do this. We need to do this sucker. Does it has slash work on 250 HP targets? No. Only targets above 250 HP. So it does not break the one shot. That's fine with me. I like that. It's cool. Frick. Did I do it right? Yeah, I did it. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Oh, Zenyatta? Yeah, thank you. We'll check out Zen really fast. Deck the halls with bombs. I'm so good at this character. It's incredible. Roadhog fart steps? Yeah, remind me after this. We'll pull up. How much damage? I mean, that's crazy. It's pretty high damage here. Oh no, no. So it doesn't give you a lot of verticality, I guess, but you can move. We can move to positions a little bit. I'm trying to think of.
Only friction can polish a gem.
Like, I think I can do this. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be pretty niche. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Is it ever gonna be value? I have no idea. I think that snap kick distance is probably gonna be the more consistent one for sure. Be like, hello there, daddy's coming. Wait, actually, it lasts longer than you think. Yeah. Yeah, we did all the other ones as well. Holy crap, man. Briggs pack healing with quick fix? Yes, good call. I will do Brigitta's fast pack healing. So just keep in mind it already has... Oops, I need to go up here. Inspire lasts longer. 35 additional health. Check this out. Wow. That's crazy, bro. That's like 60 healing burst, I think. 60 healing, I think. So it's like more than, I think it's more than double. Lord Zen, think of the sub. I think it's literally more than double. I think it's really strong, which is such a shame because I would have liked to have used the wall bash. I think that one's broken. I have not checked Mercy. What were the Mercy ones? I don't think there was as much to check with Mercy. Let me double check here. Flash heal. Yeah, there's nothing really crazy to test here. Nothing crazy to test there. Nothing that's not like exactly what you think it is. Oh, deck the halls. Yeah, we can do Sombra White Hat really fast. Come here. Wait, what? Oh, I have re-keep on. Sorry. I like the little heal over time. I like that it's a heal over time. That's good. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool, honestly. I mean, it's gonna still pretty niche, but it definitely opens up like the soft off-angle type of Sombra, or like working with your tank, working with your flankers. Oh yeah, I didn't even check about the ult charge. She probably does. She probably does. Let's check this here fast. Does EMP heal? Ooh, good question. No way, right? Yeah, she definitely gets ult charge off of it. Definitely gets ult charge. That's cool. No way EMP works, right? Yeah, sadly it doesn't work. That would be so broken though. That would be way too OP. Just a burst heal on literally every enemy or every friendly, and then like, yeah, that would be so broken. Can you imagine just 100 healing for all of your teammates, plus a hack, plus a damage boost, plus an ability break, or plus a damage or like a flat damage to the enemy? That'd be so stupid. How much love, my love? How much food do I need to get you? I don't know, man. I don't know. What have they done with Widow? Nothing interesting, to be honest with you. There's only so much you can do with it. I mean, the double Venomine thing is kind of fun. That's kind of thoughtful, I guess. It means like you can actually more of the ability. It does mean. I mean, this is pretty cool, but it's broken.
No one can hide from my
Look at that. Look how fast that charges. That's 100 charge shots right there. So that's really strong. And then Venomine. I mean, that's really useful too, so. Oh, fart steps. I'm not doing the other vape passive, I don't give a frick, but we'll do the fart steps. All right, let me turn up the audio way big. I'll shut up for once as well. Can't quite hear it as much. Yeah. 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 No, I don't need the perk. It's literally since the game's done, so. I am going clinically insane. I am going clinically insane. Let me make sure there's nothing important that I'm not missing out on right now. I think we're good. So far, so good. Orisa is good now? Oh, yeah. Maybe we could take a quick look at Orisa really fast. I don't... Because I did kind of like the Orisa ones, I will say. Yeah. Yeah. We should try out the Charged Javelin. No, what am I doing? Let's get the audio in here. Let's see what it sounds like, my friends. So this is normal Javelin. Sounds a bit different once you got the passive. And that guy took some damage.
Double if you dare.
Oh yeah, you're right. Freya freezes, pauses midair if you aim down sight. I forgot about that. So it makes it easier. It slows down her aim, so it's easier to hit. So that's 0 charge.
Supercharged and on fire.
Or no, that's 0 charge, or that's full charge. I think it's more about the Pierce. Yeah, it's not its damage. I'm dumb. It's increased its speed and knockback. I'm sorry, I'm dumb, chat. Like, that's a lot further. Like, wow. Yeah, it feels like it should increase the damage, but it'd probably be too much. Do you guys want to try to queue for Stadium? Maybe you queue for Stadium once. Because obviously nobody's playing. Whatever the frick I'm queuing for anymore. Perks. I didn't get a chance to play Perk. I'm sorry, guys. Apologies if you guys wanted to play Perks. Because that did not happen. But we can probably still do Stadium. I still feel people hollering out there, so somebody's playing something. Bum, bum, bum. Check Weaver, too late. I already did. I showed some of the Weaver stuff earlier already. The little needler thingy. Why am I in the closet and they're out here? No. I got special treatment because I was interviewing a lot of the developers. They let me use one of the rooms. I think only a few of the streamers have rooms. I think Flats, Jay, Emong, and myself, I think. Wait, hang on, chat. Well, it's just because I was interviewing the developers. Which I actually didn't know who I was interviewing, so it was just more like whoever they wanted to be interviewed. I figured Gavin and Alec would be in here at some point, but I didn't know what to expect. So it's just kind of like, I'll take literally everybody and everybody. Shut up, Vanilla. What's the spoon thing? I don't get the spoon thing. I think it's just one of those things that, like, it's like one of those inside jokes. It's not funny, but if I just keep saying it, eventually it's funny. You know? Bogre's one too? Yeah, makes sense.
It's time for Stadium.
You're built like a spoon. Your mama's built like a spoon. No, Zanzibar, definitely not. I went DPS here.
Let's get a look at our
Frick. What do you guys want to see? Genji? I'll play Genji. Why not? I'm a man. I'll handle it. I'll fail on my own merit. You're important to the spoon joke, though? That's good to know. Dude, I have like 4 water bottles.
Hold on to your hard drives. Oh, yeah. The game is about to begin.
Hydration.
Time for the teams to gear up.
Time for the teams to gear up. Shuriken supplies. What does this do? Primary fire throws 2 additional shurikens that don't consume any ammo. After using the ability, your next shuriken fire throws 2 extra shurikens, but deal 50% less damage. Wait, what does this do? Critical hits. That one seems really good. Basically, allows, if you deflect something, you get like a lower cooldown Swift Strike.
Everyone could use a little help in the
10%, 5% weapon power.
These are example builds picked by the pros to start you off on the right foot.
5% attack speed, 5% weapon power. 25 armor seems nice. I'll take that. 10% ability, lifesteal, and swift strike. 10% ability power. So you guys can't see that. It's always tragic. 10% weapon lifesteal. That seems pretty good. Yeah, let's give this a shot.
Almost time for the
How do I change third person and first person, guys? Can I? Jeez. I don't know if I can. It's settings and menu. Where? Controls? You can't only third? Well, you guys have watched other streamers, right? Nobody's freaking watching just me. You dumb? You're only watching me. That's a cap. That's a cap, guys. That's a cap. Don't. That's not true. You guys don't love me that much. Okay. Oh, frick. My bad. I thought I'd get... Like, my mentality was like, oh, I'm getting healed, but we were down too, so that was not going to happen. We lost our tank, like, immediately. So, deflect resets my... If I my dash cooldown by once. You guys saw it right there, I think. I actually got value out of it there. Like, I got my deflect, and I'm pretty sure I got my dash back faster than normal. Bro, please. Please, no. This is a bit scuffed, I'm not gonna lie.
The objectives online. Each journey has its trails.
Oh, I got a touch. Oh, frick, I forgot about that. Yeah, that snowballed super fast.
0-1.
Yeah, Genji third person? Yeah, it's alright. I'm not expecting things to be super balanced this game mode. The last game you guys saw when I was playing Junker Queen, the previous game, the first one I played, you could tell the enemy soldier was like really not kind of new. I know. I wonder who I'm trash talking. Which friend of mine am I trash talking right now? Like that's the real question here. Let's see here. Max ammo, nah. Weapon power, maybe. Metro. I feel like weapon power is like fine, I guess. More ammo, nah. Ability power, lifesteal, no. It just doesn't feel like. I don't know. None of these like really strike me as crazy. I don't know. Maybe I guess get the max ammo for now. None of these are like that crazy right now. Like, I don't know. I'm not feeling this one as much. Sell out and get a rare. Shoot, I should have done that. Yeah. How much are the rares? 4,000.
The arena is calling. Our teams have 20 seconds left. We're nearly ready to start. Here's hoping the teams are ready too.
Frick, I just have a lot of armor. I didn't even have time to look at the other ones. Shoot. That's okay. We'll go back and if we'll have more time.
3, 2.
Some of the Genji specific ones. Shoot, you're right. Yeah, I should have done that. My bad. Yeah, there's like so much I need to optimize here. Where's my passive heal, Baba? Oh, the third person really threw me off there. I'm freaking dead. No, I'm not freaking dead. No shot. We lost that. Shoot, man. Should be okay before the fight starts. Junker Queen's already used her shot. Shoot. Oh, frick. Still winnable. If we can connect with the soldier now. Or Kiri. Ooh, good Juno. Good Juno. Save the Juno. Save the Juno. Save the Juno. Oh. Shoot. Yeah, the climb bug was annoying as well.
The enemy outnumbers us.
It's fine.
The enemy is pushing their barricade.
They're catching up!
Frick. Shoot. I had the resheath and the deflect. I don't think it would have mattered. We didn't get her bob off. We gotta trade though, so we have time. But I don't know if we're gonna give. I can't. Who's missing here? Curious somewhere on here.
Last push. Don't leave the robot.
Frick. Huge. Nice. This guy is loud. Oh, this guy is loud. Me? I kind of like the armor. The armor felt pretty good. But I don't know. Not now, just in general. Okay, thanks, guys. I like them. The maps look okay. The Genji specific ones. Strike swiftly. Targets hit by shurikens take 10% more damage. Oh, the power ones. I kind of like that one. Epic. The first time you would die each round, revive instead of 200 health. Take damage, gain 1% stacking damage reduction. Melee damage grants 20% movement speed. Ability.
Another round down, and it's safe to say the teams are in the zone. The arena is ready and waiting. 20 seconds to go.
I don't know, bro. I actually don't know.
The time for preparations is almost up.
I actually don't know. I'm kind of going more offensive if I can. Like, have the armor and just go more offensive, but I'm actually not really sure.
2, 1.
What? This must be a map. What the frick is going on? Fricker. Reload. What the frick? Wait. Why are there two of them? Where am I? What the frick is going on? What the? I don't want to know. What is going on? Overstimulation. We are so. Yeah, this is definitely a map in progress, or not even. It might even just be a filler map. It might not even be a map in progress. Yeah. So this is just. I don't even know if this is. I don't know if this is a map concept or what. It's doing like no damage. No! No! That's disastrous. That's okay. We got another fight. And I think we have a small advantage as well. I don't want to mess with you. What the frick? Kept our Bob as well. Gonna have JQ soon as well. What? That was really disorienting. Did you guys see that? The UI at the top? Threw me off. It's like, we didn't see 9. I saw us cap it. Huh? Huh? Use it. Use it. Bob it. Use it. Bob it. This guy just did it from the top ropes. Whoa. Whoa. Get the clone. Bruh. Nice. Dude, let's go. Let's go. The greatest time of all time. Let's go. We're killing it. We're killing it. We're killing it. Does it still feel uniquely Overwatch to you? It's hard to know with the third person. It definitely feels different with the third person, but also it's really fun. It feels like something I could put a lot of hours into, in the same way that Junkenstein's Lab did, you know? Okay, so I have a lot of currency here. So let's sell the crappers here. And let's get like some major sauce. Oh, the unique drawn deflection. 1 second deflect duration. Converts 50 of your health to shields. Gain additional jump. Deflect now blocks beam attacks. That seems really good. Let's freaking do that, baby. I don't know why I'd missed those. Let's get the weapon ones really fast. While climbing or... Oh. 10% attack speed. I kind of like the increased duration of Dragon's Blade.
It's a fierce competition. Who will cave to the pressure and who will come out on top?
More attack speed's fine. More weapon lifesteal would be fine as well. Okay. This seems fun.
The arena is ready and waiting.
Now the flock beam attacks. Dragon's Blade duration. Deal more damage to armor. Or weapon. I don't know how good that one is, honestly, but... A longer Dragon Blade.
The time for preparations is almost up.
So deflect is like really OP for me right now, basically. I can deflect beams, it heals me, and also reduces my Swift Strike cooldown.
3, 2, 1.
See if we can take top here. frick? Oh no. I egoed. I wanted to try the beam deflect, but I didn't get a chance to. We lost one like immediately. That kind of sucks. Clash seems way faster than... I don't know if I like Clash in this mode as much. It seems like a lot of waiting around. Maybe they need to make it so it takes longer to cap, but I don't know if that would just take too long or what. You know what I'm saying?
The objective is now active.
Let's take him to the white flag. Enemy spotted.
There's a Kiriko next to him, kind of blind. Did that work on the beam attack there? No! What is wrong with my weapons? Did you guys see that? Right, I was like caught in like a 5-second reload. What happened? I've never seen that before playing this character.
Get in there, Bob.
Oh, big Bob, big Bob, big Bob, big Bob, big Bob, big Bob, big Bob. No! Reaper. Nice. We get it. Yeah, this stream might be super bit ratey, so we need to kill that soldier. Soldier has to die. Bro, just having someone you can teleport to is really annoying. Kill! Death! 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 No! This is insane! Okay, finally! Holy crap! Nice, they waste... I think they waste. I think they waste. I think they waste. They might get a kill off of that. We don't have any ults here yet. Nice. Huge kill. Wait, chill, queen. Chill, queenie. Ugh. It's actually really killable. Like, it's really easy to kill things. Bruh. No! Yeah, we're good. We win these. And I don't think they can touch. No, their soldier can touch. Their soldier can definitely touch.
Duty calls.
Nice, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
3, 2, 1.
Let's go. Keep going. Deflect is like literally invulnerability in this right now because you heal and it deflects literally everything. What can I buy here? Slots are full, so we'll sell that. Gain additional jump, don't care. 50 armor, 5% cooldown reduction, 1 second deflect duration. I mean, that feels like a no-brainer right there, right? More deflect duration. and lower 50 armor. Like more armor, good. Yeah. 15% move speed during deflect. Maybe? I don't know. I kind of want just more damage and crap, you know what I'm saying? Feels like, I mean, I guess it's probably better than 30% maximum ammo. I don't care. Maybe it is that one. Yeah, I don't like these as much. Oh, I can do one of these. After deflect ends, swing your thing. Deflected projectile speed during the first 1 second deflect. I'm like aim deflected projectiles at enemies near your crosshair. Oh, dude, that feels really good. During the first 1 second, automatically aim deflected projectiles at enemies near your crosshair. Let's go. We're gonna be broken. Don't care about ammo. After healing an ally, no. 15% weapon power.
It's a fierce competition. Who will cave to the pressure and who will come out on top?
I think 15% weapon power feels pretty good. I don't think I need more survivability.
Only 20 seconds remain before the action begins.
Yeah, let's do this.
Strike them now.
Hey, check this out. It's kind of unsolved, obviously, you can tell, but Coliseo.
It's almost time.
Yeah, there's a certain subset there for every single character, and then there's ones that are more freaking. Just look at my HP with the armor. Like, got some freaking armors, and look at this deflect. Look at that, bro.
3, 2, 1.
Prepare to cause trouble.
I think the Reapers are weak point a little bit. Pretty good damage right there. That's not pretty good damage. That beam stuff is so OP, bro. Holy crap, nothing dies. No. Dude, Zarya feels so strong in this mode. I feel like Queen scales out a little bit because, like, if you can sustain Zarya, you just have 100 charge Zarya 24/7, you know? I wonder if that's the case or if that's just how it feels. You guys know what I'm saying, right? The crowd goes wild, Chad. Crowd goes freaking wild. Yeah, Genji's scaling is, I feel, kind of mid as well. Like the deflect is really good. Frick me. Oh, please, team. What? Where the frick are we? That was weird. I knew I pushed up earlier for the deflect, but I even got it back in time and still nothing. No. Dude, Queen gets freaking folded over in this. My Queen went from popping off to just being dead weight here. Felt like kind of the same, honestly. Like Soldier, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. This game mode feels a lot like Total Mayhem. Yeah. Shut up on the short range off angle. First to 4 points wins. All right, we can win one of the next two, surely. Are there any more? So you're stuck with that one, which is fine. I have more currency. Convert 100 health into armor. I don't know, like, what else would I get? 40% ability power. During so strike, deflect enemy projectiles towards your reticle. I don't know, like, that doesn't seem that good. Convert 50 shields fully. Is that better than 100 armor? I don't know, man. Like, some of these, I can't quite tell. You get what I'm saying? Critical hits reveal the target.
We've already seen
20% weapon power.
And there's still more to come.
And I can sell that and do 20% weapon power. That's better for sure. So just more damage. What would I do next
Only
round?
20 seconds left until we kick this round off.
Maybe Seeking Shurikens,
We're
chat?
ready to start. Here's hoping the teams are ready too. 2.
Can see the perks, yeah.
3, 2.
All right, here we go, boys. Oh no! The freaking deflect! No! I got scammed! Oh no. Team? 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 Where are we? What is happening? What is happening? What is my queen doing? Oh frick, we're trolling. Oh, frick. Man, this feels so chaotic. I feel like we're so out of position right now. No, I needed a reset. I didn't really know where the point was. I didn't know if it was under or top, and then I realized too late. Shoot. Ask Eagle what he's doing. I mean, he's been doing okay. I just think it's, yeah, it's fine. Last round, yeah. I don't know if I got many
Now's
points
the
off
time
of
for our
that.
teams to work out their strategies.
Critical hits and Swift Strike grant over health equal to 25% of damage dealt. Grant 50%. Target's hit by shuriken. Maybe this one. And then if there's anything else here, convert 100 health into armor. It's pretty good. This seems better.
We've already seen so
I think that's about all I can do right now.
Still more to come.
I think that's about all I can do. Yeah, I think that's it, y'all.
Only 20 seconds remain before the action begins.
Is this game mode live Jungle Science Lab? Yeah, similar.
Here's hoping the teams are ready too.
What does BTY stat mean?
2, 1.
Crazy space, actually. Sustain max. So, like, I'm creating space, but I actually just don't do a lot of damage. Because everyone's health pools are, like, so offside my breakpoints. Kind of a bummer. Maybe if I lock in a little bit more. Just lock in more, guys. No. Wait, it doesn't work for beams? I'm so confused. Where the healths? Where the healths, I say. So disorienting, actually. She's still over there. He's too far for me to deal with.
Let us move with certainty.
Alright, progress. That's what I like to see.
So you feel this? It's like space generator, bro. Oh. Oh, frick me, man. No, dude. No, frick. Dude. Maybe. We need to kill now. We need to kill now. No, chat. The one deflect. One mistake. Frick, man. I do so little.
This is our last chance to take the lead. My sights.
Frick. Shoot, dude. That sucks. Yeah, the bitrate is terrible. I mean, there's so much happening on your screen as it is. Shoot, man. We fumbled the bag. I think our comp just scaled so badly. Like, the deflect was really good for space creation, but I had zero pick potential at all. Whereas their Reaper Soldier just like constant pressure, like so much more than me. Like, I can't shoot anything. Everything has a bubble or a shield, you know? I don't have any kind of combo at all. So basically what happens is, like, if your power is in your, like, raw damage output, like, eventually, like, as high charge as Zarya is just going to do so much. I feel it was the same thing with, like, even, like, Junker Queen. Like, you hit a knife, so what? Like, yeah, you need, like, I think, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I don't feel like Reaper would be all that good either, to be honest with you. But, yeah, that was fun. That was fun. That was pretty fun. It was a close game. And I think I do think there's like a lot of utility there, you know, like if I'm like perfect with my deflects and stuff, like you guys could see it, like I could take so much damage and just deflect everything from my tank line. So, which is kind of interesting. So I think that was unique in its own way. Give me 1 second. I gotta be right back. I gotta pee. Be right back. Right back. Whoops. I actually gotta tie my shoe. I didn't see anyone try Soldier. I can try Soldier. I'll re-queue as soon as I come back. have said that to myself. Well, here we are. Ah, juicy. Okay. I'll let you guys choose what hero I play here, within reason. Freya. I'm sorry, I'm kind of a little bit distracted here. As I like drool. Okay. Try soldier, please. I don't think ball is in this mode. Yeah. I want to see how to deal with Farah in this one, but everyone wants. Yeah, we'll see what's available. Crank the bit rate up. Yeah, get fricked, guys. It's gonna be rough no matter what happens here. Never been more excited for Overwatch 2. Yeah, I mean, I just think there's just so much to look at. Like, I do think that, like, let's be honest, even us competitive stick in the muds, like, new exciting things are fun. Like, I can look at that game mode and be like, yeah, that game mode's going to be kind of solved in a few weeks of play, like a few months of play. But it's still, people are still enjoy playing it, you know? And it's definitely the more casual the game mode. I don't care. I'll still play it. I'll still talk about what's good and what's bad, maybe. I don't know if I'll actually do any coaching of that mode. But thoughts on mushrooms? I don't have any experience with mushrooms besides stomping on them savagely when I was like 9 years old, because they would like come up in the yard and they just like so satisfying to just punt. You know what I'm saying? You go, bam, they go flying. And then you inhale all the spores and probably develop some sort of brain-eating amoeba, but you would never know. Let me turn this up here so you guys won't hear a double of me. LSD better? Fair enough. They explode, yeah. Yeah, they went huge. They went huge with changes. Like they went so huge that you question like, okay, well, like where are they going to go from here? You know, like perk system seems to make sense. Ban system seems to make sense. Like where would you even go? That's crazy, Osmodeus. That's terrible. Does it feel like Overwatch to me? Stadium? Yeah, it feels like Overwatch. Like it still feels like the characters still feel like the characters. You know, it's also not helped by the fact that it's third person. The biggest thing that throws me out is the third person, which is either great or bad. The thing is that I can't toggle the third person with the current iteration. So, but with the perks, I don't know. I haven't played enough games to really tell you. When we played, I didn't play any tests any today because didn't have time, and when I initially play tested, I only did like 4 or 5 games. I did maybe a little more than that, but yeah. I'm a negative Nelly, but I think this is going to wreck the balance of the game. I don't think you're wrong. Battle Royale. Ooh, that's a good shout. Yeah, Battle Royale or like actual big team battles with Overwatch would be interesting. This fast in OWCS, I don't know. Asmodeus, I don't think of the Genji perks. I didn't study them as much, but yeah, a lot of them were like a lot of them were relying way too much on like, I felt like on paper leaning too far into like his double jump and his wall climb and dash, and it's like, bro, it's about a raw damage dump and your ability to like sustain pressure or maintain attention for long periods of time. So like wall climb reloading 5 of your ammo doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? like, I think the deflect direction was pretty good because I could hold like a lot of attention for a long period of time, but I felt like some of the perks were like, would have been good if there wasn't 500 HP pulls. You know what I'm saying? So that would be my main criticism so far is like, I don't think everything has to be a massive, like, I don't play a lot of Deadlock, but correct me if I'm wrong, chat. In Deadlock, later in the game, everybody has larger health pools, but you can still build for like really high damage, right? Like you could still have like, you could still burn health pools pretty fast. So like it's not everything is like a sustained slog fest in Deadlock, you know? So I think like that would be like, why does it feel like the survivability perks are way better than the offensive perks? You get what I'm saying? Like even with Genji there, right? Maybe it's the hero pool. Yeah, I don't know. But like even Genji, like the offensive ones felt so lackluster, you know? Probably needed. Yeah, I think there's a balance. Like I think there's a spectrum. I think it being more slower, excuse me, is probably better. But like to what extent? Like if you think about it that way, like how long would it take me to kill anything that's getting healing? Like I literally can't kill anything with Genji. Like it's literally, it's like I can't, even if I hit every shuriken, right? And even it's, yeah, I don't know. Hey, Cambodia. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But then why is Genji worse in this mode? Like that's going to be bad because people are going to want to play third-person Genji, and you know, then you would need perks that like actually triple Genji's dash damage, you know, or like have more seeking shuriken stuff and like, you know. Felt like Zarya was like a great example of like somebody that's just going to be super good. You just build charge and you just permanently 100 charge on somebody, you know. But again, I definitely think Stadium is not going to be the sweaty mode at all. Like, they're not going to be super concerned about balance, I don't think. To me, it's more about like balancing for fun, you know. The thing they say, like, it should, some characters that should be at least somewhat viable. It should feel like offensive stuff should be more viable than it is. But it's a ranked mode. I don't care. Like Marvel Rivals also has a ranked mode, you know, and the level of gravity that they take things versus Overwatch in terms of balance are clearly different. Patch review vids just became way longer. Maybe. There'll be, it depends on how much has actually changed. Like, I think we'll probably, like, we're going to get used to the perks, I think, pretty fast, I think would be my prediction. Like, they'll be good, they'll be bad, they'll be something in between. We'll experiment with them more. They'll kind of become more of our repertoire, and we'll start to associate perks with just the base of the kit. So I think, yeah, we'll see. Did Overwatch change the rank algorithm? No, not in the main game. I have no idea what the algorithm is going to be like in Stadium. I have no idea at all. I mean, they could have like I have no idea, honestly. He melts everybody. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Consistent damage is really feels pretty strong. Felt strong in Junkenstein's Revenge as well. Pharah was really good in Junkenstein's Revenge. Soldier was pretty good, I think. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that the coaching helped out. Casual competitive is your nightmare. Well, then you just don't have to play it. Like, that's the thing is like Stadium, it's not going to replace the base game. I think Stadium is their answer to Deadlock and Rivals. Not even their answer, but probably something they've been working on for a lot longer, to my knowledge. But it's just the more battle royale-esque builder, dopamine getting up. Because it's fun spending points. Like, that's the thing is it's fun. It's like mobile. Like I click points, I get upgrades. It feels good, you know. So, do I do any Spidey VOD review anytime soon? I'm not sure. I did a Psylocke and Magic VOD recently. If you check the playlist on Spylo coaching, I guess I had already done a little bit of Psylocke, but I think I went a little bit more. I guess I didn't really go. We didn't do as much Psylocke, but it's pretty thorough Magic review if you want to check that out. who are keen for PvE given hero builds. It won't fully ever scratch that itch, no, but it will for some people. The way I look at this is that this kind of stuff is not designed to appease anybody. It's not designed to appease rivals or deadlock players. It's not designed to appeal to perfect old school Overwatch players, to new school Overwatch players. It just feels like a lot of people in Overwatch wanted to try things and they just did it. So they're not trying to appease anybody. They're just trying to make a product that they're excited about, which, you know, I respect, right? Like I would never include passives in my game. Like if I was in charge of Overwatch, I don't think passives would have ever been on the table. But, you know, I'm not in charge. And I think that like, that's one of those things where I could just be completely wrong, you know, especially looking at, like we said, like 60% of those passives seem pretty cool. Like they seem pretty interesting. Now, would I have cooked those into the base kits, a lot of them? Maybe, you know, maybe, but that is the expression of dynamics and choice and counterplay. And maybe there's something there, you know. I've never played Paladins, no. No, I don't care if you bring up Rivals, bro. Nobody cares. I brought up Rivals with interviewing the devs at their place. We don't have to pretend, you know. Yeah, if you check the playlists at Asmodeus, you'll find an unlisted Magic coaching session. Just go to Rivals Duelist playlist and you'll find it. A lot of the ones that I've done that are not posted publicly are in the playlist. Make you want to play Deadlock? Yeah, Deadlock is going to be more. It's going to be a lot sweatier than Overwatch. I think much more competitively. I don't want to use the term balance, but I get the impression that game takes itself very seriously, which I respect. Hey, Rag. Yeah, like you can't like. It's the same with any media, movies, games, TV shows. Like you can't be like, oh, let's make a movie like Lord of the Rings. You know, it's like you got to do your own crap. You know, when you look at something like Dune, yeah, it's a fantasy book, but it's not trying to be anything. You know, it definitely is inspired. I mean, art is almost always inspired by something. Like you have to, like there's no such thing as like a completely novel thought or idea, but it's taking it and evolving in a different direction, you know? And I also don't think that like everything that you put out has to be the superior version of it. Like I don't look at this game. Stadium's never going to be like the same level of quality, I think, as like Deadlock. It's just different, you know. It's different. If you like Overwatch heroes and want to see them imagined in Deadlock and want to see your cool Overwatch skins and stuff, like there you go, you know. Dude, just no. Flossie, the way you went up Perks were so cool as the players were, you know. Yeah. I think the Zen skin was great, honestly. I really like the Zen Mythic. Two montages peak. Yeah, where did you guys see that? Is that I told Chicken that she could post it on Spilo coaching, so maybe she's done that already. I think somebody posted it in Best of Spilo in Discord. Freaking Sarah Lee. Yeah. Was Ash Coach Gun on Kings Row? Holy frick, dude. The coaching channel, yeah. No, I didn't see it. No, I don't have my computer or anything. I'm trying to stay off my phone as much as I can, but Spilo coaching. Let's see here. Posts. There she goes. This changed my life. This changed my life. This changed my life. This changed my life. Oh my gosh. Scumbags. Spilo the Rhine passives. Spilo, no. Do you know how perks function if you swap your... Yeah. You lose part of your progress depending on when you do it, but you don't lose all the progress. Oh, I know you do it out of pure hate, Sarah. All right, what role would I? Missed it.
We've got quite the lineup today.
The update looks directionless is a crazy take. What do you guys want to see? Reaper, Ashe, or Cassidy? Ashe is probably not the play because I'm really bad at Ashe. Cass? Okay. We'll give Cass a try. The update looking directionless is pretty silly to me. They definitely want something that is casual game mode, and they want to take the current game mode and something that's fresh and provides like more skill expression and more dynamics. I mean, you heard Alec talk about it. With the perks, there seems like a very, very clear. But yeah, like you said, some people will never be happy. After combat roll can automatically aim critically hit an enemy within 9 meters. An enemy receiving critical hit. For each ammo available, primary fire damage is increased by 3% up to 35%. Using combat roll adds 4 extra ammo. Flashbang has Forester Peacekeeper ammo. Let's do Ice Shark. Actually, I don't know if I want the faster attack speed, actually.
Time for the teams to gear up. The first round is almost here.
I think lifesteal, I like the speed that we're at, you know? Take the extra armor, pop off.
The arena is ready and waiting. 20 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Everyone
Saucy.
help in the stadium.
After a combat roll.
Example builds picked by the pros to stop. The time for preparations is almost up.
Orisa, Reaper, Ashe. My yeah. I don't know how good I am versus Orisa, but Reaper, Moira seems pretty good.
Stay away of your knees.
Auto headshot after combat roll, that's the one. We'll see if it goes decently or not. Let's take top here. I don't want to be pocketed. I was a crosshair placement, baby. All crosshair placement. I freaking love. I'm like sometimes better with aim with this character than I should be because I literally just aim with my crosshair, or with my Sorry, that doesn't make any sense, but you know what I'm saying. Like I literally just turn corners with crosshair at head height. Or when they actually like move. Frick. I gambled. I thought she had used Javelin, but that was my mistake. You have to play third person in Stadium right now, but I don't, not long term, they've said. So. It's just for this demonstration. Which I think is good. I think giving people a taste of what it could look like when it goes live would be nice. Yeah, this is versus humans.
What the? They have the robot.
Frick. Frick. Nice. Olive Badger. Frick. Yeah, I trolled that. Kind of inting my positioning. No. Why?
No time to waste.
How do you crew more currency? I just think they're like kills and damage and winning and crap.
Stop them before they take the lead.
Frick. I might be dead. Frick.
These barrels are smoking.
Wait, we stop lead? We stop lead? We stop lead? We stop lead? Son of a gun. shoot. We have more points than them. We lost. That tells you how it went, my friends. Power, survival. Okay, what is this? Eliminations reward 500 extra currency each. I don't care. Deadeye eliminations reduce flashbang max cooldown. I don't care about Deadeye. Combat roll reduces flashbang cooldown. That's not bad. Reloading within 6 meters of me adds 25% hours. We'll just do the Deadeye's reload thing here. I don't think I have enough currency for that. No. Quick melee. Don't care. Don't care. When you die, gain 15% ult charge, 10% ability power. Extra ammo would be nice. A little extra survivability. Yeah, sure, why not? Don't need to be super creative here. Yeah, that's flats on Ana. Yeah, we'll go full. I'm gonna go full damage like for the specific hero ones. I can actually look at those right now. What are they? Take 25 less damage from enemies farther than 25. That's pretty good. Cassie heals 10 life for each ammo loaded.
20 seconds remain before the action begins.
So you can heal yourself for like 60, 20% ability power, 10% cooldown reduction. Flashbang explosion rate increased by 50%. Cassie deals 15% increased primary fire damage enemies in the damage roll. I think it's gonna be all like the other stuff. What are the power ones? I need to look at power ones afterwards. How am I still alive? You know me, man. I can lock in.
3, 2, 1.
We did not use the auto aim roll thing near enough. I think I needed to flank more.
Thank you kindly.
I could not get close enough to people that wanted to headshot. That Arissa was doing a pretty good job holding space, I'm not gonna lie. Frick! Where's my team? Why are we far back there? Move! How did we lose that much space? We were winning the HP trade. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is criminal.
They still haven't seen my ace.
I'm in ELO hell in Blizzard campus, live, in person. Are you freaking me? Where are we? Where are we? Guys, where are we? Where are we? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I see the enemy team just back, and then I turn around and my team is even further back, and I don't know why. Frick, I tried to cancel it. What is going on? I want to play the game. I'm gonna yell at Gavin for this matchmaking. Disaster. Okay, so eliminate MAUs. Okay, we can check this one out. Slow. I don't care about the Deadeye ones as much. Honestly, that one feels like a play. Confirm power for more ammo, more damage. Let's sell some of these. After healing an ally. 15% weapon power. That's the play. More ammo, more weapon lifesteal, more armor. Armor's like not that crazy. Maybe we can kind of get the sauce. Sauce. No. No, I feel like the play is just to go for the micro ones here. More weapon power, weapon lifesteal, more ammo. Why is this not updating? Survival. Just add armor, yeah. Sounding more and more like Joker. Bro, I'm on a freaking 8-hour stream.
Another round down, and it's safe to say the teams
I should do that, actually. Like, I don't even know where Mercy was that entire round. Like, legitimately, I don't know where she was. I don't know where my Ana was. I don't even know where I don't know where anybody was, actually, for that matter. Can somebody tell me who I'm flaming here? Like, which sweet, nice person, friend, dear friend of mine am I calling a worthless waste of oxygen? No, on my team.
Thanks, Doc.
Not long now until the teams lock in for the round.
Never mind. Yeah, you guys got to snoop around, find out who's the worthless. It's my tank.
3, 2, 1.
Any esport people? No. Still blame flats anyway. That's actually a pretty good strategy. That might be right there. I guess I'll lean right. I don't know. Okay. Can't contest that. Fall off. Bro, like, what? Why did my diva die? What did my diva even die to? Oh, Mom, Bat, please, you've done 197 damage, and then you got demacked. How? Oh. I already talked to Alec earlier. Dude, we're literally going to get skunked. This is a clear case of fraudulence. I'm just going to flank. I don't give a frick about these morons. Friggin'. Wait, they didn't cap. Or they did cap, no.
The objective's live.
Like, how? I don't even know why. Why, Jude? Why? What's going on? I have both my supports sitting on each other. Oh, man. I just think this is, like, not an even lobby. You're frickin'. I would have liked to have played an actual game. I'm gonna requeue and try it again because that was not good. Legitimately felt like we were like 2 ranks lower than the entire enemy team. I was gonna VOD review. All right, who? Okay. I don't recognize these tanks or players. That's good.
We've got quite the lineup today.
I say it was fine. That was just a matchmaking diff. What do you guys want to see? Soldier? We should try Soldier. Because we haven't played Soldier yet. This morning I woke up today, and this morning I woke up this morning. Have you streamed this long before? Yeah, I've streamed for longer before. I think I did a scouting report. I don't know, actually. I did a scouting report at one point, yeah.
It's nearly time to start.
I got Emong and tank. All right, nice. Max out damage on Soldier. Yeah, I've just the strat. We're going to go full max juicers. After using Helix, activate tactical visor 0.7. During sprint, reload, increase max ammo. I don't feel like rotating is going to be that useful in this map. Helix rockets fire a second homing volley, deals 70% fewer damage. I don't care about biotic field. What about double Helix? Or maybe this? Or skilled marksman? No, you can't send a roaster highlight. Frick you. Let's do skilled marksman. Weapon power. More ammo. More attack speed. Just sauce. Sauce.
Over here.
I'm liking it to swing shut my crosshair. What food to get you, my poor baby? Anything is fine, honestly. Like, don't really care. All right, let's. What do we got for power? Sprint gains temporary overhealth. Don't care. While using sprint, gain 30% movement speed. Don't care. Biotic field radius. Don't care. Don't care. 90% reduced helix rocket self damage. What? Why? You freaking. Weapon refund 20% ammo every time helix is fired. Yeah, I don't know, bro. These seem kind of mid. I think tactical visor, activate tactical visor for 0.75, and then the homing helix is probably the way to go. No, last round was just an unbalanced stomp. Like, legitimately, it's just because people here, there's a wide skill range of people here. That was weird. This guy's off the map. And it was not good. This is gonna be enemy soon, maybe. Frick. That's too close. Ash should die. Lucio should die. Lucio should die. Reaper should die. Why do I feel like that Lucio's SK? Or Frogger, yeah. I don't know anybody else that would do that. You guys can look. You can check their streams. Just check the, like, the Overwatch channel and see if you see anybody playing Clash. Fricker. Get crushed. That is, yeah. Wait, we can support ult this. We can support ult this. We gotta walk. We gotta walk. Oh, no.
Still got some fighting.
It's Frogger? Yeah, okay. I don't think we win these. Well. Do we, chat? No, right? No. We do not. I gotta remember I'm playing a little more glass cannon-y. Frick. All I gotta worry about is Ash here. Ah, frick you, Frogger. Wait, how did you... I thought she had coach. Oh, she did have coach. It takes a little getting used to with aim, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Feels really uncomfortable.
The objective's open.
I've got you in my sights.
Idiot. Wait, frick. I tried to auto aim my helix. I forgot that doesn't work. Fricker. I wish match shot was enabled.
0-1.
Yeah, the sense is off. It's a little, it's close-ish. But I don't know. I don't know what this mouse's DPI is, and I've tried to check it and I can't find out. It feels okay. Yeah, it just takes some getting used to. That's all. Weapon, rocket, and refund 20% every time a helix rocket is fired. Oh man, yeah, we gotta sauce this up. I just feel like we just keep giving more weapon power. You know what I'm saying? Like, just keep saucing it up. Let's just keep going. Just see how far we can go with it. So, remind me, what did I add? Just one more time. Attacks, 10% attack speed, 5% for when 3 seconds when damaging shields or armor, plus 5% weapon power. I know you guys can't see it. 20%, so we're basically plus 20% weapon power right here. So, like, it just do 20% more damage.
We've already seen so much action, and there's
On his
still
Aspen?
more to
Gotcha.
come.
Who else is on their team? Hey, Kyle. Yeah, well, but you can't see what stats I'm choosing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see the little perks there. Kyle, we had a big laugh last night. We're like, why is Kyle not here? And they're like, and everyone just laughed. Oh, you had to be there, but you weren't, so you wouldn't get it. You're dead? Yeah. Unlucky. Alright, let's try... I don't know where I'm going. Dude, freaking frog. I don't know if this goes anywhere. I feel like this is the rotation, but he doesn't. That was a little close for sure. It's a little bit of an ego. But with these players, you know, I can ego. Yeah, frick. Oh no, I ran out of mouse pad space! Frick. Try to get in this hit screen, man, to go home so I walk back to Canada. Man, that sucks. How close were you? You really close?
I rubbed some dirt on it. Let's go.
I think I see the enemy.
Lucio's looking for a boop. I can smell it. I knew it. Did I not call it? I'm gonna get this guy. Where's he?
I've got you in my sights.
Idiot. Fricker. We had to do it to him. Little mental damage here. Frick. Frick! No! 484-hour walk. That's all right. That's all right. You can get that done pretty soon. Why did we Reaper ult 1v5? That's crazy. All right, check it, chat. Here we go. Sauce.
Setting up bets.
Frick. Okay. Oh no. Should be okay. We have Diva Bomb, Yumong with Clutch. That's their last ult. Okay, never mind. Disregard. No freaking way we lose that. I needed to keep rotating. That was my bad. I'm getting sloppy. I'm getting dopamine pursuing. Shoot. How do you pronounce your last name? Is it Desange? I'm like pronouncing it completely wrong with like at maximum confidence, but I have no idea what I'm doing. Can you swap into first person? Not you can, but I can't, if that makes sense. Not here. Yeah. I feel like that's the play, bro. Desange. Okay. Weapon. Why not? After all. Desange. 11 out of 10. Beautiful. All right, we're going all in on this sauce, guys. So much damage right now. So much damage. Spell getting nerves? I'm not getting nerves. I'm not nervous at all. Do I look nervous to you guys? No. That's exactly. Okay, we're gonna carry this game, guys. What's the build? Max damage. I saw the Overwatch announcement on Art Gaming. I don't give a frick what r/gaming says. Enemy Reaper is J3. Okay, good to know. Thank you. I'll make sure to target him as much as I physically possibly can. Let's go, guys. Let's consider our options.
20 seconds left until we kick this round off.
20% weapon power. I don't have enough for this. What do I sound like?
Not long now until the teams lock in for the round.
I sound like the guy, Christian Bale from American Psycho. Why does George have a nicer business card than me?
2, 1.
Or whatever the frick the thing is. I haven't seen it. You know what? Why not? Why not? I deserve it. No, where did my helix go? John, why did my helix not work? I was pressing the button. Oh no, am I toggle sprint, chat? Am I toggle sprint? Wait. I actually don't even know that. Wait, am I? I'm toggle sprint. Holy crap, that explains so much. I need to change that. No way she loses that. Oh! Idiot. He's gonna come after me. Smell it. So predictable. So predictable. So predictable. Easiest, easiest, easiest. Frogger and J3, man. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. It doesn't even feel fair sometimes. I think so many steps ahead of him. Frogger's gonna try to spawn camp me. Yeah, there he is. My team has him scouted, so I'm good to rotate. Ash on the angle left side, Reaper Lucio on right. 3, 2, 1. Pop the angle. Frogger's coming up from top ropes, but I don't give a frick. Okay. We lost our nano boost. I should have maintained my space there. I shouldn't have rotated with my team there. Actually, here's the problem. I locked into the angle, but there was like 4 other people there. That was dumb.
They can't get away with this.
Still winnable. Nah, don't say classic. Don't say classic. I think somebody might be spawn camping me here. Well, no, I don't think so. Not with this many people here. He's probably going for the Juno here. Don't have time to teabag. I'm too locked into my game. You get what I'm saying?
I've got you in my sights.
Our turn. Let's push forward.
No shot.
We need that robot, and we need it now.
One good fight and it's over.
Frick, I should have known that was coming, my bad. It's too slow. Oof. Alright, so we clutch the angle here, and we don't get surprised by spawn camping, and then we're cooking. I think I lean towards left side. Yeah.
This is our chance to knock them cold.
No, Emong. Oh no, Emong is going for it. Emong is remecking. Bro, what? Nice shot from Emong, actually. That. Holy. Ha! You matter. Oh no! Aspen! How did you not get the better? Shoot the Reaper! Okay, we're good. Don't. Just don't peek it. Don't peek it.
They're getting close. Let's make our stand.
Frick. She's just off the map. Nice, guys. Easiest winner of our lives. The absolute easiest win. I never doubted, not even for one brief momento. I wonder who is spawn camping me here. Me. Stefano, shut up. Please shut up, Stefano. I do like the scenery in this map. Yeah, I agree. Oh, this is going to be a tougher map for me, I think. I'm going to have to be a little sneakier. Frogger could ruin me. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, let's see here. So, I have more. So we're going to go 20% weapon power, 20% critical damage. Let's do that right there. Lots of damage. That's really what we're leaning into right now. Lots of damage. I have so much weapon power. 35%, 40%, 55, 60% weapon power. Incredible. And 20% critical damage and 20% more ammo. How does he do it? Incredible, incredible. What powers should I do, chat, next time? Because I'll get a power next one. After using Helix to activate Tactical Visor for 0.75. Isn't that kind of bad, though? Like, it slows up my animation. The homing volley was great. Increases Helix Rock explosion and 25% increase explosion damage. That might be good. That might be it right there.
Only 20 seconds remain before the action begins.
Yeah, I'll read them out in a bit. Okay, let's see here. Is there any weapon things I should get? 10% attack speed. That one's not that good. Not when compared to all the... Because, like, you can stack damage with this character. Just stack it, sticky stack it, you know? Bum, bum, bum.
3, 2, 1.
Okay. I'm going to go left side here, and basically just... Fogger's going to be there. Take a favorable cooldown trade here. Who's going for me? Ow. I didn't need it. Bro, what is that Moira HP? What the frick? Dude, this homing helix is broken, bro. I don't know where Frogger is. No, I. Oh no, I ego the angle. What have I done? Trust your angle, bro. Oh my goodness! Hi! What did I Aspen? Oh, left me alone. I pushed up because I thought Aspen was with me, and if I got one more trade there, we win that. Disaster. No, I thought I had healing. Go ahead. Kind of need to finish these kills off. Bro, what is that snap? You guys see that? Get fricked. Who's your daddy?
2, 3.
Oh, yes. Shut up, IK. Oh, some of us are just blessed with gifts that you guys would never understand. Okay, let's see here. I think we get a nice big juicer here, which would mean power up. Let's do increased explosion damage. Yes. And then we have some cash here. More ammo or more weapon power. Oh man, do I just like blow it? Less ammo, less this. Oh, I can't quite afford it. Are you freaking me? Oh yeah, this is bad. I'll do that. And then we'll go more attack power. Honestly, 5% attack speed. Why not? Let's just cash out, bro. That means that we're at 15%, 30%, 50%, 75% weapon power, 80% weapon power, and 5% attack speed. I'm super squishy, but, you know. Oh, yes. Betty Frogger. No, we're eating it. Yeah, we should be eating soon. So we have bigger helixes, better helixes. What did the other thing give me as well? The deal 10 extra damage to enemies below 30%. So even more damage. Critical hits also reveal the target and more critical damage. More bonus damage to armor. Increased helix by 25% plus homing helix. And critical hit increases my weapon power by max. Dude, we're literally insane. Actually and physically insanity. Eat your shorts, buddy, gladly.
The arena is ready and waiting. 20 seconds to go.
Okay. So the question is, do we go top or not?
We're nearly ready to start.
That's the question. I don't know.
Teams are ready too.
Will the perks be in comp? Yes. These, not these though. This is a separate game mode, which I guess has comp, but yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Let's go. Oh, I gotta turn off the toggle sprint. Remind me, chat. Let's just roll out top left to start. Let's just be honest. I feel like Frogger's gonna roll here is my only concern. Like, this is where I would roll out if I was a good Lucio. If I knew how to play the game. Ay, 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 ay. Maybe I can't ego that. I decided to ego that just to see, but. It's a bit egotistical to do so. Oh no, we lost our baby. Oh, we got the Reaper. And we remixed on the Rhine. Toggle sprint, yeah, remind me after this. After. Yeah, true. I could do it during a death, actually, now that you mention that. Holy crap, that nade. Oh, third person got me there. Angled. Ah! No, I misjudged the angle there. I thought I was okay. Oh. No. I can't do it.
If I'm still standing, I'm still fighting.
Okay. Bless you.
Stay sharp.
Oh no, Major Links! Dude, I almost shattered the ankles there. I want to see that kill cam. No, I wanted to see the kill cam. Shoot. Shut up, Savano! Please! I need to stop wasting my helixes. That's actually so criminal. Ah! Freaking frocking... Dude. Terrible timing. 11 seconds? Okay, we can do this. Lock in. Yeah, baby. Lucio's dead. I kind of trolled this round, honestly.
Do something.
Hold your angle. I don't care about Bob. Frick. Ha! Just what is that speed? No, I'm trolling. I'm actively trolling this round. Still winnable. I kind of want us to lose because I feel like I haven't done anything this round. Started so well. We're gonna lose it. We're gonna win this. We're gonna win this. That's crazy. Wait, they have a lever. Their Ashe left. Wait, we can lose this actually.
I've got you in my sights.
Imagine leave. I don't know if they crash or not, but that seemed like suspicious timing to leave. Versus Blizzard AQ. Yeah, I got carried that round. The rounds before I did okay in this game, but yeah. Yeah, what's the status? I'm gonna check the. I'm gonna queue up, I guess, but deck the holes with poly. Streamer bounty when? What? Yes, they left to handicap the team here. Spylo snapped. I mean, how many times can a man snap? I don't think snapping makes sense. I hope I get support. I would have liked to try support. I would have liked to try like Ana or something. Hello, are we done?
Yeah, we gotta cut strings.
All right, GG's. I will wrap it up there. Okay, loves and kisses. Stay fresh. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do. You guys know the routine. I will maybe see you guys tomorrow. I don't really know what the plan is tomorrow, but I'll let you guys know what the plan is. If there's like any dev interviews, no offense, I'm going to prioritize the dev interviews over you guys as much as I do love you. But yeah, that's all. Stay fresh. Hope you guys enjoyed things. Thanks for the support during this almost 8.5 hour long stream. And I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.